Painting Worlds. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. The cottage he could not afford. David Rowan woke because his hip hurt. For several seconds he lay still beneath the blankets, staring at the pale ceiling and trying to decide whether moving was worth the trouble. His body made the decision for him. A cramp tightened low in his abdomen, familiar enough that he knew fighting it would only make things worse. He pushed himself upright, waited for the room to settle, then planted both feet on the floor. The boards were cold under his soles. His toes tingled without quite feeling the cold properly, another little souvenir from chemotherapy that had outlasted the treatment itself. The bathroom was 12 steps away. David knew because he had counted them on bad mornings. This was a bad morning. By the time he returned, washed and dressed in loose sweatpants and an old Carolina t-shirt, his hands were trembling. He stood in the kitchen long enough to swallow pain medication with half a glass of water, considered food, and rejected the idea. Coffee smelled appealing even when everything else didn't, but the effort involved in making it seemed ridiculous when he could use the same energy elsewhere. His phone buzzed on the counter. "Clara, you awake?" A second message appeared before he could look away. "Clara, that was a stupid question. Of course you're awake. Answer me anyway." David smiled despite himself. Clara Henshaw had known him long enough to recognize silence as a tactic rather than an accident. She had also known him long enough to be offended when he used it on her. He turned the phone face down. Later, he muttered, though nobody was there to hold him to it. The studio occupied the cottage's largest room, which was one reason he'd rented the place despite the fact that he could no longer comfortably afford it. North light filled the windows without glare, and beyond them the Blue Ridge Mountains rolled away in layers of green and blue. He had painted those mountains hundreds of times for tourists, collectors, calendars, book covers, and people who wanted a piece of North Carolina on a wall somewhere warmer. The canvas on his easel was different. It was almost 5 feet tall, large enough that painting it had become absurd once his strength began failing. David had begun the piece months earlier, back when standing for an hour merely left him tired instead of shaky. He had kept working as his days contracted around appointments, pills, naps, and the slow erosion of everything he used to assume his body would do when asked. The man in the painting hadn't eroded. David eased himself onto the high stool before the easel and studied him. He had painted himself perhaps 10 years younger, although age wasn't really the point. The painted David had weight on his frame, muscle where illness had left angles, color in his face, and thick dark hair touched with enough gray at the temples to keep him recognizable. He stood comfortably, one hand resting on the rough stone wall of a cottage garden, wearing jeans and a blue shirt with the sleeves rolled above his forearms. He wasn't some fantasy stranger with David's face. He was simply David improved, the version cancer had made impossible. Behind him stood the house. That part had taken nearly as much care as the figure. Gray stone, slate roof, broad windows, a deep porch, and a studio wing facing north. Flower beds crowded the path. Beyond the garden wall, wooded hills descended toward a bright valley before rising again into the Blue Ridge. David had never owned anything remotely like it. That was probably why he painted it. His phone buzzed again in the kitchen. He ignored it and leaned closer to the canvas. Yesterday he had worked on the left hand and stopped when the numbness in his fingertips made the brush unreliable. The hand was good now, but the face still bothered him. Not the likeness. He had been painting faces professionally for 25 years. The expression was wrong. Too solemn. David selected a small brush, steadied his wrist against the maulstick, and mixed the tiniest amount of color. "If you're getting the house," he told the healthier man in the garden, "you can at least look pleased about it." The first touch of paint went onto the corner of the mouth. Then another. Pain, weakness, Clara, doctors, bills, and the unopened mail on the kitchen table could wait a little longer. He bent toward the canvas and went back to work. The phone began ringing before David finished the next brushstroke. He ignored it until it stopped, worked another careful line into the painted cheek, then heard it start again almost immediately. Clara would have switched to increasingly rude messages rather than call twice in a row. David set the brush across the palette and listened to the vibration carrying faintly from the kitchen. His oncologist's office had been trying to reach him since yesterday. He had known this call was coming, which was probably why he had become so determined not to answer it. He made it to the kitchen before the ringing stopped and checked the screen. Asheville Oncology. The voicemail notification appeared a moment later, followed by another message from Clara asking whether she needed to drive up there and kick his door in. David considered answering her first, then called the clinic instead. A nurse transferred him almost immediately, and Dr. Patel came on the line with none of the brisk reassurance David remembered from the beginning of treatment. "David, I wanted to speak to you directly. I've reviewed the scans with the team, and we've gone through the remaining options again." "That's never how you start good news." "No," Patel said quietly. "It isn't." David lowered himself into a kitchen chair. The conversation that followed contained more words than information. Progression, liver involvement, declining blood counts, previous treatment lines, risks exceeding likely benefit, a possible trial several hours away that he was probably too weak to qualify for even if a place became available. Patel never said there was absolutely nothing anyone could do, because doctors had learned to be careful with absolutes. What he said amounted to the same thing. More treatment was unlikely to give David useful time and very likely to make what time remained worse. "I'd like you admitted," Patel said. "At least for assessment and symptom control. You're anemic, you're barely eating, and if the pain has increased as much as you told the nurse last week, I don't want you alone up there." David looked through the studio doorway at the easel. From this angle he could see only a strip of painted garden and one shoulder of the man standing inside it. "No hospital." "David, I know what you're offering. I also know what happens if I go in feeling like this. Tests, fluids, pain control, somebody deciding I'm safer staying another night. Maybe they're right. Then another day is gone. We can make you more comfortable. You can make me more comfortable here." Patel was silent long enough that David regretted making the sentence sound like an accusation. The man had spent 2 years trying to keep him alive. None of this was Patel's failure. David rubbed his numb fingertips together and softened his voice. "I'm not refusing care. Send whatever you can arrange for home. I'll answer the nurse. I'll even answer Clara before she comes through the window. But I'm staying here." "Because of the painting?" David glanced toward the studio again. He had talked about it during enough appointments that Patel knew what it meant, although probably not how much. "Because I want to finish something while I'm still the person finishing it." This time the silence felt different. "Then finish it," Patel said. "But answer your phone." David promised, ended the call, and sat for another minute with the phone in his hand. He should have felt shocked. Instead he felt tired, frightened, and oddly relieved that nobody expected another round of poison and optimism from him. He sent Clara a short message telling her he was alive, that the doctor had called, and that he would speak to her later. Her answer arrived almost instantly. "That is not enough information." David smiled, put the phone where he could hear it, and returned to the studio. The painted man's face bothered him more now. David had improved too much when he began the portrait. He had removed the hollows beneath the eyes, restored healthy weight, straightened a nose broken when he was 14, and given himself the body of a man who still climbed hills because he wanted to. None of that was wrong. The stranger came from subtler things. David had made the expression too confident and the hands too graceful, as though health would somehow cure every awkward habit he had accumulated over 46 years. He worked slowly, putting himself back. A faint crease beside the mouth. The slight unevenness of the brows. A small scar across the right thumb. Broad fingers with paint worked permanently into the cuticles because even the healthiest version of David Rowan would still forget gloves. He adjusted the left hand where it rested against the stone wall, changing the elegant pose into the loose, familiar placement he recognized from photographs of himself painting outdoors. An hour later he leaned back, breathing harder than the work justified. The man in the garden was younger, healthier and stronger than he had any right to be, but he was no longer somebody David wished he had become. He was David, given another life. He should have stopped. David knew that before he had even settled back onto the stool, because his arms felt heavy and the pulse in his neck had become unpleasantly fast. The sensible thing would have been to lie down, drink something, and finish tomorrow. Patel would certainly have preferred it. Clara would have arrived with food, accusations, and enough stubbornness to make resting compulsory. David looked at the canvas instead. The face was right now. So were the hands. What remained were small things, but they were the sort of small things that would bother him forever if forever happened to be shorter than expected. The cottage doorway needed depth. David had painted the door open, giving the viewer a glimpse into a cool stone hall, but the transition from sunlight to shadow was too abrupt. He mixed a darker tone, worked it beneath the lintel, then added the warmer reflected light that would have bounced from the garden path. It was ridiculous how clearly he knew the place. He could have described the worn oak boards inside, the coat hooks beside the door, the studio beyond the hall and the kitchen looking out over the valley. None of those rooms existed anywhere except in his head and the parts of them he had chosen to show on canvas, yet he knew exactly where everything belonged. "Could have painted myself a cheaper dream," he murmured. "A small house would have done. So would an apartment with a decent window and enough room for an easel." Instead he had given himself stone walls, old beams, a workshop, a garden, and several acres of countryside nobody could evict him from because none of it existed. The light in the garden needed one final adjustment. He softened the brightness along the path and added a few touches to the leaves beside the painted David's shoulder. His hand shook halfway through the work. David stopped, pressed his wrist against the edge of the easel until the tremor eased, then continued. He wasn't trying to improve the painting anymore. Improvement could go on forever. He was finishing it, and there was a difference he understood as a working artist even if collectors rarely did. A painting reached the point where another brushstroke was more likely to harm than help. He nearly laughed when he realized that thought applied equally well to him. The sound came out as a weak breath. David put the brush down and studied the whole canvas. The painted man stood comfortably in his garden, solid enough to belong there. The open cottage door invited him home. The Blue Ridge rose beyond the valley under a clear afternoon sky, not idealized into fantasy mountains, simply painted as David remembered them on those rare days when distance, light, and color all cooperated. He searched automatically for the next flaw. There wasn't one he needed to fix. "Done," he said. The word gave him more satisfaction than he expected. Months of work, much of it completed while sick enough that holding a brush had become an act of negotiation, had finally produced the thing he wanted. Not an important painting. Not something that would change American art or suddenly make galleries regret every polite rejection he'd received in his 20s. Just one damn good painting that was entirely his. David reached for the edge of the easel to stand. His arm failed. For an instant he thought his hand had slipped. Then the stool shifted beneath him and the studio tipped sideways. David grabbed for the easel with both hands, terrified of pulling the canvas down with him, and twisted away instead. His shoulder struck the floor first, followed by his hip. Pain flashed through him, sharp enough to clear his head for perhaps 2 seconds. Then breathing became difficult. David lay on his side beside the easel, staring at the lower corner of the canvas. His phone was somewhere beyond the studio doorway. He considered crawling for it, but his legs no longer seemed interested in the idea. The familiar fear came then, stripped of every brave thing he had said to Patel. He wasn't ready. Nobody was ready. There were still paintings he wanted to make, places he wanted to see, meals he wanted to eat, and a message from Clara he should have answered properly. His gaze climbed the canvas instead. The painted David stood in sunlight beside the cottage, healthy and strong, one hand resting against the stone wall. David looked at him until the studio blurred. "At least I finished you." His chest tightened once, painfully, then again with much less force. The third breath barely seemed to happen at all. Beside him, the completed painting remained upright on the easel. David Rowan did not move again. David opened his eyes to sunlight. He stood with one hand resting against warm stone. For several confused seconds that seemed perfectly reasonable. Then memory returned in pieces. The studio floor, the pain in his chest, the easel above him, the final painting. David jerked away from the wall and almost stumbled. His legs caught him easily. Not merely easily. They obeyed with a strength and balance he hadn't possessed in months. He stared down at himself. Blue shirt, sleeves rolled above his forearms. Jeans, broad hands without tremor or numbness, the small scar crossing his right thumb exactly where he had painted it. He flexed his fingers, then gripped his left forearm hard enough to feel muscle beneath warm skin. "What the hell?" His voice was strong. David touched his face, finding full cheeks, beard stubble, thick hair, and none of the hollowness illness had carved into him. His breathing came fast, but his lungs filled cleanly. No pain tightened beneath his ribs. No weakness dragged at his legs. He turned in a circle and found the stone cottage behind him, its open door leading into the shadowed hall he had imagined. Flowers crowded the path, trees moved gently beyond the garden wall. Farther out, the valley fell away toward the blue ridge under the same clear afternoon sky he had spent months putting onto canvas. David's mind rejected it. He knew every inch of this place because he had invented it. He moved toward the garden path, then stopped when something beyond the flowers caught his eye. The countryside ended. Not gradually, not at a fence or cliff. It simply met a vast rectangular opening hanging upright in the world. Through it was his studio. David stared. The easel stood slightly crooked where he had grabbed it. His palette lay on the floor. The stool had toppled onto its side. Beyond the boundary, everything looked enormous and yet perfectly proportioned, as though he were standing behind a window whose dimensions he couldn't understand. Then he saw the body. It lay beside the easel in the same position he remembered falling, one arm bent under the chest, thin legs crooked beneath loose sweatpants. The face was partly turned toward the canvas. Toward him. David couldn't move. He knew that shirt. He knew the bald patches where his hair had never fully recovered. He knew the wasted shoulder visible through the fabric and the narrow wrist resting against the floorboards. No. The word barely left him. He rushed forward. The flowers bent beneath his feet. Gravel scattered across the path with ordinary physical weight and sound. David reached the rectangular boundary and drove both palms toward the studio. His hands struck something hard. There was nothing visible between him and the room. No glass, no surface, no reflection. Yet the impact jolted through his wrists and stopped him completely. Hey. David hit it again. Hey, somebody. His voice carried through the garden and came back faintly from the cottage wall, but nothing changed outside. His dead body remained beside the easel. Somewhere beyond the studio doorway his phone began to ring. David slammed both fists against the invisible barrier. I'm here. The phone kept ringing. Clara. He struck the boundary harder, pain blooming across his knuckles. The barrier didn't flex. David backed up 2 steps and threw his shoulder into it. The collision bounced him away with enough force to send him onto the garden path. For several seconds he sat there, stunned less by the impact than by the simple fact that falling hadn't hurt very much. He looked at his hands again. The knuckles were reddening. Real skin. Real pain. David pushed himself upright and approached the boundary more cautiously. He pressed his palm against nothing and felt an unyielding surface beneath it. On the other side, perhaps 6 feet away and impossibly unreachable, his old body lay dead. The phone stopped ringing. Silence filled the studio. David stared at the man on the floor, then at the healthy hand pressed against the invisible wall between them. He had finished the painting. Somehow, he was standing inside it. 2. The body outside. David kept his palm against the invisible barrier until the ache in his knuckles faded. Nothing about the surface made sense. He could see the studio through it with perfect clarity, right down to a smear of dried ultramarine on the floorboards near the easel, yet his fingers met something harder than glass. He slid his hand sideways, expecting to find an edge. There wasn't one. The barrier continued until it met the wooden frame surrounding his view of the room, and when he tried the other side, the top, then crouched to probe along the bottom, he found the same impossible resistance. His own body remained where it had fallen. David forced himself to look away. Panic wasn't helping, and he had spent too many years solving visual problems to abandon observation simply because the current problem was insane. He turned toward the garden and drew a slow breath. Warm air filled his lungs. He could smell roses, damp earth, grass and something faintly woody from the cottage. Sunlight warmed the back of his neck. When he rubbed his thumb across his fingertips, he felt every ridge of skin with a clarity that nearly distracted him from being dead. All right, he said. Assume this is happening. The cottage stood exactly where he had painted it, but the canvas had never shown most of the interior. David crossed the garden, opened the oak door and stepped into the hall. The worn floorboards he had imagined were under his feet. Coat hooks lined one wall. A narrow staircase rose to the upper floor, although he'd never painted so much as a single stair. He found the kitchen where he'd always known it would be, with stone counters, painted cabinets, an old-fashioned range and broad windows overlooking the valley. The refrigerator was cool when he opened it. Inside were milk, eggs, butter, cheese, vegetables and other ordinary food, not arranged like a display but like somebody expected to live here. David took out an apple. He bit into it cautiously. Crisp flesh broke under his teeth, tart and sweet, juice wetting his tongue. He chewed, swallowed, then took another bite simply because he could. For months eating had been something he did because doctors, nurses and Clara nagged him into it. Food had tasted wrong or sat badly in his stomach. This tasted like an apple. He laughed softly and leaned against the counter. Dead, apparently, but at least the catering's decent. The absurdity steadied him. David ate the whole apple, drank cold water from the tap, then explored. The studio wing existed, complete with north-facing windows, an easel, brushes, pigments and prepared surfaces. The sitting room had the fireplace and battered leather chair he'd always intended for it. Upstairs he found a bedroom, bathroom and 2 spare rooms. Nothing felt painted. Doors had weight. Water splashed. Floorboards creaked. His reflection in the bathroom mirror was the healthy face from the portrait, complete with the minor imperfections he'd added that morning. Outside, he went farther. The garden gate opened beneath his hand, and the path continued down through grass and scattered trees. David walked until the cottage had shrunk behind him, then broke into a run almost without deciding to. His legs drove him forward. His heart accelerated without pain. Breath moved freely through his chest, and when he reached the bottom of the slope he kept going simply for the pleasure of discovering that he could. He finally stopped laughing somewhere beside a narrow stream he had never actually painted. That sobered him. David crouched, plunged a hand into cold-moving water and watched it break around his fingers. The world possessed details he hadn't put on canvas, yet every part of it felt as solid as the studio where his corpse lay. He could have spent hours testing it, but the thought of his body pulled him back uphill. The rectangular view still waited beyond the garden. David approached it more carefully this time. He pressed both hands against the barrier, leaned his weight forward, then pushed until the muscles in his shoulders tightened. Nothing moved. He backed away, took a running start and hit it hard enough to knock himself sprawling across the path. When he stood, his shoulder already ached. The barrier hadn't noticed. David stared through it at the silent studio and understood the part that mattered most. Whatever impossible place surrounded him, it wasn't a picture from this side. It was a home, a landscape and a body that could run without pain. The only thing he couldn't reach was Earth. David was still standing at the impossible window when movement in the studio caught his eye. At first he thought the front door had opened, but whoever entered was outside his narrow view. He heard nothing through the frame. No footsteps, no call, not even the creak of the cottage door that always complained when somebody pushed it too quickly. The silence made the sight worse. A man appeared in the studio doorway wearing jeans and a work jacket, stopped dead, and stared at the body beside the easel. David recognized him after a second. Tom Mercer, his landlord. Tom. David rushed to the frame and slapped both palms against the barrier. Tom didn't look up. He crossed the studio quickly, crouched beside David's body, then recoiled enough to make the answer obvious even before he pulled out his phone. Tom, I'm here. Look at the painting. David hammered on the invisible surface. The blows hurt his hands and produced no sound he could hear from the other side. He waved both arms, stepped back so his whole body should have been visible within the painted garden, then jumped and shouted again. Tom remained focused on the body and his phone. His mouth moved as he spoke to someone, but David couldn't hear a word. The absurdity of it nearly made David laugh. He had spent years worrying whether viewers would notice some tiny compositional choice, and now he was apparently trapped inside the largest self-portrait he'd ever painted while the only man in the room refused to glance at it. Turn around, David said. Just turn your damn head. Tom didn't. People arrived quickly after that. David couldn't judge the exact interval because panic had made time unreliable, but soon uniformed responders entered his studio carrying equipment. A paramedic knelt beside body 0 while another moved the stool out of the way. Someone touched David's neck, checked his eyes, attached leads, then performed other procedures David only partly understood. None of it seemed hurried after the first few moments. He knew what that meant. David stopped striking the barrier and rested his forehead against it. Watching his own body examined was stranger than seeing it lying alone. When he'd first awakened here, the corpse had still belonged to the final memory of falling. Now strangers handled it with careful professional detachment. They didn't know that the man watching from 6 feet away felt healthier than he had in years. A police officer entered sometime later. David tried again. "Officer, look here." He waved until his shoulders hurt. When the man finally turned toward the easel, hope hit David so hard that he stepped forward. The officer looked directly at the painting. His gaze passed over David without recognition. He studied the easel, the palette on the floor and the surrounding room, then turned back toward the paramedics as casually as if the canvas contained nothing more interesting than painted flowers and mountains. David went cold despite the sunlight on his back. "No, no, look at me." He pressed both hands to the barrier and moved from side to side. The officer glanced toward the painting once more, but his expression didn't change. David understood then that this wasn't simply a problem of sound. From inside, he could see himself. He could see his hands, his clothes, his shadow falling across the garden path. He could look down and watch his chest rise when he breathed. Yet the people beyond the frame saw whatever the painting showed them, and apparently that wasn't a living man waving frantically for help. His phone lay on the kitchen counter beyond the studio. Eventually one of the officers retrieved it. The screen lit in his hand, and although David couldn't read it from this distance, he knew who would be there. Clara. The thought hit harder than the sight of the body. "She called you, didn't she?" David whispered. Tom stood near the doorway now, pale and shaken, answering questions. David could imagine the chain easily enough. Clara hadn't accepted his short message. She'd called. He hadn't answered. She had threatened to come up here often enough that she probably knew the landlord's number or had found it when she couldn't reach him. She had tried to save him. David struck the barrier once more, not from any belief that it would work, but because standing quietly while everyone treated him as dead felt impossible. "I'm still here." No one looked at him. David remained beside the frame as the room settled into the procedures of death. The paramedics stopped treating his body as a patient. Their movements changed in ways David understood without knowing the professional details. Equipment was gathered. Quiet words passed between them and the police officer. Tom answered questions near the studio doorway, occasionally rubbing a hand across his face and looking toward the floor as though embarrassed to be standing inside a dead tenant's home. Nobody hurried anymore. David found that worse than the frantic possibility of rescue. His death had already become something that could be recorded, managed and eventually cleared away. One of the officers carried David's phone into the studio. He checked the screen when it rang, showed something to Tom and spoke to him. Tom nodded, then took out his own phone and stepped into the kitchen. David couldn't hear either conversation through the frame, but he didn't need to. Clara had called him. Clara had called Tom. Soon someone would tell her that she'd been right to worry and far too late to change anything. "I'm sorry," David said. He wasn't sure whether he meant for ignoring her, for making her frightened, or for leaving her with a death that wasn't quite true. The body on the floor seemed less like him the longer he watched. That should have been comforting. Instead it felt obscene. The thin chest, narrow wrists and loose clothes belonged to 2 years of hospitals, needles, nausea and pretending that a better scan might still be around the corner. David remembered inhabiting every painful inch of it. Now he stood healthy in sunlight while strangers prepared to take it away. When they finally lifted body 0, David stepped back from the frame. He hadn't realized he was doing it until his shoulders touched the garden wall. "No," he whispered, then hated himself for the word. What did he expect them to do? Leave a corpse beside the easel because some invisible occupant of a painting wasn't ready? The covered stretcher crossed his field of view and disappeared through the studio doorway. David followed it as far as the frame allowed, turning his head until there was nothing left to see. He waited for some sensation to accompany the departure. A tug, pain, weakness, some sign that the dead body and the one standing here remained connected. Nothing happened. His heart continued beating. The afternoon remained warm. A bird called somewhere in the countryside behind him, answered by another from farther down the valley. David looked at his hands. So that really was it. The officer returned after a while and collected a few obvious personal effects. David's wallet disappeared into a clear property bag. His keys went with it. The phone followed after another brief exchange with Tom. Nobody searched the studio like a crime scene because nothing about his death looked criminal. A terminal cancer patient had collapsed at home after refusing admission. Tragic, perhaps, but ordinary enough that the machinery surrounding death knew what to do with him. That ordinariness hurt. David watched people move through the remains of his life without seeing anything impossible. The paintings leaning against one wall were paintings. The unfinished sketches were sketches. The final self-portrait on the easel was apparently just another canvas, even while its subject stood inside it staring back at them. Eventually the last official left. Tom remained for several minutes, walking slowly through the cottage David had rented from him. He picked up the fallen stool, righted it, then stood in the studio doorway and looked around. His gaze touched the painting again. David raised one hand without much hope. Tom? Nothing. Tom turned off the kitchen light, although daylight still filled the studio, then left through the front door. A moment later David saw his shape pass one of the windows outside. The rental became quiet. For the first time since waking in the garden, there was no body on the floor and nobody beyond the frame to shout at. David stood alone with both hands resting against the invisible barrier. Earth hadn't ignored him because everyone was distracted. Earth simply couldn't hear him. The quiet lasted until the following morning. David knew night had passed because the studio beyond the frame had gone dark, while his own countryside settled into a softer version of evening. He had slept badly in the cottage bedroom and returned to the garden as soon as there was enough light to see Earth clearly. Nothing had changed in the rental. The stool stood upright beside the easel. His palette remained where somebody had placed it. The empty patch of floor where his body had lain bothered him more than he expected. Late in the morning, the front door opened. Tom entered alone carrying flattened cardboard boxes, a roll of tape and several black rubbish bags. David watched him set everything in the kitchen, remove his jacket and begin the unpleasant work of clearing out a dead man's life. There was nothing mysterious about what followed. Tom opened cupboards, checked drawers and sorted things according to whatever practical categories made sense to him. Food went into bags. Cleaning supplies were collected. Clothes disappeared into boxes. He occasionally stopped over something personal, examined it for a moment, then placed it more carefully with the things David assumed would be offered to Clara or whoever dealt with the estate. David followed as much of the work as the frame allowed. Blue box in the bedroom cupboard, he told Tom when the man carried a stack of sketchbooks through the studio. Those aren't rubbish. Tom continued walking. David sighed. Right, forgot. It became strangely difficult to stay angry at him. Tom wasn't stealing from a dead tenant. He was dealing with a cottage that had to be emptied, cleaned and rented again. David had been behind on rent, though not badly enough for Tom ever to press him while he was sick. There would be costs now. Cleaning, removal, perhaps repairs. Ordinary problems continued even when the person responsible for them had inconveniently awakened inside an oil painting. By afternoon, the studio had begun to look unfamiliar. Paintings came down from walls. Finished canvases were stacked together. Old frames were bundled near the doorway. David winced when Tom treated a landscape he'd once sold prints of as though it were merely awkwardly sized furniture, then admitted he probably would have done much the same thing himself. Eventually Tom reached the large self-portrait. David straightened. Tom stood before the easel for a long moment, studying the cottage, garden and painted man inside it. David moved directly in front of him. Hello. No response. He waved both hands. Tom's gaze lingered somewhere near David's shoulder, then traveled across the painted mountains. He crouched to inspect the canvas edge and turned it slightly to look at the back. Don't you dare put me in a skip. The faintest possibility of humor returned with the words. David held onto it because the alternative was admitting how frightened he suddenly felt. Tom took out his phone and called someone. David couldn't hear him, but the conversation appeared practical rather than emotional. Tom glanced at the painting twice while speaking, then looked around the increasingly empty studio. When he ended the call, he left the canvas standing apart from the others. That's either encouraging or terrifying. Several hours later, David learned which. Tom had apparently decided the painting might be worth something. Not much, judging by the way he handled it, but enough that throwing it away made no sense. David watched him remove it from the easel and grip the frame on both sides. The garden lurched. David staggered backward as his entire view of Earth tipped sideways. The studio rotated beyond the frame while his own feet remained firmly planted on the garden path, an impossible disagreement between worlds that made his stomach roll. Tom carried the canvas toward the doorway, and David instinctively spread his arms for balance. "Careful, you idiot." The studio vanished. For a few seconds the frame showed wall, doorframe, a slice of ceiling, then brilliant outdoor daylight. David glimpsed the cottage he'd rented from an angle he had never seen through the canvas before. Tom crossed the yard toward his truck. David stared at his former home as it moved away. He couldn't walk back into it. He couldn't tell Tom where to take him. He couldn't even turn the painting around. For the first time since waking inside the garden, Earth was moving him wherever it pleased. 3. The pawnshop window. Tom returned the next day with cleaning supplies, flattened boxes and black rubbish bags. He seemed eager to clear out the cottage for the next renter, and David wasn't surprised by that. The place couldn't sit empty forever, and Tom had already been kinder about the rent than David had any right to expect. What did surprise him was when Tom packed him up too. David had watched from the garden while Tom worked his way through the cottage, keeping some things aside and throwing others away. Then he came into the studio, looked around at the remaining canvases and stopped in front of the large self-portrait. David walked closer to the frame as Tom studied it. "Don't suppose you'd consider giving that one to Clara?" Tom couldn't hear him, of course. He took the painting down instead, turned it around to examine the back and carried it toward the front door. David's view of Earth swung violently. He staggered sideways although the path beneath his feet remained perfectly still. For a few seconds he saw ceiling, wall and Tom's shoulder before outdoor daylight flashed across the frame. Then the painting tilted again as Tom carried it toward his truck. "This is deeply unpleasant." The canvas went into the back beneath a folded moving blanket. Earth disappeared. David stood in warm sunlight looking at a rectangle of darkness. There was no sensation of movement inside the painted world. The cottage didn't shake. The trees didn't sway differently, and the water in the stream showed no sign that the physical canvas containing all of it was traveling down a mountain road. Only the blackness beyond the frame told him he was going anywhere at all. He stayed near it anyway. Walking back to the cottage felt too much like pretending he didn't care where Tom was taking him. Eventually the darkness changed. Light leaked across one corner, then the blanket was pulled away and the world beyond the frame lurched again. David caught a glimpse of a parking lot, storefronts and passing traffic before Tom carried the painting through a glass door. The place beyond it took David only seconds to recognize. A pawnshop. Seriously? Glass display cases ran beneath the counter. Guitars hung along one wall. Shelves held power tools, speakers, old game consoles, cameras and the random collection of possessions people had decided they needed less than cash. Tom set the painting against the counter and spoke with a heavy-set man in a faded polo shirt. David couldn't hear either of them. He watched Tom gesture toward the canvas. The shopkeeper crouched, examined the frame and checked the back, then stood and looked at the painting itself. His eyes moved across the cottage, garden and distant Blue Ridge Mountains. They crossed David without stopping. "Original work," David told him. "Artist recently deceased. Adds value." The negotiation didn't appear lengthy. Tom accepted an amount David couldn't see, exchanged a few more words and left. That bothered David more than he expected. Tom had been his last connection to the cottage, however accidental. Now the pawnshop owned the painting, and David had become merchandise. The shopkeeper eventually carried him across the room and hung the painting on a wall facing the main floor. When he stepped away, David found himself with a clear view over several display cases, part of the counter, shelves of secondhand goods and the front windows beyond them. A customer walked in carrying a guitar case while another man stood examining a cordless drill. David rested his hands against the invisible barrier. He still couldn't touch Earth. He couldn't make anyone hear him, and he couldn't control where the painting went next. But at least he could see the world again. For the next few days, that was almost enough. The pawnshop gave David more human activity than he'd seen since dying. He learned the shopkeeper's habits without ever hearing his voice. The man arrived with coffee, checked the cases, straightened anything customers had disturbed and spent surprising amounts of time wiping fingerprints from the glass. David began recognizing regulars as well. An older man appeared twice to inspect watches without buying one. A teenager came in with his mother and spent 20 minutes trying guitars before leaving with the cheapest one on the wall. People brought in tools, jewelry, cameras, game consoles and boxes of things David couldn't identify until they were spread across the counter. He found himself studying them the way he always had. A woman's hands interested him more than the bracelet she was selling. One customer had a nose David wanted to draw because it seemed almost too large for his face until the man smiled and everything suddenly fitted. An elderly woman wore a red coat with a collar that framed her white hair beautifully. David caught himself mentally mixing the color before he realized what he was doing. Still an artist, then, he murmured. The thought pleased him more than it should have. Objects were nearly as interesting. The pawnshop had an old Rolleiflex in one case that David badly wanted to handle. A battered trumpet caught the light differently every time someone passed the front windows. There were pocket watches, rings, hand tools, fishing reels and a revolver locked behind glass. He studied wear, reflected light, scratched metal and polished wood until he began thinking less about being trapped and more about how he would paint them. That was when David remembered he could. The studio wing of the cottage had seemed almost cruel when he'd first explored it. Now he walked back through the garden and opened the door with purpose. The north-facing room waited exactly as he had imagined it while painting the cottage. Easel, work table, brushes, pigments, charcoal, pencils and prepared surfaces stacked against one wall. Nothing luxurious, just the sort of comfortable working studio he dreamed of owning when money and illness had stopped dictating every choice. David picked up a pencil. He returned to the garden with a small drawing board and began with the Rolleiflex. He couldn't see every angle, so he didn't pretend he could. He drew what the frame gave him: the twin lenses, the leather covering, the highlights along the metal edges. Then he sketched the old man who kept coming back to the watches, working quickly whenever the customer turned the right way. The following day he painted the red-coated woman from memory. It felt good. Not miraculous, not supernatural, just good. For several hours David stopped being the dead man hanging on a pawnshop wall. He became David Rowan again, irritated by a badly judged shadow, pleased when he caught the shape of a hand correctly, wiping paint from his fingers onto a rag while deciding the portrait needed another half hour. When he finally stepped back from the easel, he looked toward the distant frame and the moving shop beyond it. "If I'm stuck here," David said, "I'm not spending eternities staring out a window." He cleaned his brushes and reached for another prepared surface. David cleaned his brushes and reached for another prepared surface. The sitting room still bothered him. It had the battered leather chair he'd imagined when painting the cottage, but the rest of the room felt unfinished, as though he'd stopped designing it the moment he decided the chair and fireplace were enough to suggest comfort. He carried a board into the room and sat looking at the empty space beside the fireplace. A small wooden chair would work there, something plain enough that he could paint it without spending days fussing over carved details. David sketched first, adjusted the proportions, then returned to the studio and began painting. He gave the chair a broad seat, 4 sturdy legs and a curved back, picturing the weight of oak beneath his hands rather than merely concentrating on how the wood looked. By late afternoon, he was satisfied. David put down the brush and leaned closer to inspect the finished work. The chair looked convincing enough, though he'd painted better furniture studies before. He reached out automatically, intending to touch one of the highlights while judging whether it needed another pass. His fingers met wood. David jerked backward hard enough to knock a brush from the work table. The chair stood beside the easel. For several seconds he simply stared at it. The object was not an image standing impossibly upright. It occupied space. Sunlight from the studio windows fell across its seat and cast a shadow over the floorboards. David approached slowly, put both hands around the backrest and lifted. It had weight. No. He turned toward the painted surface. The chair was gone from it. Not faded, not altered into some ghostly remnant. The prepared surface was blank where the completed painting had been, as though somebody had carefully removed the image and left the support behind. David looked from one to the other several times. Then he laughed. It came out louder than he'd intended, half disbelief and half something dangerously close to joy. He set the chair down, pushed it, pulled it back, sat on it and bounced experimentally. Nothing happened except a faint wooden creak beneath his weight. "You are a chair." David ran his hands over the seat. The grain wasn't a painted approximation. He could feel tiny imperfections beneath his fingertips. He tipped it over and examined the underside. Proper joints connected the legs to the frame. There were details he'd never painted because they hadn't been visible in the picture. He stood slowly. All right, again. The second attempt was a small side table. David deliberately kept it simple, but this time he paid attention to what he thought he was doing while he painted. He wasn't merely making an image of a table. He pictured the table itself, solid oak, strong enough to hold books, drawers that opened properly, ordinary construction rather than decorative nonsense. When he finished, David hesitated before touching the painted edge. The resistance changed beneath his fingertips. A moment later the table stood in front of him, real and heavy, while the image that had created it had vanished. David opened the drawer. It worked. He closed it, opened it again, then crouched to inspect the joinery. I didn't paint that. The thought sent him straight back to the easel. A lamp came next. Brass base, green glass shade, ordinary switch, the sort of traditional desk lamp he'd seen hundreds of times. David painted what he understood and intended it to be a working electric lamp. When he drew it out, a cord came with it. He stared at the plug in his hand. Of course you do. The studio already had outlets. He plugged the lamp in and flicked the switch. Warm light spread across the work table. David stood beneath it grinning like an idiot. He wasn't finished. He painted a better brush than the basic ones already provided by the cottage, concentrating on the spring of the bristles and the familiar balance he wanted in his fingers. It emerged exactly as he'd imagined. Then came a palette knife, a ceramic mixing dish and another prepared board. Each painting vanished when the thing became real. Each object remained. By the time David stopped, the original chair sat beside the fireplace, the little table stood next to it, and the green shaded lamp glowed warmly in his studio. He looked around at the things he'd made and felt something inside him change. The cottage hadn't merely given him a studio. It had given him a way to create more than pictures. The obvious response was to make something useful. David carried the newly created chair into the sitting room and placed it beside the fireplace. The little table followed, then the green shaded lamp. He stood in the doorway afterward, studying the arrangement with the same critical eye he would have given a composition. It was better, but the room still looked like a place someone had designed rather than lived in. He wanted another chair opposite his own, a rug beneath them and shelves beside the fireplace. Not because anyone was likely to visit, which was a depressing thought, but because he had apparently been handed the strangest decorating budget in existence. Fine, he said, bookshelves. He returned to the studio. The first shelf took longer than the chair because David kept changing his mind about it. He wanted something solid rather than ornate, with enough depth for art books and the novels already scattered around the cottage. When he finally finished the painting and reached for it, the familiar change came beneath his fingers. A moment later he was gripping the edge of a real oak bookcase while the painted image disappeared. The effort left him unexpectedly hungry. David frowned, then noticed the faint tremble in his fingers. He hadn't felt ill while working, nothing remotely like the exhaustion of his final months, but the morning's experiments had taken something out of him. The kitchen provided an answer in the form of an enormous ham sandwich, crisps and cold milk. He ate at the table, looking through the doorway toward the studio and thinking about what he'd done. After lunch he slowed down. One bookcase became two. He painted a small rug rather than attempting one large enough to cover the room, then spent an unreasonable amount of time choosing its pattern because if reality was going to accept his paintings as instructions, he wasn't going to live with something ugly. When the finished rug became real beneath his hands, David laughed again. That's ridiculous. He carried it into the sitting room anyway. The work became pleasurable in a way ordinary decorating never had been. David didn't have to shop, measure delivery doors or discover that the table he liked cost 3 times what he could justify. He imagined something, worked until the painting satisfied him, then reached into the finished image and brought the object into his home. His home. The phrase had seemed pathetic when he first realized he was trapped here. Now he looked at the chair beside the fireplace, the shelves against the wall and the rug beneath his feet and felt something closer to ownership. He could change this place. That mattered. David stood in the garden later with a mug of coffee and looked through the frame at the pawnshop. Business had slowed. The owner sat behind the counter looking at his phone while afternoon traffic moved beyond the windows. A woman stopped near David's painting, studied it for several seconds, checked the price tag and walked away. "Good," David said. "I wasn't ready to move again anyway." He smiled, but the amusement didn't last. His new lamp glowed behind him. The chair was real. The shelves were real. He'd created each of them from paint and intention, then held them in his hands. The impossible world had stopped being merely a prison and become something else entirely. A studio. A workshop. Perhaps a place where almost anything he could paint might eventually exist. David put his free hand against the invisible barrier. It remained perfectly solid. He could make a chair real. He could make a lamp that worked. He could build himself every comfort he could imagine and turn the cottage into the home he'd once thought he could never afford. But he was still on the wrong side of the glass. David looked past his reflection toward the pawnshop floor and slowly lowered his hand. Making this place comfortable wasn't the same thing as getting out. 4. The baseball was too new. Making the cottage comfortable wasn't the same thing as getting out, and over the following weeks David found himself returning to that fact whenever the pleasure of creation threatened to distract him. He kept painting because he loved it and because every finished object taught him something, but chairs, dishes and bookshelves could only prove so much. He knew they felt real. He knew the drawers had joints he hadn't painted and the lamp contained wiring he'd never designed. None of that answered the question that mattered most. Were his creations genuinely physical objects, or did they only work because this world expected them to? The pawnshop offered him a way to find out. By now David knew half the stock from sight. He'd watched watches examined beneath magnifiers, jewelry weighed, guitars checked for serial numbers and old coins compared against reference books. Collectibles received even more attention. Twice he'd watched the shopkeeper refuse signed memorabilia because he didn't trust the signatures, and once a baseball in a plastic display cube had spent nearly an hour on the counter while two men compared photographs on a phone. That stayed with him. A chair was expected to be a chair. A collectible baseball carried claims about material, manufacture, age and identity that somebody could actually challenge. "All right," David murmured as he walked back toward the studio. "Let's give you something worth checking." He chose a baseball because he understood the object and because he'd seen enough of them throughout his life to know how one ought to feel. The signature required more thought. He wasn't interested in inventing a fictional player, because nobody outside would bother authenticating that. He finally settled on a famous old baseball name whose autograph he'd seen often enough in books, documentaries and memorabilia displays that the shape was fixed in his memory. He wasn't trying to paint writing onto a ball. That distinction suddenly seemed important. He wanted a signed collectible baseball, something that was what it appeared to be rather than an ordinary ball decorated to resemble one. David prepared a fresh board and started with the leather. He painted the slight dullness of an older ball rather than the bright surface of one fresh from a box, then worked in the stitching, stamped markings and small variations that made manufactured objects look handled rather than displayed. He added faint wear where fingers might repeatedly have touched it and a trace of discoloration that looked plausible without turning the thing into an archaeological find. The signature came last. David slowed for that, not copying each stroke as though tracing handwriting, but holding the identity of the finished object in his mind while his brush moved. Hours passed. He stopped for food, returned, corrected the curve of one seam and repainted part of the lettering when it looked too crisp. By evening his shoulders ached pleasantly from work. David set the brush down and studied the result beneath the green-shaded lamp. It looked right. More importantly, it felt right in his head. Not a picture of an antique baseball. Not a prop. A genuine signed collectible from another time, complete in every physical detail his strange gift could supply. "Let's see how clever you really are." David reached toward the painted ball. His fingertips met curved leather instead of the flat board, and the familiar impossible resistance changed beneath his hand. He closed his fingers around the baseball and drew it free. The image vanished behind it, leaving bare surface where a moment earlier hours of careful work had existed. The ball rested in his palm. David turned it slowly beneath the lamp, tracing the raised stitches with his thumb. There were tiny surface variations he hadn't consciously painted, subtle changes around the seams and a convincing softness to the aged-looking leather. The signature curved across it exactly where he'd intended. A grin spread across his face. His opinion no longer mattered. Somewhere beyond the frame were people whose entire business involved deciding whether objects were what they claimed to be. David closed his hand around the baseball and looked toward the distant pawnshop window. Your turn. David carried the baseball back through the cottage and into the garden, rolling it between his palms as he walked. It weighed about what he expected, and when he tossed it lightly from hand to hand it behaved like any baseball he'd ever held. The stitches caught against his fingertips. The leather gave very slightly beneath pressure. He even smelled it, because apparently death had not improved his dignity, and found leather, ink and the faint dry scent of something that ought to have spent decades in a box. At the frame, he stopped and looked into the pawnshop. The owner was behind the counter sorting through a tray of jewelry while the rest of the shop stood empty. David turned the ball once more in his hand, then pressed it experimentally against the invisible surface that had refused him every time he'd tried to cross. His hand stopped. The baseball didn't. David nearly dropped it. The curved white surface passed through the barrier as easily as if he'd pushed it through an open window, while his fingers remained firmly on his side. He pulled the ball back, stared at it, then tried again. Half the baseball vanished into the pawnshop. He could still feel its weight and texture until he withdrew it completely. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Weeks of frustration collapsed into one absurdly simple discovery. He couldn't cross, but something he'd painted could. David looked at the shopkeeper, looked down at the baseball, then drew his arm back. Try explaining this. He threw. The ball crossed the frame without resistance, struck the pawnshop floor, bounced once and rolled beneath the edge of a display case. David froze. For all the experiments he'd done inside the cottage, nothing had prepared him for seeing something he created resting on Earth. The baseball looked completely ordinary beneath the shop's fluorescent lights. It had not vanished, turned back into paint or collapsed into some unfinished approximation. It had simply crossed from one reality to another and stayed there. The shopkeeper noticed the movement. He looked toward the front door first, apparently assuming somebody had tossed the ball from that direction, then came around the counter and crouched beside the display case. He reached underneath, retrieved the baseball and stood examining it. That's mine, David said. Technically. The man turned it slowly. His expression changed when he found the signature. He looked toward the door again, then checked the floor as though expecting an owner to materialize from behind a cabinet. David waved both arms from inside the painting. Hello, mysterious dead artist. Right here. Nothing. The shopkeeper carried the ball behind the counter. Out came a magnifier, then his phone. He compared the signature against something on the screen, inspected the stamp and stitching, photographed several angles and eventually placed the ball carefully on a folded cloth rather than dropping it into a miscellaneous box. David grinned. Interest was good. The following morning, the baseball was still behind the counter. The owner examined it again with another man who spent nearly 20 minutes studying the signature and seams. David couldn't hear their conversation, but the second man's attention was serious rather than amused. He took photographs, made a call, and finally watched while the shopkeeper placed the ball inside a padded container. When the owner handed that container to a courier later that afternoon, David's satisfaction abruptly became less comfortable. Wait, where are you sending it? The door closed behind the courier. For the first time since throwing the baseball, David had no idea what was happening to his creation. He went back to the cottage, tried painting for an hour and ruined a perfectly good study because he kept looking toward the frame. By evening he had checked the shop so often that even he found himself annoying. The next day brought nothing. So did the day after that. David kept working because there was nothing else he could do, but every time the pawnshop door opened he looked up. Customers came and went. Tools changed hands. A guitar disappeared from the wall. Somebody pawned a television. The baseball remained somewhere beyond his reach, being examined by people who had no idea that the man who made it was trapped inside a painting several states, laboratories or offices away from wherever they'd sent it. That was exactly what David had wanted. It was also maddening. By the fourth day, he had stopped pretending otherwise. Come on, he muttered, standing at the frame as the owner unlocked the shop that morning. Tell me what I made. The baseball came back late on the fifth afternoon. David spotted the padded shipping box before he saw what the pawnshop owner was doing with it. The man carried it behind the counter, cut through the tape and removed a smaller container wrapped in packing material. David abandoned the sketch he'd been working on and hurried to the frame as the familiar white ball appeared. There you are. The owner wasn't alone. A younger employee stood beside him while he unfolded several pages that had traveled with the ball. David pressed closer to the barrier. He couldn't read the document from where the painting hung, but he could follow the men's reactions well enough. The employee picked up the baseball, compared something on the first page with the stamp, then rotated the ball until the signature faced him. The shopkeeper took it back and reached for his magnifier. David's amusement faded into concentration. This was what he'd wanted. Not admiration, not a customer mistaking his work for an old collectible because it looked convincing from 6 feet away. Somebody who knew what they were doing had examined it closely enough to charge money for an opinion, and the owner was taking that opinion seriously. The report went back and forth between them. At one point the younger man tapped a section halfway down the second page, then touched the stitching. The shopkeeper examined the seams, turned the ball under the counter light and studied the signature again. His expression wasn't the irritation David had expected if the authenticator had simply written fake across the paperwork. He looked confused. That seems promising. The owner carried the ball to a small digital scale, weighted and compared the result with the report. Next came the magnifier again. He examined the leather, stamp and ink in turn, repeatedly glancing at individual lines on the pages. David wished desperately that the man would hold the report facing the painting for 10 seconds. Instead, the younger employee finally did. He picked up the papers, turned toward the overhead light and held them high enough that David caught pieces of the typed assessment. Most of it was too small to make out, but several phrases were visible when the page happened to angle correctly. Construction consistent. Stamp characteristics consistent. Stitch pattern consistent. David stopped breathing out of habit rather than necessity. The page shifted. He lost the text, then caught another section when the employee lowered it. Signature characteristics persuasive. Persuasive? David leaned so close his nose nearly touched the invisible barrier. I'll take persuasive. The employee turned the page. This time one phrase stood out because it appeared near a short concluding paragraph. Material age inconsistent. David frowned. The shopkeeper seemed equally unhappy with that part. He took the ball and paperwork to the front window, where the natural light was better, and began comparing them again. The younger man fetched something from beneath the counter, apparently a reference book, and together they spent another 10 minutes examining an object David had painted in an afternoon. Gradually the pattern became clear even without hearing a word. Nothing was wrong with the baseball's construction. The weight wasn't wrong. The leather wasn't some cheap substitute. The stitching hadn't exposed it. The printed markings had survived inspection. Even the signature had been convincing enough that the expert hadn't dismissed it as an obvious forgery. The problem was simpler and much stranger. The ball looked old. Its materials weren't. David stared at it in the shopkeeper's hand while understanding settled into place. He had painted wear, discoloration and the visual history of handling. His power had faithfully created those features. What it hadn't created was decades of chemical change simply because the object claimed to be decades old. The leather beneath the appearance was fresh. So was the ink. Whatever tests the authenticator had performed, the baseball had betrayed itself by being physically new. You made exactly what I painted, David murmured. The owner laid the ball beside the report and stared at both. David did the same from the other side of the frame. The shopkeeper remained interested in the baseball for the rest of the afternoon. He photographed the report, made another call and eventually placed both ball and paperwork in a clear display box behind the counter. David watched the treatment with growing satisfaction. The man clearly didn't believe he possessed a genuine historic collectible, but neither had he tossed it into a drawer with cheap reproductions. Whatever the authenticator had written, the baseball was strange enough to keep. David walked away from the frame and stopped in the middle of the garden. The result should have been disappointing. He had tried to make something old, and the object had failed because it wasn't. Yet the more he thought about the report, the less that seemed like failure. The ball had passed every test except one that depended on decades David could not paint into existence. Its construction was right. The materials themselves were right. The signature had been right enough to survive expert attention. The stitching, markings and physical details weren't convincing stage dressing. They were part of a coherent object. He looked back through the frame at the display box. I didn't make a fake antique, David said slowly. I made a new baseball that looks like an old one. That distinction mattered enormously. A fake could be hollow beneath the surface. A prop only needed to survive casual inspection. His chair hadn't been like that. It had possessed joints he hadn't painted. The lamp contained a working electrical system. Now an independent expert had examined something he'd created and found real leather, real stitching, real ink and construction appropriate to the object David had intended. His paintings supplied reality. What they didn't supply was history. David returned to the cottage more quickly than he'd left it. He passed the chair, table and bookcases without really seeing them and went into the studio. The green-shaded lamp illuminated the work table. Brushes stood in a ceramic pot he'd painted himself. Every object around him suddenly felt less like evidence of a private miracle and more like part of an answer he had been too close to recognize. He held up one hand. The fingers flexed normally. David turned it over and studied the palm, then pressed his thumb against the base of each finger. Skin gave beneath the pressure. Tendons shifted. His nails grew and needed trimming. He ate because he became hungry. He slept because he became tired. He breathed, sweated and felt pain. Since waking here after death, nothing about the painted body he inhabited had felt like an image pretending to be flesh. He had simply accepted that because there had been too many other impossible things to understand. Now he wasn't so sure he should have. David walked into the sitting room and found the small mirror he'd made while furnishing the cottage. He carried it to the window and looked at himself in daylight. The face staring back was the healthier version he'd painted before dying. It was recognizably his, but not the hollow, cancer-wasted face that had finally collapsed beside the easel. He touched his cheek. The baseball had been physically real because he'd painted a coherent baseball. The chair had become a coherent chair. The lamp had become a coherent working lamp. David lowered the mirror and stared toward the pawnshop frame in the distance. What happens if I paint a body? The idea frightened him enough that he almost laughed. Not another person. He had no idea whether he could create consciousness, and the thought of trying made his stomach tighten. He didn't need another David. There was already one of him trapped here. What he needed was somewhere for that David to go. His gaze dropped again to his hands. For weeks he'd been trying to solve the wrong problem. He had treated the frame as a locked door and himself as the thing that had to force it open. The baseball had just proved that things he created could cross even when he could not. Perhaps he didn't need to make himself cross. Perhaps he needed to make something on the other side capable of becoming him. David stood very still in the afternoon light, staring at the body his own painting had already given him once. Then he turned toward the studio. 5. Blank canvas. David didn't begin the body painting that afternoon. The thought was too large, and the baseball had taught him enough about assumptions to make him wary of trusting the first conclusion that excited him. Instead, he went back to the studio and decided to find out exactly where the line lay between a picture and a thing. He started with a mug because there was almost nothing mysterious about one. White ceramic, thick handle, slightly rounded lip, no decoration. David painted it carefully enough that he knew how it should feel in his hand, then reached into the finished image and pulled. The mug came free with the familiar impossible shift from painted surface to weight and texture, leaving the board blank behind it. He turned it over, tapped a fingernail against the base and filled it at the kitchen sink. It held water without leaking. After drinking from it, he carried it to the frame and pushed it outward. His fingers stopped at the barrier while the mug passed through. He let go and watched it drop onto a stack of flattened cardboard boxes behind a display case. Still works. A screwdriver followed. David knew tools well enough to be particular about it, so he painted a comfortable rubberized handle, a steel shaft and the sort of Phillips tip he'd used hundreds of times. When extracted, it had tiny molding seams around the handle and manufacturing marks on the steel that he hadn't painted. He tested it on a cabinet hinge in the cottage before sending it through to join the mug. Clothing was more interesting. He painted a plain blue cotton shirt, concentrating not merely on its appearance but on what it was supposed to be. When he drew it free, the material folded naturally over his hands. The seams were stitched. The buttons had holes through them. A tiny care label sat inside the collar with printed washing instructions David certainly hadn't bothered to invent. He laughed and read it twice. Show off. Food proved stranger still. He painted an apple, deliberately choosing something simple, and extracted it cool and firm beneath his fingers. Cutting it open revealed flesh, seeds and a core that existed whether he'd painted them or not. It smelled fresh and tasted exactly like an ordinary apple. David ate half, stared at the rest for several seconds, then pushed it through the frame as well. If a half-eaten apple could survive on Earth without becoming paint, that was useful evidence even if no authenticator was going to write a report about it. The next experiment mattered more. David painted a tube of titanium white oil paint, complete enough in his mind to include the metal tube, cap, label and the paint itself. When it came free, he unscrewed the cap and squeezed a little onto his palette. Thick white pigment curled onto the wood. He mixed it with blue, made several strokes on a scrapboard and sat back smiling. His power could make the materials he used to exercise his power. That did unfortunate things to any sensible idea of where the process ought to stop. Then he tried to cheat. David sketched another mug quickly, blocked in the shape, indicated the handle and stopped before resolving the surface, rim or base. It looked unmistakably like a mug. He reached for it and touched painted board. Nothing happened. He improved the handle and tried again. Still paint. He worked on it for another 10 minutes, but deliberately left the object unresolved, more study than finished work. His fingers never passed through the surface. So you care whether I mean it? That wasn't quite right, and David knew it. He had meant the baseball from the first brushstroke. The careless mug failed because he hadn't finished creating it. His gift wasn't responding to a recognizable outline. It responded when his work became a coherent thing in his own mind. By evening the pawnshop contained several inexplicable new objects, while David's studio contained a row of blank boards and one stubborn unfinished mug. Useful as the experiments were, none equaled the baseball. The mug, screwdriver, shirt, apple and paint tube proved the rule to David. The baseball had survived somebody else's scrutiny. An expert had almost believed it. David looked down at his hands again, flexing fingers that had never once felt unfinished, and knew what his next experiments had to answer. The unfinished mug bothered David more than it should have. He had proved that care mattered, but that still left him with a problem. A human body was vastly more complicated than a screwdriver, and if the magic required him to understand every hidden part before it would work, his escape plan had just died before he started it. The baseball suggested otherwise. David hadn't known the chemistry of its leather, the composition of the thread or the formulation of the ink. He had known what the finished thing was supposed to be, and the missing knowledge had appeared where it belonged. That gave him an idea which was either clever or a magnificent waste of several hours. He prepared a larger board and painted a doorway. Not the cottage door he already knew, and not the pawnshop as he could see it through the frame. He painted an ordinary open doorway standing alone against a pale wall, with daylight showing beyond it. As he worked, he concentrated on what he wanted with an intensity that made his hand ache around the brush. Outside, earth, freedom. He wanted to walk through that doorway and stand in the pawnshop. The finished painting was good. David knew enough about perspective to make the opening convincing, and the light beyond it suggested a larger room without showing much detail. He put the brush aside, waited a moment, then reached toward the painted opening. His fingertips met dry paint. Right. He tried the handle. Nothing. He pressed his palm against the painted daylight as if stubbornness might count for something. It didn't. David sat back and studied the picture. Technically, it was more finished than the failed mug. There was no obvious missing detail. The proportions worked, the lighting worked, and he could have put it in a frame without embarrassment. Yet it remained exactly what anyone else would have seen. A painting of a doorway. What are you? The question produced no useful answer, so David tried another approach. On a fresh panel he painted something less literal. A road leading out of darkness into bright afternoon. He worked from memory rather than reference, giving the road the look of western North Carolina without making it any particular road he knew. This time he held only one purpose in mind while painting. Escape. When he finished, nothing changed. David stared at the panel for nearly a minute before laughing despite himself. Apparently desperate symbolism isn't a transportation system. The joke didn't soften the disappointment much. He had hoped that intention itself might be enough, that the strange force behind his paintings would understand what he wanted and supply the rest. Instead, it had given him two perfectly respectable pieces of art and absolutely nothing he could use. He carried the doorway painting to the frame and held it beside the real view of the pawnshop. That made the flaw embarrassingly obvious. What existed beyond his painted door? The pawnshop? His old cottage? Some generic patch of earth? He hadn't painted any of them. He hadn't even decided how the doorway was supposed to connect his world to another one. He had painted freedom as an idea and expected the magic to invent a mechanism for him. The screwdriver hadn't required that. David hadn't known its metallurgy, but he had known what a screwdriver was, how it behaved and what successful function meant. The shirt, apple and tube of paint had been the same. His missing technical knowledge hadn't mattered because the intended result had been coherent. The doorway wasn't. David returned to the studio and set both failed paintings against the wall. His disappointment was already turning into interest. So wishing isn't enough, he said. Good to know. That was inconvenient, but it wasn't the same as being trapped forever. His paintings could supply details he didn't know. They couldn't rescue him from an idea he hadn't finished having. David looked toward the cottage window, then down at his own hands. Perhaps the mistake was trying to paint the escape. What he needed to paint was something that already made sense. David left the failed doorway paintings against the studio wall and went back to the frame. The pawnshop had grown busier while he'd been working. A woman stood at the counter examining a bracelet while another customer waited with a cordless drill tucked beneath one arm. Near the window, a boy was trying to persuade his father that an old electric guitar was worth whatever number hung from the tag. Ordinary people, ordinary bodies, all of them moving through a world David could see and hear only imperfectly from behind a boundary they didn't know existed. The frustration returned, but this time he didn't immediately retreat from it. David stood with one hand against the invisible surface and watched the woman fasten the bracelet around her wrist. Her fingers worked the clasp without thought. Tendons moved beneath skin. She smiled at something the shopkeeper said, turned her arm under the light and handed the bracelet back. There were thousands of processes happening inside her simply to accomplish those few movements, most of which David couldn't have described properly if somebody offered him a medical textbook and a week to prepare. Yet he knew what a person was. That thought stayed with him. He looked through the shop toward the clear display box behind the counter. The baseball sat where the owner had left it, apparently nothing more than a remarkably convincing modern reproduction. David had not known how to tan leather, manufacture thread or formulate ink. He hadn't known the precise composition of the ball's core. He had understood the object as a whole. A signed baseball, made the way such a baseball should be made, with the physical qualities appropriate to what he intended. The magic had supplied the rest. David slowly lowered his hand from the barrier. So what am I trying to send through? Himself had been the answer for weeks. That was the problem. Himself wasn't an object he could throw. He walked back toward the cottage, then stopped halfway across the garden. His painted doorway had failed because he had asked the magic to turn a wish into a destination. But his own body hadn't begun as a doorway or a machine. It had begun as part of a self-portrait. David had painted himself healthier because he refused to leave behind one final image of the man cancer had reduced him to. He had painted a face he recognized, hands that weren't shaking, shoulders that hadn't wasted away and a body that looked capable of living. Then he died. Whatever had happened after that, the body he wore now worked. David flexed his fingers. He rubbed thumb against forefinger and felt the tiny ridges of skin. He pressed two fingers to the inside of his wrist and found a pulse. Hunger, sleep, pain, warmth, cold, digestion, breathing, fingernails, hair. None of it required conscious management. He had never painted internal organs into the original portrait. He certainly hadn't painted capillaries, nerves, hormones or the chemistry of a functioning liver. Yet the body behaved as though all of those things existed. A possibility formed, and this one was nothing like the painted doorway. David could define what belonged on the other side. A human body. His body. The thought immediately produced another, less comfortable question. David had spent his life painting people. Portraits, figures, commissioned family pieces, illustrations with faces invented from memory and imagination. If he painted a body and pulled it free, would he be creating a person? No. The answer came quickly, but he didn't trust quick answers anymore. David returned to the studio and sat before the mirror. The man looking back at him possessed memories the original painted figure could never have contained in pigment. He remembered childhood, art school, his parents, bad relationships, good exhibitions, hospital rooms, and the exact taste of terrible coffee during chemotherapy. That history hadn't been painted onto the canvas. Whatever David was now, his identity had come with him when his physical body died. A body wasn't automatically a person. That didn't prove he could make one safely. It didn't prove consciousness could move twice. It didn't prove anything about souls, death, or whatever impossible rule had put him here. But it gave him a problem he could actually attempt. David leaned closer to the mirror and studied the face he'd once painted. "I already have the passenger," he murmured. "Maybe what I need is somewhere for him to sit." For once, the idea didn't feel like wishing. It felt like design. The word design stayed with David long after he stopped speaking. He pulled the mirror closer and examined himself with an attention that felt different from portrait work. An artist normally looked for character, proportion, light, the small asymmetries that made a face belong to one person rather than another. Now he found himself thinking about the body beneath the portrait, not as anatomy to reproduce brushstroke by brushstroke, but as a complete living object with a very specific intended occupant. Him. David turned his hands palm upward. These were already better hands than the ones he died with. No tremor, no bruising from needles, no wasted tendons standing sharply beneath thin skin. They looked closer to his hands from years earlier, before illness had stripped away strength and weight. He remembered those older hands clearly enough. He remembered the small scar beside his left thumb from a woodworking accident in his 20s and another along one knuckle from an argument with a broken picture frame that the frame had decisively won. His old medical records would have contained far more detail than he remembered, but David realized he didn't need to recreate the body that had died. Quite the opposite. Cancer had killed that body. Months of treatment had damaged what the disease hadn't reached. Even before any of that, nature had hardly delivered a masterpiece. "Well," he said to his reflection, "if I'm taking commissions, I might as well listen to the client." The joke made the decision easier to examine without pretending it was smaller than it was. David knew what he wanted first: healthy human anatomy, no cancer, no treatment damage, and none of the weakness that had dominated his final months. His eyesight had been worsening long before the diagnosis, so there was no sensible reason to keep that either. He'd worn glasses since his 30s. If he was painting the body from scratch, deliberately including poor vision would be ridiculous. Then came the older injuries. A knee that had complained about stairs since a stupid fall in his 20s. A shoulder that sometimes pinched when he worked too long with his arm raised. Teeth repaired repeatedly over the years. None of them defined David Rowan. They were merely damage accumulated by living. He could leave them out. David stood and moved in front of the taller mirror, studying the body his first self-portrait had already improved. He'd painted himself healthy because he'd wanted one final image that wasn't about dying, but even that version had been conservative. Recognizably David, restored rather than redesigned. The body he intended to put on Earth didn't have to be. That produced a grin. Why exactly am I keeping the parts one never liked? There was no audience to accuse him of vanity, and even if there had been, David wasn't certain he cared. He'd spent years accepting the body he'd been given because everybody did. Height, build, facial structure, eyesight, teeth, the irritating places fat collected first and muscle disappeared fastest. You lived with the assortment because there wasn't a menu. Apparently David had acquired one. He retrieved a clean sketchbook and began making notes beside quick studies. Taller, but not absurdly so. Broad shoulders. More muscle than he'd ever carried naturally, though still an ordinary man's body rather than some fantasy giant. Younger, certainly. He had no sentimental attachment to being 46, especially after cancer had made 46 feel 70. A better version of his face remained his face as long as he could look into its eyes and recognize himself. David stopped drawing and looked toward the prepared canvases stacked beside his easel. This wouldn't be another apple, mug, or screwdriver. He wouldn't rush it, and he wouldn't pretend he knew what would happen when it was finished. Creating a living body did not mean he knew how to enter it. It didn't even mean the result would live. But the next experiment was finally clear. David selected the largest suitable canvas, set it on the easel, and adjusted the studio lights. He placed the mirror where he could study himself easily, then stood back and considered the blank surface. "All right," he said softly. "Let's make me somewhere to go." 6. A better David. The blank canvas remained blank for most of the morning. David had expected that once he committed himself, the work would begin naturally. Instead, he spent nearly an hour moving between the mirror, his sketchbook and the easel while discovering that painting a body he intended to inhabit was very different from painting a portrait of one. The face could wait. So could every improvement he had cheerfully listed the night before. Before he made himself better, he needed to make sure the result was still him. He began with measurements he could trust. David used a length of cord and a ruler from the studio to check his current height, shoulders, chest, arms and legs, then compared those proportions with what he remembered of himself before cancer. His painted body had already restored much of what illness had taken, but it had been designed by instinct rather than examination. Now he made notes. The slight difference between his left and right hands stayed. So did the shape of his feet, the angle of his ears and the minor asymmetries in his face that stopped a competent portrait becoming an unnervingly perfect stranger. "Congratulations," he told his reflection. "Your ears survive." The joke helped because the next part didn't invite many. David knew more about colorectal cancer than he had ever wanted to know. He knew where the primary tumor had been, where the disease had spread, what surgery had removed, what chemotherapy had done to his nerves and blood counts, and how his liver had eventually become part of the conversation nobody wanted to have. He couldn't have drawn the vascular system from memory or identified every lymph node, but that was no longer the standard. The baseball had settled that. He needed a coherent intended result. So David wrote it down in ordinary language. Healthy colon, healthy liver, healthy blood and bone marrow, normal nerves in his hands and feet. No malignant cells anywhere, no chemotherapy damage, no anemia, chronic pain or weakness left behind as some cruel proof that the illness had once existed. He read the list twice, then added healthy lungs, heart, kidneys and every other organ functioning normally for a healthy adult man. Leaving something out merely because cancer had never attacked it seemed unnecessarily adventurous. The deeper question was identity. David studied his right thumb and the scar crossing it, then pressed the pad against the mirror. He had no idea what pattern formed his fingerprint. He certainly couldn't paint his DNA, and he couldn't have described the microscopic structure of his retinas if his continued existence depended on it. Unfortunately, it might. He stared at his reflection for several seconds before writing another line beneath the medical notes. David Rowan, physically and biologically me. That's either very precise or completely useless. The magic had understood a screwdriver without requiring metallurgy. It had understood an apple without requiring David to specify chromosomes, cell walls or seed development. If he meant himself rather than merely a man who looked like him, then the hidden details associated with being David Rowan ought to follow the same rule. His fingerprints were part of him even if he didn't know their patterns. His DNA was part of him even if he couldn't recite it. The same applied to blood type, retinal structure and 1,000 other identifiers he had carried throughout his life without ever needing to understand them. David transferred the first construction lines to the canvas. He worked slowly, establishing the figure before allowing himself any vanity. For now he used his current proportions and familiar physical markers, building a healthy adult David rather than an improved one. The exercise became strangely reassuring. Every decision separated damage from identity. Cancer wasn't him. Neuropathy wasn't him. The ruined knee, aching shoulder and repaired teeth could be considered later. Beneath all of that remained a person he recognized. By lunchtime a lightly developed figure occupied the canvas, still far from finished but unmistakably David. He stepped back, compared it with the mirror and felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. The question was no longer whether he could imagine a human body in sufficient detail. He could. Now he had to decide how much of the original specification deserved to survive. The first thing to go was the knee. David had spent more than 20 years accepting the occasional stab beneath the kneecap as payment for one stupid fall, but there was no virtue in preserving it. He adjusted the painted stance until the legs suggested strength without bulk, then considered the shoulder that had pinched whenever he worked too long above eye level. That too. The teeth required more thought. David had never hated his smile, but dentistry had accumulated through his life like repairs on an old house. Fillings, 2 crowns, one tooth that had always sat slightly wrong. He painted the mouth as his own, kept the shape of the smile, and quietly removed the maintenance history. Straight teeth, healthy gums, no old damage waiting to become expensive. His eyes were easier. He had worn glasses since his 30s and had reached the age when taking them off to read something small was becoming as annoying as putting them on to see something distant. David looked at the spectacles that existed only because he had painted them as part of his current self, then set them aside. Perfect vision. I think I can live with the sacrifice. He returned to the canvas and worked. The body changed slowly under his brush. Not into something alien, and certainly not into the sort of exaggerated figure that appeared on fantasy covers. David wanted to be a man, not an anatomy lesson drawn by somebody who had never seen one. But once he stopped asking what needed repairing and started asking what he actually wanted, restraint became harder to defend. He added height first. 2 inches seemed sensible. Then he stood before the mirror, considered his own proportions and added another. 6'2", he said, studying the revised figure. Entirely medically necessary. Nobody contradicted him. The extra height required adjustments elsewhere. Broader shoulders suited it, so did longer legs and more muscle across the chest, back and arms. David had never wanted a bodybuilder's physique, but he had always admired the easy athletic build of men who looked as though they could spend a day hiking without needing 3 days to recover from it. He painted that, strong without being enormous, lean without looking starved, the sort of body that suggested regular exercise and very good luck. His age followed naturally. 46 held no particular sentimental value after the final 2 years had been spent dying. He considered 35, then remembered what 35 had actually looked like in photographs. Still a little tired around the eyes. 32 felt better, young enough to recover what cancer had stolen, old enough that the face still belonged to an adult David rather than some impossible college version of himself. The face became the dangerous part. David could justify healthy organs, perfect eyesight and a repaired knee as survival. A stronger body was practical. Height was already harder to defend, though he was prepared to make a spirited attempt if anyone ever gained access to the witness stand. The jaw had no defense whatsoever. He strengthened it anyway. Not much, just enough to improve the line from ear to chin. He refined the nose without erasing the basic shape, corrected an asymmetry around the mouth and gave himself the hairline he had possessed before age began negotiating its retreat. Every change remained recognizably David, but the cumulative result was becoming a version of him nature had never quite managed. David stepped back from the easel and compared canvas with mirror. The man looking back from the painting was taller, younger, stronger and undeniably better looking. He waited for embarrassment. None arrived. Well, David said, smiling at his improved face, false modesty seems especially pointless when there's nobody here to fool. He picked up the brush again. There were still details to settle before the body could be considered complete, and one particular question had been hovering at the edge of his thoughts for long enough that pretending not to notice it was becoming ridiculous. The question he had been avoiding was considerably less dignified than cancer, eyesight or joint damage. David stood in front of the canvas with his palette in one hand and regarded the lower half of the figure. There was nothing artistically unusual about painting a nude male body. He had done life studies in art school, painted commissioned figures afterward and spent enough years looking at human anatomy professionally that embarrassment should have been irrelevant. Unfortunately, professional detachment became harder to maintain when the anatomy under consideration was his own and he was deciding whether to improve it. He looked down at himself, then back at the painting. Well, we're already 3 inches taller. That seemed like a reasonable opening argument. David had enlarged his shoulders, improved his jaw, fixed his teeth, corrected his vision and chosen the body of a fit 32-year-old instead of the 46-year-old man who had died. Pretending there was suddenly some sacred obligation to preserve every remaining measurement exactly as nature had issued it struck him as remarkably selective modesty. He made the adjustment. Not grotesquely. David had no interest in constructing some absurd anatomical boast that would make clothing inconvenient or turn an otherwise convincing human body into a joke. He simply gave himself more than he had started with. Enough that, had such an upgrade somehow been offered during his first life, he could not imagine any honest version of himself declining it. David leaned back, considered the proportions, and made a small correction. Better. He waited for shame to arrive and found himself disappointed by its lack of punctuality. There was something liberating about having nobody present to perform embarrassment for. Had Clara been standing beside him, David would probably have invented an elaborate speech about proportion, classical figure painting and the demands of visual balance. Alone, he could admit the truth. He wanted a bigger penis. He had the opportunity to give himself one. The matter did not require philosophy. The simplicity of that amused him enough that he laughed and had to steady the brush before continuing. Survived cancer. Died. Woke up in a painting. Apparently this is where I discover my principles. His principles proved flexible. Still, the joke reminded him that there had to be a stopping point. David could improve every visible feature until the result ceased to be a man and became a collection of wishes. Bigger muscles could become enormous muscles. Greater height could continue until doorframes became a problem. Perfect vision could turn into something no ordinary human possessed. Once he started treating the body as an opportunity rather than a repair, there was no shortage of ridiculous directions available. He did not want those. David wanted to walk into a room and look like an unusually fortunate human being, not evidence of a laboratory accident. Strong, fit and healthy. 6'2", 32 in appearance. Handsome enough to enjoy without becoming somebody whose face felt borrowed. A body that could run, work, eat, sleep, make love, get tired and recover exactly as a healthy body should. Peak human health was already more than the body he had been born with had ever given him. He did not need bulletproof skin, impossible strength, enhanced senses or anything else that turned escape into an entirely different experiment. David spent the rest of the afternoon refining rather than adding. He checked proportions repeatedly, corrected the way muscle lay across the shoulders and abdomen, softened places where his enthusiasm had made the figure too sculpted and restored the small imperfections that kept the face recognizable. By the time the studio light began to fade, the man on the canvas looked neither supernatural nor accidental. He looked like David Rowan after an exceptionally generous rewrite. David set the brush down and studied him from head to toe, lingering briefly at the one improvement no doctor would ever have prescribed. A slow grin appeared. No complaints from the client. The painting was close now. Frighteningly close. Only finishing work remained before David would discover whether he had designed a body or merely produced the most elaborate self-portrait of his life. The final work took another day. David refused to hurry simply because he had reached the part where impatience became almost unbearable. He corrected skin tones, softened transitions around the eyes, adjusted the hands and spent far too long deciding whether a faint scar near his thumb belonged to David Rowan or merely to the body David Rowan had once occupied. In the end he kept it. Some marks felt like history rather than damage. When he finally lowered the brush, the man on the canvas stood nude against a simple studio background, relaxed rather than posed. He was 6'2", looked about 32, carried considerably more muscle than David ever had and possessed a face that was unmistakably his after several extremely favorable editorial decisions. David studied the painting until the old professional instinct to find one more correction finally ran out of arguments. "All right," he said. "You're finished." He reached toward the painted shoulder. Warm skin met his fingertips. David stopped breathing. The sensation was different from extracting furniture only because his mind insisted that it had to be. He slid his hand behind the shoulder, felt weight shift toward him and pulled. The body came free from the canvas with the same impossible transition every other creation had made. One moment it was painted. The next David was staggering backward beneath the weight of an unconscious naked man. No, no, no. He lowered the body awkwardly to the studio floor rather than dropping it. For several frantic seconds David expected nothing at all. Then the chest rose. He froze. Another breath followed. Slow, deep and entirely natural. David dropped to his knees and pressed trembling fingers against the neck. A pulse beat beneath warm skin. He touched the chest, checked the breathing again, lifted one eyelid and found an eye that reacted to the studio light. Alive. The word arrived with such force that David nearly laughed. Hey. He shook the shoulder gently. David? Nothing. He tried harder. The head moved loosely with the motion, but the eyes remained closed. David slapped one cheek, then immediately felt ridiculous for apologizing to himself. Wake up. The body breathed. It did nothing else. Over the next half hour David tried everything he could think of without injuring it. He spoke loudly, pinched an arm, pressed a knuckle against the breastbone until the body reacted reflexively to discomfort, and finally sat back on his heels with his heart pounding. There was life in it. There simply wasn't anyone home. David stared at the younger version of his own face and felt the triumph drain out of him. He had made exactly what he intended, a healthy living human body suitable for David Rowan. What he had not made was David Rowan. Of course. His memories had not appeared in the first painted body either. Neither had his consciousness. Those had arrived only when he died outside the painting, and David had no intention of repeating that experiment without considerably better instructions. He sat beside the empty body until frustration overcame caution. The answer had seemed so close. Paint the body, extract it, send it through, somehow follow. Instead, he had created an extraordinarily healthy unconscious man who could breathe, bleed and presumably starve while David remained trapped exactly where he had started. Well, you're no use in here. David started to get his arms beneath the body, then stopped and looked down at the naked man. No. Whatever happened next, he was not throwing himself unconscious and stark naked onto the floor of a pawnshop. David fetched clothes instead. The blue shirt he had already created was close enough in size, but the trousers available in the cottage had been made for his current body. He painted a simple pair of jeans, socks and underwear to fit the new proportions, extracted them, then spent several awkward minutes dressing a completely incooperative version of himself. Shoes presented another problem. David briefly considered sending the body through barefoot, decided that was nearly as stupid as sending it through naked, and painted a pair of plain trainers. They emerged properly laced and fitted perfectly. By the time he finished, the unconscious man looked less like an experimental creation and more like somebody who had inconveniently fallen asleep fully dressed. Much better. David got both arms beneath him and hauled him upright. The new version of him was heavier than expected. All added height and muscle, and maneuvering an unconscious man out of the studio proved an excellent demonstration of why nobody voluntarily carried unconscious men. He made it as far as the sitting room before having to stop, backing awkwardly against the little table beside the fireplace while he tried to improve his grip. Something on the tabletop shifted beneath his elbow. David glanced down and saw several small gold pieces among the things he had painted during earlier experiments and idle evenings. Nothing spectacular. A heavy bracelet, 2 plain rings, a short chain and a handful of other trinkets he had made mostly to see whether precious metal behaved any differently from wood or ceramic. He stared at them for half a second. Oh, money. Whatever happened after he pushed the body through the frame, having no wallet, no identification and no access to his old bank accounts was going to be inconvenient enough. Starting with absolutely nothing would be stupid. Keeping one arm hooked around the unconscious body, David swept the gold together. He stuffed the bracelet and chain into one jeans pocket, pushed the rings and smaller pieces into the other, then patted both pockets to make sure nothing would fall out. There, emergency fund. It was hardly a financial plan, but David had survived 46 years without ever possessing the ability to manufacture gold with a paintbrush. He suspected he could solve the larger problem later. He adjusted his grip again and continued toward the garden. By the time he reached the frame, David was sweating. The pawnshop was empty except for the owner behind the counter. Perfect. David shifted his grip and pushed the body toward the barrier. The new David's arm passed through. David stared at it. He pushed harder. Shoulder, head and upper torso crossed into the pawnshop while his own hands stopped against the familiar invisible resistance. Gravity took over. The body began sliding from his grip. Fine, go. David shoved. The unconscious man fell through the frame and landed heavily on the pawnshop floor. David lunged after him without thinking. For one impossible instant the barrier caught him. Then something gave. There was no flash, no pain and no sensation David could name with confidence. He wanted out. The body beyond the frame was his, built for him, waiting for him, and every part of David reached toward it with the same desperate certainty. The garden vanished. David gasped. Cold flooring pressed against his back. His clothes pulled against unfamiliar breadth across his shoulders and longer legs. The weight of something hard pressed against both thighs from inside his jeans pockets. Fluorescent light stabbed into his eyes, and somewhere nearby a man shouted. David sucked in another breath and stared upward. Not through the frame. At the pawnshop ceiling. 7. The man outside the portrait. The pawnshop ceiling was ugly. David stared at the stained acoustic tiles for several seconds while the thought worked its way through everything else competing for his attention. Fluorescent tubes buzzed above him. Something hard dug into his left hip from inside his jeans pocket. His shirt pulled tightly across shoulders that were broader than the ones he remembered, and cold from the floor seeped through the fabric against his back. A man shouted somewhere to his right. "Hey, what the hell?" David turned his head too quickly and discovered that the room moved exactly when he expected it to. That shouldn't have been astonishing. It was. He planted one hand on the floor. Warm skin met dirty vinyl. His fingers spread beneath his weight, tendons tightening across the back of a hand that was his and wasn't. He pushed himself onto one elbow and sucked in a breath that filled his chest without pain, coughing, or effort. The shopkeeper had come around the counter and stopped several feet away. He was staring at David with the particular expression of a man trying to decide whether he had an injured customer, a burglar, or an entirely new category of problem. "Don't move," he said. "Jesus, did you fall?" David opened his mouth, but the first answer never made it out. He was too busy breathing again. Deeply this time. Nothing hurt. No pressure beneath his ribs. No exhausted drag through his chest. No background nausea. No ache buried behind everything else waiting for medication to wear thin. His body simply took the air and used it. David laughed once, then turned it into something close to a cough when the shopkeeper's expression sharpened. "I'm okay. You don't look okay. I'm on the floor. That's generally what I mean." David almost laughed again. The sound felt strange coming from a chest with this much room in it. He drew his knees up cautiously and stopped when the movement brought another cascade of unfamiliar information. His legs were longer. The denim tightened across thighs with actual muscle on them. His knee bent smoothly without the old stab beneath the kneecap, and when he flexed his toes inside the trainers, sensation came back clean and immediate instead of blurred by chemotherapy-damaged nerves. The shopkeeper crouched slightly without getting any closer. "You hit your head?" "I don't think so." "You don't think so?" David raised a hand to the back of his skull. No blood, no tenderness beyond what he would expect from landing on a hard floor. "No, I'm all right." The man looked toward the wall behind David, then back at him. "How did you get over there?" That was a considerably worse question. David followed his gaze just far enough to understand the problem without turning fully around. The shopkeeper had apparently heard the impact rather than watched the impossible part. Good. David remembered the angle of the counter from weeks of observing it through the frame. Unless the man had happened to be looking directly toward the painting at exactly the wrong moment, all he had was a stranger suddenly on his floor. "I stumbled," David said. "From where?" David looked around as though the answer might be hiding between a rack of second-hand tools and a glass display case. The shopkeeper's eyebrows rose. "Okay," David admitted. "That sounded better in my head. Stay there. I might need to call an ambulance." "No." The word came out too quickly, and David softened it. "Please, I'm not hurt." He pushed himself upright before the man could argue. The movement should have required care. David had spent too long measuring every change of position against weakness, dizziness, and pain. Instead, his abdomen tightened, his legs folded beneath him, and his body settled into a crouch with an ease that left him briefly motionless. Balance. Real balance. Real weight. He could feel the floor through the soles of his shoes, the pull of gravity through his hips, the faint rasp of denim against his knees. His heart beat hard, but not badly. It was excitement rather than failure. David rose slowly. The world stayed steady. He stood there at 6'2", breathing without pain, while the shopkeeper stared up at a man who had apparently fallen out of nowhere. David had made it out. David turned toward the wall. The painting hung exactly where it had hung for weeks, its frame slightly crooked above a row of second-hand furniture. The cottage stood beneath the same clear sky. The stone walls caught the same afternoon light. Beyond them, the garden opened toward the blue-green mountains he had painted because they were the landscape he had loved all his life and the home he had never been able to afford. The man who had lived there was gone. David stepped closer before remembering that the shopkeeper was still watching him. He slowed, but not enough to hide what had caught his attention. The place where his painted self should have been was simply part of the garden now. No abandoned body lay among the flowers. No younger David stood trapped behind the invisible barrier, watching his physical replacement walk away without him. There was only the cottage, the path, the studio windows and the countryside beyond. Relief hit harder than he expected. Whatever had happened when he lunged after the body, he had not divided himself. He had not created a second consciousness and left it behind. The David who had spent those weeks staring through the frame was standing here now. The shopkeeper came up behind him, keeping a cautious distance. "You know that painting?" David nearly answered, "Better than you can possibly imagine." Instead he said, "Yeah." The man glanced from David to the canvas. "You an artist?" "Yes." That answer, at least, required no invention. David moved another step closer. From this side the surface looked maddeningly ordinary. Oil paint, varnish, canvas, frame. He could see the brushwork he remembered making before he died, and beneath it the world in which he had eaten, slept, painted and waited while strangers passed through this shop without ever knowing he was watching them. His world. His painting. Tom had taken it from the cottage after David died and sold it to cover rent David had failed to pay. David understood the logic. He even understood why Tom had probably believed he had every right to dispose of whatever was left behind. Understanding it did not make the painting Tom's. David had painted it. He had died beside it. Then, somehow, he had lived inside it. He wasn't leaving without it. The certainty settled quickly enough that the practical problem arrived immediately afterward. He had no receipt proving ownership, no identification proving who he was, and no sensible way to explain why the younger man standing in the pawnshop cared so much about a painting purchased from the estate of a dead 46-year-old artist. Arguing seemed unlikely to improve matters. David's gaze shifted toward the counter. The baseball sat inside the glass case. For a moment he had forgotten it completely. Now the sight of white leather and red stitching produced another unpleasant little turn in his stomach. The shopkeeper had kept it after the authentication. Of course he had. As far as the man knew, it was an exceptionally convincing modern reproduction of a valuable signed ball, strange enough to be interesting even if its impossible freshness destroyed the historical claim. To David, it was something else. Proof. The first thing he had ever made inside the painting and sent successfully into the world outside. The object that had convinced him his creations were not illusions. Without that baseball, he might never have risked painting the body he was standing in now. He needed that too. The shopkeeper followed his stare. "You interested in the ball?" David looked at the painting, then at the baseball, then finally at the man who currently owned both according to every piece of paperwork that mattered. "Yes," he said, "actually, I'm interested in both." The shopkeeper's caution eased by a fraction, replaced by the more familiar attention of a man who might have a customer. David slipped one hand into his jeans pocket and felt hard metal beneath his fingers. Right. He had planned for this much, at least. David closed his fingers around the pieces in his pocket and immediately became aware of another problem. He had no idea what they were worth. He had painted them idly inside the cottage because gold had seemed like an obvious material to test. A heavy bracelet, 2 rings, a short chain and several smaller pieces, all simple enough that he had concentrated more on weight, color and material than design. They had felt right in his hands. That did not tell him purity, market value or how much a pawnshop owner would actually offer for them. Still, ignorance was preferable to explaining why he believed the painting already belonged to him. David withdrew the bracelet first. The shopkeeper's attention dropped to it immediately. "You selling?" "Possibly. Depends what you'll give me for it." The man accepted the bracelet when David held it out, turning it beneath the fluorescent lights before reaching for a loop. Familiarity replaced most of his suspicion now that they had entered territory he understood. He checked the clasp, examined the surface and looked for a hallmark that did not exist. No marks. It was custom made. By who? David considered several answers and chose the one requiring the least invention. Someone who didn't bother marking it. The shopkeeper gave him a look over the loop. Helpful. "I try." That earned the smallest hint of a smile. The man fetched an electronic tester from behind the counter, made several checks, then weighed the bracelet. His expression changed as the readings came back. "Well," he said, "it's gold." David relaxed slightly. That was the hope. "High purity too. You got paperwork?" "No." The smile disappeared again. Receipt? No. ID? David paused. The shopkeeper stared at him. Not currently. That's not a phrase people usually use about identification. David couldn't argue with that. He looked toward the painting instead. What if I'm not selling it for cash? The man followed his gaze. Trade? The painting and the baseball. Now the shopkeeper understood what David was trying to do. He set the bracelet on the counter and folded his arms. That painting cost me money. I assumed so. And that ball definitely cost me money. Authentication wasn't free. I know. You know? David realized too late that weeks of watching the man conduct business from inside the frame had given him knowledge he should not possess. You mentioned authentication. I did? Pretty sure. The shopkeeper frowned, apparently trying to remember a conversation David knew had never happened. David moved on before he could settle the question. I'm not asking you to take a loss. What do you have in both? That sounded more normal. The man named a figure for the painting, then added the authentication expense and what he considered a reasonable margin on the baseball. David had no idea whether the number was generous, predatory or perfectly fair, but it was small enough that the bracelet alone appeared to cover most of it. He took out one of the rings. Test that too. The second piece confirmed what the first had already suggested. The shopkeeper weighed both, calculated scrap value, then made an offer that left David with the chain, the other ring and the smaller pieces still in his pocket. David looked at the bracelet on the counter. It was absurd. He could paint another one whenever he had access to proper materials and somewhere safe to work. The painting behind him could not be replaced by any sensible definition of the word. Done. The shopkeeper became brisk once agreement replaced mystery. He recorded the gold purchase, entered the trade against the painting and baseball, and produced paperwork David could barely use without current identification. After another uncomfortable discussion, they settled on the details the shop required for the transaction without turning the exchange into anything more dramatic than an unusual barter with a customer who badly needed to sort out his wallet. David signed. Seeing his name appear beneath his hand affected him more than expected. David Rowan. The shopkeeper bagged the baseball with its authentication report while David lifted the painting from the wall himself. The weight of the frame settled into his hands, solid and familiar. For the first time since dying, something from his old life was physically his again. David tucked the baseball and its authentication report beneath one arm, shifted the painting against his other side, and walked toward the door. The shopkeeper watched him go with the expression of a man who had completed a profitable transaction but remained unconvinced that the customer himself made any sense. David could live with that. Suspicion was survivable. Curiosity was survivable. A clear memory of a younger man climbing bodily out of a painting would have been something else entirely. The bell above the door gave a thin metallic jingle as he pushed outside. Air hit his face. David stopped on the pavement. Cars moved along the road. Somewhere nearby, a diesel engine rattled at idle. A woman crossed the street carrying a paper cup and talking into her phone. The afternoon smelled of exhaust, hot concrete, food from somewhere down the block and the faint green dampness of western North Carolina that he had spent weeks remembering through glass. None of it was beautiful enough to deserve the reaction it produced. He breathed in slowly. Then again. His lungs filled without effort. His legs held him without trembling. Sunlight warmed his face, and when he turned his head the world remained sharp all the way to the distant signs and rooftops without spectacles between him and anything else. David smiled. A few weeks earlier, crossing a room had been work. After that, he had spent days trapped inside a painting where distance existed but freedom did not. Now he could simply choose a direction and walk. So he did. The painting was awkward beneath his arm, but even that felt good. Weight belonged to the world. His shoulder accepted it easily. The frame bumped lightly against his thigh as he moved, while the baseball rested against his ribs like a ridiculous little relic from his own resurrection. He made it half a block before hunger arrived hard enough to interrupt the wonder. David slowed. Oh. The new body might be healthy, but apparently it still expected feeding. That thought led naturally to money, which led to the remaining gold in his pocket, which led to everything he did not have. He stopped beside a shop window and checked himself automatically. No wallet. No bank cards. No current identification. No phone. No house keys. No car. No address he could honestly call home. The absurdity accumulated so quickly that he almost laughed. He had escaped death, manufactured a younger body, crossed an impossible barrier and reclaimed two objects that should not have existed in any sensible version of his life. He could not buy lunch without selling something. David adjusted the painting and caught his reflection in the glass. For a moment he barely recognized the man looking back. The face was his, but younger, healthier and improved by decisions he remembered making with shameless care. Broad shoulders filled the blue shirt differently. His posture had changed simply because nothing hurt. He looked like someone at the beginning of his life rather than the end of it. The world, unfortunately, had paperwork proving otherwise. David Rowan was dead. His accounts, whatever remained in them, belonged to a dead man's affairs. His credit cards would be useless even if he could reach them. His rented home was gone. Tom Mercer had already cleared the place, and the fact that David had just paid to recover his own painting was proof enough that being alive did not automatically restore ownership. He looked down at the canvas. The cottage still stood inside it. His cottage. He wanted to put the painting somewhere safe, sit down, eat something enormous and spend several hours testing every joint and muscle in the body he had made. Instead, he had nowhere safe to put anything. David let out a quiet breath and started walking again. There was one person he could call who might hear his voice and believe something impossible before hanging up. Clara. That prospect frightened him considerably more than the pawnshop had. 8. Being alive is expensive. Calling Clara required a phone, and David had neither a phone nor the money to buy one. More importantly, he wasn't ready to hear her voice while standing on a pavement with his entire impossible existence tucked beneath one arm. He found a narrow public footpath leading away from the road and followed it until traffic noise softened behind trees. A weathered bench stood beside the trail, screened from nearby houses by rhododendrons and tall pines. David placed the painting against the bench where he could see it, tucked the bagged baseball behind the frame, then gave in to the curiosity that had been building since he hit the pawnshop floor. He started with his hands. The fingers were longer, the nails clean and healthy, and the fingerprints formed ordinary whorls and loops rather than the smooth approximation he had half feared. His right index finger still curled inward slightly when he relaxed it, an old habit from decades of holding brushes and pencils. When he mimed drawing a line in the air, his wrist turned with the same unconscious precision it always had. The familiarity reassured him more than the fingerprints. David unbuttoned one cuff and inspected his forearm. The surgical scar near his wrist was gone, along with a pale burn mark he had acquired at 14. His skin held no trace of intravenous lines, blood tests or the bruising that had become ordinary during treatment. He lifted his shirt far enough to confirm that the abdominal scars were gone too. Good work, he murmured. Shameless vanity had produced excellent results. He tested balance by standing on one leg, then the other. Both held steady. A cautious squat became a deeper one, followed by an experimental jump that lifted him high enough to make him laugh when he landed. He could probably run, but the painting made that impractical, and healthy knees did not guarantee immunity to tree roots, bad decisions or gravity. His eyesight was equally astonishing. Individual pine needles remained sharp at a distance that would once have reduced them to a green blur. He could hear birds moving among the branches, smell damp earth beneath the hotter scent of the pavement, and feel hunger sharpening from an inconvenience into a demand. Healthy human, he decided. Not invulnerable, not superhuman, simply an absurdly good example produced by an artist who had edited without restraint. The painting waited beside the bench. David lifted it and studied the cottage. He had entered that place once without understanding how. He had lived there, painted there and watched earth through its frame. If his consciousness had crossed between canvas and flesh, perhaps the root still existed. He placed his palm against the painted garden path. Varnish met skin. David closed his eyes and remembered the cottage interior, the smell of linseed oil in the studio, the warmth of sunlight through the windows and the exact sensation of standing behind the frame. He pressed harder, willing himself toward it until his shoulder tightened. Nothing yielded. He tried touching the painted door, then the empty place where canvas David had once stood. He whispered, "Let me in," and concentrated until sweat gathered beneath his shirt. The canvas remained canvas. David lowered his hand. He knew the cottage was real because he had lived inside it. Yet either the painting had changed when he escaped, he had changed by entering the new body, or his first arrival had required something he could not reproduce. The failure should have frightened him. Instead, it became a question, and questions could be tested later. First, he needed food, a safe place for the painting, and a way to call a woman who had already buried him. A petrol station clerk let David use the counterphone after he explained that his wallet and mobile had been stolen. The lie came easily enough to make him uncomfortable, but the truth would not have improved his chances. He dialed Clarice's number from memory. She answered on the fourth ring. Henshaw Gallery. David closed his eyes. He had imagined hearing her voice while trapped behind the frame, but never like this, hungry and anonymous beneath fluorescent lights while a clerk pretended not to listen. "Clara, don't hang up." Silence followed, then a cautious, "Who is this?" "It's David." The silence changed. "That isn't funny." "I know. Whoever you are, you need to stop. Second year at art school, you entered my charcoal study under your name because Professor Bell wouldn't accept another late submission from me. You won a commendation, confessed after 3 gin and tonics, then made me promise never to tell anyone because your father framed the certificate." Her breath caught audibly, but when she spoke again, anger had replaced shock. "Who told you that?" "You did. You also chipped the blue bowl in my kitchen 6 years ago and turned it around so the crack faced the wall. I noticed that evening. I never said anything because you kept bringing me soup in it whenever I was ill." "David is dead." "I know." The words were harder to say aloud than they had been to think. The clerk glanced over, then quickly found something beneath the counter that required his full attention. Clarice's voice dropped. "Where are you?" David gave her the petrol station's address. "Stay there. Don't talk to anyone else." She ended the call before he could answer. Clara arrived 23 minutes later in the gallery's delivery van. She parked where she could see him through the windscreen and remained behind the wheel, staring at the younger stranger standing beside a wrapped baseball and a painting she had known for years. David lifted one hand. Clara's face crumpled for an instant before she controlled it. She unlocked the passenger door without getting out. Put the painting in the back. Carefully. That sounded enough like her that his throat tightened. She drove them to the gallery in silence, locked the front door behind them and switched off the public lights. David placed the painting upright on an easel in her workroom, then set the baseball and authentication report on the table beside it. Clara stayed near the door, her phone in one hand and a heavy bronze catalog stand in the other. "I can call the police in 3 seconds, she said. "I'd prefer you didn't. You look like him." "I was aiming for recognizable." Her grip tightened on the bronze stand. "Don't make jokes." "Sorry." "No, you aren't." David apologized exactly like that when he knew he was going to do the same thing again. Recognition frightened her more than resemblance had. She moved closer and searched his face, studying the way his mouth settled, the angle of his head and the unconscious narrowing of his eyes when he waited for criticism. David told her about the last commission she had sold for him, the argument they'd had when she discovered he had skipped an oncology appointment, and the name of the cafe where she had once rejected a marriage proposal from a sculptor because he described her gallery as a hobby. Each memory weakened disbelief without replacing it with anything safer. Clara finally looked at the painting. "That was in your cottage when you died." "Yes. Your landlord sold it. I bought it back today." "With what?" "Gold." Her gaze moved to the baseball and its report. "Start at the beginning." David shook his head. "The beginning is impossible. I'll tell you what happened, but not if you've already decided I'm some stranger wearing his memories." Clara set the bronze stand down without taking her hand from it. Grief, anger and hope fought openly across her face. "I haven't decided anything," she said. "Talk." David began with dying. He told Clara about finishing the self-portrait after she left his cottage, the last collapse of strength and the impossible moment when he opened his eyes inside the scene he had painted. He described watching paramedics enter the real cottage through the frame, seeing them work over the body he could no longer feel, and shouting until he understood that nobody outside could hear him. Clara sat down without seeming to notice the chair behind her. "You watched them take you away?" "Yes." "And you were conscious?" "I was standing in there." David pointed to the empty garden. "I could see this room, or whichever room the painting was in, but I couldn't get through." Her attention shifted to the canvas. How long? Weeks. I'm not completely sure. David told her about the cottage, the studio and the things he had painted there. He explained how each completed object could be removed from its small canvas once, leaving the surface blank. The baseball had been his deliberate test, thrown through the boundary into the pawnshop. He slid the authentication report toward her. Clara read it twice. The signature nearly passed. The whole ball nearly passed. The materials were too new. I could make the object, but not the years it was supposed to have existed. So you made gold. Some. Mostly because I wanted to know whether I could. Her gaze dropped to his clothes, then returned to his face. And this? David took a breath. I made a body. Clara went still. It wasn't a person, he said quickly. It was alive, but empty. No awareness, no response. I dressed it, put the gold in its pocket and pushed it out through the frame. When I tried to follow, I woke up inside it. You painted yourself younger. I was dying. Taller too. I had room on the canvas. Despite everything, a broken laugh escaped her. Clara pressed one hand over her mouth, and the laugh turned into a sob. David started toward her, stopped when she flinched, then waited. I went to your funeral, she said. I stood there while people talked about you as if you'd already become a collection of finished paintings. I helped Tom sort through your studio because he said the rent was overdue and he needed the cottage cleared. David lowered himself into the opposite chair. The rent was overdue. More than 1 month. There were medical bills in unopened envelopes and notices from 2 credit cards. Your current account was nearly empty. None of that surprised him. Hearing it spoken aloud still stripped away the vague possibility that his old life might contain something useful. What happened to everything? Tom sold what he thought had value and disposed of the rest. Some of the proceeds went against the arrears. Your estate is still being untangled, but there isn't much of one. David looked at the painting. He had already paid to recover the only possession that mattered. My accounts won't be usable. You're legally dead, David. He touched his new face. Even if he proved every memory, produced old work and convinced a court that David Rowan lived, the body itself would become evidence. Doctors would want examinations. Officials would want explanations. Anyone comparing the dead man's medical records with the healthy younger claimant would discover that ordinary fraud was the least alarming possibility. I could spend years trying to prove I'm me, he said, and if I succeeded, the whole world would ask how. Clara nodded reluctantly. You can't walk into a bank looking 32 and demand access to a dead 46-year-old man's account. There's nothing worth that risk anyway. That doesn't mean you get to vanish again. She wiped her eyes, anger returning beneath the grief. You came to me, so you don't get to decide that telling me half of this is enough. David met her gaze. Clara was frightened, furious and no longer looking at a stranger. All right, he said. No more half. She studied him for another moment, then reached for her phone. Good. Because you need help from someone who understands problems that don't fit on normal forms. Clara called Henry Abbott and told him she had an urgent confidential problem involving the estate of a deceased client. That description was accurate enough to secure his attention without explaining why the deceased client was sitting beside her desk eating a turkey sandwich. Henry arrived at the gallery 40 minutes later in an open-collared shirt and dark trousers, carrying a leather case he never opened. He was in his early 50s, compactly built, with the patient expression of a man accustomed to clients revealing the most important fact last. Clara locked the door behind him. Henry, this is David Rowan. Henry looked at David, then at Clara. The David Rowan whose estate you asked me about? Yes. He's dead. That's the problem. David finished the last bite of his sandwich and stood. I'm not asking you to believe anything supernatural. An encouraging start. I need you to accept 3 practical facts. The older David Rowan is legally dead. I can prove privately that I have his memories and authority to speak for myself, but I can't safely resume his public life. This body has no identity of its own, and there's no meaningful estate worth fighting over. Henry considered him without visible surprise, although his attention sharpened. Are you a relative? No. Did you know Rowan before his death? I was Rowan before his death. Henry looked at Clara again. I believe him, she said. I'm not asking you to reach that conclusion tonight. I'm asking what happens if we leave the death record alone and treat the man standing here as someone who needs a legitimate life. That depends on what legitimate means. Henry drew out the chair opposite David. Do you have identification under any name? No. Social security number? Not one I can use. Birth certificate, passport, employment record, tax history? No. Money? David took the remaining chain and ring from his pocket and placed them on the desk. Some gold, not much. Henry studied the pieces without touching them. Source? Confidential. That answer becomes expensive very quickly. I'm beginning to notice a pattern. Clara gave David a warning look, but Henry's mouth shifted slightly before settling again. The older Rowan's accounts aren't an option, Henry said. Even if there were significant funds, accessing them after his recorded death would trigger questions you clearly don't want asked. Reversing the death itself would be worse. You'd invite medical, legal and public scrutiny before anyone considered giving you control of a dollar. I don't want the accounts, David said. The answer surprised him by being true. I don't want the old credit or the estate. Let him stay dead. Saying it hurt. The 46-year-old David had possessed little by the end, but that life contained his parents, his education, decades of work, friendships, failures and every ordinary record proving he had existed. Leaving the identity behind felt like abandoning a house after a fire. Most of it was ruined, yet it was still his. Henry watched him absorb the decision. If you mean that, the cleaner course is a new civil identity that survives ordinary verification. Not merely documents. Records have to agree that the person exists. Can you do that? I can coordinate people who understand the problem better than I do. I won't discuss methods until I know what can be done lawfully and what risks attach to it. It will take time, discretion and money. How much? More than that sandwich cost. David glanced at the gold. I can obtain money. Then my next question will be where it came from, followed by tax, provenance and reporting questions. Wealth is useful only when spending it doesn't create a larger problem. Clara folded her arms. Can you help him? Henry looked from her to David. Possibly. I'll make some calls, carefully. Until then, he stays private, avoids transactions under the dead identity and does nothing inventive. David suspected his definition of inventive differed considerably from Henry's, but he nodded. He had chosen the loss now. Old David Rowan could remain dead, along with the debts, failing body and nearly empty accounts. The man sitting in Clara's gallery owned a painting, a baseball, a little gold and the clothes he had made for himself. It wasn't much of a life. It was enough to begin one. 9. A name that exists. Henry's instruction to do nothing inventive lasted almost 3 minutes, which David thought showed admirable restraint on his part. Clara brought coffee into the workroom, set one mug beside Henry and another in front of David, then took the chair nearest the original painting as if distance from it had become a tactical decision. The gallery was dark beyond the half-open door. Somewhere in the front room, the old building creaked in the ordinary way old buildings creaked, and David found himself absurdly grateful for a sound that did not require explanation. I should say this before you make any calls, David said. I can paint documents. Henry, who had been writing something in a small notebook, stopped with the pen still touching the page. That sentence contains several possible felonies, and I dislike all of them. I mean physically. A passport, a birth certificate, a driver's license. I can make paper, ink, seals, plastic, holograms if I understand them well enough. Probably better than a counterfeiter could. Clara closed her eyes. David. I'm not saying I should, he said. I'm saying the obvious thing before everyone spends money solving around it. If I can paint a signed baseball well enough to nearly fool an authenticator, identity documents don't seem impossible. Henry put the pen down with great care. A beautiful passport is a prop. David frowned. A prop that might pass inspection. Possibly once, possibly not, but identity is not paper. It's a chain of agreement. A passport matters because a government record says it was issued. A bank account matters because a bank can verify the person, report the activity, and maintain a history. A tax number matters because the tax authority recognizes it. A driving license matters because an agency can answer when someone asks whether it exists. If every system behind the document says no, then the better your document looks, the more interesting the problem becomes. David looked down at his new hands around the coffee mug. He had imagined the act of painting as the hard part because, until that afternoon, making physical reality from brushwork had seemed like the largest possible miracle. Henry was describing a different kind of reality, made of offices, records, habits, signatures, and boring confidence. It was less beautiful than paint and much harder to admire, but it might be more difficult to fake. So I can make an object, David said slowly, but not the life behind it. Exactly. You can paint a door with a number on it. That does not make everyone in town remember you living there for 10 years. Clara's gaze sharpened at the word door, but she said nothing. David appreciated that. There were too many impossible nouns in the room already, and some of them needed to wait their turn. Henry leaned back. If we proceed, the question is not how to make something that looks plausible in your pocket. The question is how a living man with no usable records becomes a person ordinary institutions can accept without constant special handling. I will not discuss methods with you tonight, and perhaps not ever in detail. You do not need a tutorial. You need a result that survives boring questions. Boring questions are expensive too, I assume. They are some of the most expensive questions in civilization. Henry lifted the mug Clara had given him, considered the coffee and set it down untouched. You also need to understand the shape of the risk. If you try to resurrect the old David Rowan, your body becomes the center of the inquiry. If you try to spend unexplained wealth, the money becomes the center of the inquiry. If you try to use painted documents, the documents become the center of the inquiry. Our goal is for you not to become interesting. David gave a short laugh despite himself. I used to spend half my career trying to become interesting. As a painter, Clara said, not as evidence. That landed harder than Henry's lecture. David looked past her to the recovered painting, to the cottage garden that had been home, prison, proof and loss in one frame. He had clawed himself back into the world and immediately discovered that being alive was not the same as existing where the world kept its lists. All right, he said. No painted identity papers. No old accounts. No resurrection tour. Henry nodded once. Then we begin with people, records and time. You stay private while I learn what can be done, and you let me be dull on purpose. David picked up the coffee and found it bitter, hot and real. I can try dull, he said. I make no promises about being good at it. Henry's version of time turned out to involve waiting in places where David could not help, could not ask useful questions and could not paint anything more ambitious than bad ideas in his own head. Clara let him sleep in the narrow staff room behind the gallery for 2 nights, then moved him to a quiet rental flat owned by one of her older clients, a woman who accepted Henry's assurance that the new tenant's paperwork was in progress, with the cheerful indifference of someone who had once married a jazz pianist and no longer believed any human explanation was too strange to be true. David paid no deposit because he had no account, signed nothing because Henry told him not to, and spent the first evening sitting on the edge of a borrowed sofa with the original painting propped against the opposite wall. Over the next stretch of days, his new life arrived in fragments he was not allowed to inspect too closely. Henry collected photographs, measurements and signatures. A doctor whose name David never learned performed a basic physical, confirmed that the younger man was alarmingly healthy rather than medically impossible, and asked no questions after Henry's glance made curiosity look billable. Clara bought him cheap groceries, argued with him about accepting help, and brought over a canvas bag of old clothes from a gallery installer who was roughly the right height and had apparently believed trousers should survive artillery. You look like a substitute teacher who lost a fight with a charity shop, Clara said, standing in the flat's tiny kitchen while David held up a faded plaid shirt. I was dead last week. My fashion standards are recovering slowly. You were badly dressed before you died. That is cruel revisionism. That is archival accuracy. She folded the shirt and put it with the others, but her hands slowed when she looked at his face. Henry says 2 more days, maybe 3. He says not to panic if it takes longer. I'm not panicking. You're cleaning the same mug for the 3rd time. David looked down at the mug in his hands. It was, in fact, aggressively clean. I'm exploring domestic excellence. Clara took it from him and set it in the drying rack. Try exploring patience. Patience was easier when he had cancer. That thought arrived ugly and unwelcome, but true. Illness had taught him to measure time by appointments, symptoms and shrinking choices. This waiting was different. His body wanted to move. His fingers wanted brushes. His stomach wanted everything. His imagination kept presenting solutions he was not permitted to use, each one absurdly tempting. He could paint money, paint a license, paint a perfect phone with a perfect account already displayed on the screen, but Henry's lecture had lodged where practical fear lived. The object was not the life. A thing that looked real only invited the world to ask why reality had no memory of making it. On the 6th morning, Henry arrived with Clara and a plain folder. He did not flourish it. He placed it on the rental flat's small table, sat down, and looked at David as if reading impatience required no special skill. Before you open that, understand what it represents. It does not make you famous, rich, safe, or immune to scrutiny. It gives you a civil existence ordinary institutions can recognize when asked ordinary questions. David's mouth had gone dry. A name that exists. A younger David Rowan, Henry said. Different date of birth, clean starting profile, thin history, but not empty in the ways that cause immediate rejection. You will use it carefully while the remaining pieces settle. Clara stood by the window with her arms folded tightly enough to wrinkle her blouse. David opened the folder. The photograph was him, or close enough that the shock ran through his chest before thought could catch it. Healthy face, younger eyes, legal name, numbers, addresses, the small deadpan machinery of a life the world had agreed to acknowledge. He touched the edge of the page with one finger and felt ordinary paper resist him. Henry slid a cheap mobile phone across the table. There's a preliminary verification message waiting. Read it, enter the code where I tell you, and do exactly that. David obeyed. His thumb felt too large, his breathing too careful, and the flat seemed to shrink around the screen while the small spinning symbol considered whether he was allowed to be a person. Then the account page opened with his name, new date of birth and photograph, all of it bland, functional and miraculous in the most bureaucratic way imaginable. No one looked twice because there was no one there to look at all. That was the point. The system had asked, something had answered, and David Rowan existed. He let the phone rest in both hands. I can sign as myself. Henry's expression softened by a fraction. As this self. Clara made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost pain. David looked from her to the folder, then back to the screen. The old David remained dead. The man at the table was a legal compromise, a professional construction and a second chance held together by discretion, money he did not yet have, and trust he had not earned enough to deserve. He signed the test form Henry placed before him anyway, slowly and carefully, and when Henry checked it, nodded, and put it into the folder, the motion felt more solid than any painted gold. The first bank account opened on Henry's laptop while David sat beside him and tried not to look as if the entire civil order had been rebuilt for his convenience. It was not much of an account. There was no credit facility, no rewards card, no history of reliable employment and no cheerful assumption that he deserved trust. The balance field contained a number so close to nothing that David briefly wondered whether the bank had charged him for the privilege of existing. It's active, Henry said. That matters more than the current balance. David stared at the screen. I have achieved legally recognized poverty. You have achieved a platform. Poverty is merely the visible content. Clara, who had insisted on attending because Henry's definition of simple setup apparently included enough forms to build a small fort, leaned over David's shoulder. You also have a phone that rings, an address that receives mail, and a tax record that won't cause everyone in the room to develop a headache. That sounds almost like adulthood, David said. You were bad at that the first time. I was selectively experimental. Henry closed one page and opened another. Be selectively compliant for a while. Your tax presence is thin. Your banking profile is thin. Your rental situation is temporary and lightly documented. That is acceptable if you behave like someone starting over after private difficulties. It becomes less acceptable if you immediately deposit unusual valuables, buy expensive equipment or create unexplained income. David looked at the original painting, now wrapped and lying across two chairs Clara had threatened him for using as a storage rack. The baseball sat in its protective box beside it, absurdly official for an object that had begun as paint and impatience. His clothes still consisted of borrowed odds and cheap emergency purchases Clara had bullied him into accepting. The remaining gold pieces in his possession felt suddenly less like treasure and more like suspicious lumps of consequence. I have the painting, he said. The baseball. A few pieces of gold. Clothes that make Clara wince. That phone. This account with, what, $40 after fees. $43.12, Henry said. Lavish. And no usable access to the deceased David Rowan's accounts, Henry added. No claims against the estate. No attempt to collect royalties, payments, deposits or refunds owed to him unless I specifically clear something later, which I do not expect to do. Clara's face changed at that. David knew she was thinking of paintings sold, invoices half paid, the ordinary threads of his old career that might still tremble if tugged. He felt the same pull and disliked how sharp it was. 46 years of receipts, signatures, online accounts, client messages, old passwords, tax returns, medical bills, rent arrears, utilities and gallery records had all formed the scaffolding of a life. Now the sensible thing was to leave it standing around an empty body and walk away. There probably isn't much, Clara said, more gently than she had meant to. No, David said, but it was mine. Henry waited without filling the silence, which David resented because it forced him to hear himself. The old money, if any of it existed, came chained to a death certificate, creditors, medical records, questions and a corpse with his name on it. The new man had a face the world had never seen in hospital photographs and a body no oncologist could explain. The old life had already cost him too much. He would not let its leftovers become the hook that dragged this one into the light. Leave it, David said. All of it. If something is legally unavoidable, tell me. Otherwise, David Rowan the elder can keep his debts and his paperwork. Clara flinched at the phrasing. Henry did not, though his eyes sharpened as if the decision mattered more than the joke. That is the cleanest instruction you've given me. I'm maturing rapidly, mostly under duress. Then we inventory the younger David's actual position, Henry said. He wrote as he spoke, making poverty sound like a professional category rather than a personal insult. 1 temporary private lodging arrangement. 1 active mobile phone. 1 basic checking account. Preliminary tax presence. No employment history under the new identity. No credit. No vehicle. No lease in your name. No insurance worth discussing. No meaningful cash. No lawful income yet. 1 confidential source of emergency value that must be handled carefully or not at all. David leaned back in the chair and began to laugh. Clara looked alarmed at first, then offended on his behalf. Henry merely paused with the pen lifted. I died, David said, trying to get the words out cleanly. I escaped a painting by making myself a better body. I proved I can create gold, authenticated memorabilia and apparently trousers. And after all that, I still can't afford a decent bed. Clara's mouth twitched despite herself. The trousers were donated. Don't take credit for miracles you haven't performed. Fine. I can't afford a decent bed, and I'm wearing someone else's trousers. Immortality continues to disappoint. Henry's pen resumed moving. You are not immortal. No, but if I say, administratively viable, it ruins the mood. Clara laughed then, unwillingly and with tears too close behind it. David let the laughter run out of him until only the strange lightness remained. He had lost a life, a name, a career and every ordinary proof that he had once belonged to the world. In exchange, he had $43, an account number, a wrapped impossible painting and 2 people willing to sit at a cheap table and argue him into survival. It was ridiculous. It was not enough. It was, unfortunately, a start. Henry refused to let David choose the buyer, which was probably wise because David's entire precious metal sales strategy consisted of finding a sign that said we buy gold and hoping civilization handled the rest. Instead, Henry drove him and Clara to a small appointment-only office above a jeweler on a side street where the windows were frosted, the reception desk was clean, and the man who greeted them looked more interested in paperwork than drama. That, Henry had explained during the drive, was the quality they were paying for. David carried 1 small gold piece in his jacket pocket and nothing else. The remaining pieces stayed wrapped inside a paint-stained cloth in the flat, hidden behind the original canvas in a way that would have insulted any professional thief but satisfied his current standard of not leaving treasure in a cereal box. The piece in his pocket felt heavier than its size deserved. It was not large enough to transform his life. It was large enough to start questions. Mr. Rowan, the buyer said, offering a hand. Henry tells me you have a small private sale. David shook his hand and discovered, with mild irritation, that his new grip wanted to be confident even when the rest of him did not. Yes, 1 piece. I'd like it assayed and sold properly. Good answer. The buyer glanced at Henry. People sometimes object to the properly part. People sometimes bring me problems, Henry said. I prefer receipts. Clara sat beside David in the narrow client chair, quiet but watchful. She had not liked the idea of selling gold, and she liked the reality less. David understood. The last time she had watched him make anything impossible, she had been choosing whether to believe a dead friend was sitting in front of her. Now the impossible was being weighed under fluorescent light by a man with a loupe, a scale and a printer. The buyer examined the piece without theatrical suspicion. He tested the surface, then the interior, took measurements, entered notes and treated the entire process as ordinary commerce with unusually good manners. David watched every step and forced himself not to explain. The gold had no mine, no jeweler, no inheritance, no plausible path into his hand beyond the fiction Henry had told him not to elaborate. It existed because David had painted it inside a world that should not have been able to hold him, then carried it out in the pocket of a body he had made. The buyer did not need that story. The buyer needed purity, weight, price and a record. It assays well, the man said at last. Very well, I can offer this. He turned the paper toward Henry first, not David, which told David exactly who looked competent in the room. Henry read the number, asked two dull questions that shaved away any fantasy of instant fortune, then passed the paper to David. The offer was good enough to matter and small enough to be disappointing. After fees, documentation and Henry's immediate warning about taxes, it became less a treasure sale than an awkwardly shiny payday. David signed where he was told. The signature under the new identity still felt strange, but not as strange as it had that morning. The buyer printed copies, made the payment through the channels Henry had arranged, and congratulated David on a clean transaction as if cleanliness were the achievement rather than the gold. Back in the car, Clara looked at the receipt in David's hands. That will cover food, clothes and the flat for a little while. And a bed, David said. A cheap bed. A bed that is not borrowed, charitable or theoretically haunted by a gallery installer's trouser choices. Henry started the car. It also creates a record. Do not make a habit of this without speaking to me first. Precious metal is not invisibility. It is the opposite. Enough of it brings appraisers, tax questions, insurance questions, provenance questions and people who specialize in noticing patterns. David folded the receipt carefully and put it into the folder Henry had given him. The lesson was irritating because it was obvious only after someone else said it. Gold could buy his next meal, a phone plan, second-hand clothing and a room where the original painting could lean against a wall without being carried through town under his arm. It could not become the foundation of a life unless he wanted that life built on explanations he could not safely give. All right, he said. Gold gets me off the floor. After that, I earn money like a normal artist. Clara's expression softened. You remember how normal artists live, don't you? Badly, David said, but with better brush control than most starving professions. He looked out at Asheville traffic, at shops, offices, banks and people moving through a world that had admitted him only on probation. He had cash coming, a bank account waiting to receive it, a name that worked when asked and enough breathing room to stop measuring survival in hours. It was not wealth, it was not security, it was the first rung, and for now, he could climb. 10. Necessities. David discovered that being careful with money made every object heavier. A packet of razors became a decision. Socks became a negotiation with the universe. Shampoo, toothpaste, deodorant, aspirin, a phone charger, 2 cheap towels and a plastic laundry basket all acquired the solemn importance of treaty obligations because every dollar that left the account reduced the thin little proof that he could keep existing without leaning on Clara until she bent. He stood in a discount store aisle with a basket over one arm and Clara beside him, trying not to look offended by the price of underpants, while his new body objected cheerfully to the entire exercise by being comfortable, hungry and vain enough to notice when a shirt actually fit his shoulders. You need more than 2 changes of clothes, Clara said. I need civilization to reconsider fabric pricing. You sold gold yesterday. I sold a small piece of impossible gold yesterday, paid fees, created paperwork, terrified Henry's accountant from a distance and learned that treasure is what money looks like before institutions start chewing on it. David lifted a plain dark t-shirt, checked the tag, and put it in the basket with the air of a man committing to a risky investment. Also, this body has opinions. My old shirts hung on me like surrender flags by the end. These actually touch me in places I remember having. Clara's expression softened, which had become one of her new habits around him. Then buy shirts that fit. I am. Responsibly. Tragically. Responsibility followed him from the store to the diner where Clara made him eat something that had not come from a tin, a packet or his own anxiety. The burger was not extraordinary by any standard he would once have admitted to possessing, but the first bite stopped him talking. Grease, salt, soft bread, sharp pickle, hot beef and the ridiculous sweetness of cheap ketchup all arrived with such bodily enthusiasm that he had to put the food down for a second. Cancer had made appetite into arithmetic. Calories, nausea, what he could keep down, what pain medication ruined. This was appetite as a shout. He ate slowly after that, not because he lacked hunger, but because he was afraid of wasting the pleasure by rushing through it like fuel. Clara watched him over her coffee. You look personally betrayed by lunch. I am trying to forgive myself for every time I called this place mediocre. It is mediocre. Yes, but I used to be alive in a spoiled way. After lunch he paid with his own card, and the tiny printed receipt felt almost as important as the meal. The terminal accepted the payment without protest. No one asked whether he was dead, painted, stolen, forged, reborn or administratively suspicious. The cashier handed him his receipt, wished him a good afternoon, and turned to the next customer. David put the slip into Henry's folder because Henry had insisted on keeping records, but also because he wanted proof that this absurdly normal thing had happened. He had bought lunch. The world had taken payment from the younger David Rowan and not flinched. The room came next, cheaper than comfort and better than charity. Henry had found it through another connection, though this one required ordinary money and a short agreement that made David read every line twice before signing. It was a plain furnished room above a quiet garage apartment on the edge of town, with a bed that had seen better decades, a dresser with one sticky drawer, a narrow bathroom, and a window facing a row of trees rather than another wall. Most importantly, it had a corner where the original painting could stand wrapped and within arm's reach, not hidden behind someone else's furniture and not balanced across Clara's gallery chairs like an accusation. Clara helped him carry in the bags and the painting, then stood in the doorway while he tested the bed by sitting on it. The mattress gave under him with a tired sigh. David closed his eyes anyway. It was not elegant. It was not his dream cottage, not the flat, not the staff room, not a pawnshop floor under fluorescent light, and not a painted prison with perfect sunlight he could not leave. It was a rented room paid for by his own emergency money, attached to a name that worked, holding clothes that fit the body he had chosen. I can cover more than this, Clara said quietly. I know. David opened his eyes and looked at her, making himself answer before gratitude turned into surrender. And I'm grateful enough that it's becoming embarrassing. But temporary help is one thing. If you bankroll the whole beginning, then I haven't started over. I've just moved into your worry. You are already in my worry. Then let me at least pay rent while I'm there. He smiled when she made a face, then reached over to rest one hand on the wrapped painting. I need this to be mine, Clara. Not grand, not impressive, just mine. Food, clothes, a charger that works, a bed I paid for and a door I can close. She looked around the little room as if measuring how much survival could fit into it, then nodded once. Fine, but if you start skipping meals to prove a philosophical point, I'm telling Henry. That is low. That is friendship. David laughed, and after she left, he unpacked his new clothes into the stubborn dresser, plugged in the phone, placed Henry's folder in the top drawer and set the receipt from lunch beside it. Then he unwrapped the original painting just enough to see the cottage garden, bright and unreachable behind the surface. He did not push at it. He did not beg it to open. He only sat on the edge of his cheap bed in his cheap room, full for the first time in too long, and let the ordinary weight of his purchases settle around him like the first boards of a floor. The first studio David could afford was not really a studio, which somehow made it feel more honest. It was a back room behind a frame repair shop whose owner knew Clara, liked cash, disliked questions and had once rented the same space to a ceramicist who left clay dust in places no sane person would put clay. The room had one high window, a concrete floor, a sink with a reluctant tap, and enough old nail holes in the walls to suggest that previous tenants had either hung art or fought a prolonged war against plaster. David stood in the center of it with his hands on his hips, breathing in dust, wood shavings and stale turpentine, and felt his chest tighten with something that was not grief, not quite joy, and not anything simple enough to name. It's small, Clara said from the doorway. It has a sink. The sink makes a noise like a dying accordion. I have been a dying accordion. I sympathize. David crossed to the window and looked at the strip of alley beyond it, where afternoon light bounced from a pale brick wall and entered the room sideways. North light would be better. You can't afford north light. No, but I can resent it artistically. Clara had found most of the equipment through favors, estate leftovers and the undignified miracle of people who bought serious art supplies during a personal reinvention and then discovered that oil paint required patience. They spent the morning collecting 2 second-hand easels, one scarred tabouret with a missing wheel, a stack of hardboard panels, stretched canvases, jars, rags, brushes that ranged from respectable to criminal, and a modest set of pigments David handled with the care of a man receiving organs. The prices still hurt. Every time Clara negotiated someone down, David loved her, hated the need for it, and promised himself he would make the room earn its keep before shame could settle into the corners. By mid-afternoon the supplies had become a working disorder. Clara swept while David cleaned the easels, sorted brushes by usefulness rather than dignity, and tried the sink until it coughed brown water, complained through the pipes and finally ran clear enough to be trusted with jars. He could have painted himself a perfect oak easel, a cabinet, a heater, a chair that did not threaten the spine, and perhaps a whole sunlit atelier if he let desire take the wheel. Instead, he painted a simple brush rest, a palette knife he desperately needed and a set of plain wooden spacers for drying panels, each on scraps of board with no flourish, then extracted them and watched the images vanish into blankness. Useful objects appeared in his hand with the same quiet finality as the baseball and gold, but he made himself stop there. Clara noticed, because Clara always noticed the parts of him that were trying to sneak past as jokes. That's it? That's it for things that save money and don't create a story I can't tell. David set the new brush rest on the tabouret and forced himself to reach for an ordinary canvas rather than another scrap. If I use the power every time I'm inconvenienced, I'll stop knowing what anything costs. Also, I need paintings that remain paintings. Revolutionary concept, I know. You sound like Henry. I may have been infected by paperwork. She leaned the broom against the wall and came closer as he squeezed paint onto the palette. There was no grand commission waiting. No gallery lights, no client brief, no last work before death, and no desperate attempt to paint a body into existence. David chose a small panel, a chipped mug from the frame shop's kitchenette, and the ugly little brush rest he had just made real. He set them on the tabouret where the sideways light touched the ceramic rim, mixed a gray with too much blue, corrected it, and began. His first strokes were cautious for perhaps 10 seconds before the old rhythm climbed through the new hand and took possession of it. Clara did not speak while he worked. That was her test, he realized after the third shift of color, and it was crueler and kinder than asking him whether he was still himself. She watched the way he held the brush, the way he stepped back too soon and then too late, the way he muttered when an edge went soft for no good reason, the way his left thumb found paint without permission. The hand was younger and steadier. The shoulder did not ache. His feet did not burn with neuropathy. But the choices were his, and so were the mistakes. When he finally lowered the brush, the little study was not brilliant, not valuable, and not magic. It was only a mug, a brush rest and light finding honest surfaces in a rented back room. Clara looked at it for a long time, then let out the breath she had been holding. There you are, she said. David stared at the wet paint and felt something in him settle a fraction deeper into the room. Apparently I come with cheaper packaging now. Don't get smug. Your grays are still dramatic. They are emotionally complex. They are blue. Clara picked up the broom again, but the sharpness had gone out of her voice. Around them, the room remained dusty, cramped, imperfect and paid for one careful piece at a time, yet the easel stood under his hand, the paint was wet, and David had made art that asked nothing impossible of anyone. Clara waited 3 days before bringing him work, which David suspected represented heroic restraint rather than scheduling. She arrived at the backroom studio with 2 coffees, a cardboard folder tucked under one arm, and the expression she used when pretending that a decision had not already been made. David was washing brushes at the sink, arguing silently with a green that had behaved perfectly well on the palette and then gone smugly wrong on the panel. The room smelled of linseed oil, cheap soap and old plaster. His little mug study had dried enough to look less frightened of itself, and 2 more small panels leaned against the wall, neither magical, neither remarkable, both stubbornly alive with his hand. You said no bankroll, Clara said. David turned from the sink. That is an ominous opening. You said no charity, no old name resurrection act, no mysterious relaunch, no wealthy patron swooping in to rescue the tragic young painter with suspiciously mature brushwork. I don't remember phrasing it that well. I improved it. She set the coffees on the tabouret and placed the folder beside them. This is a commission. Small, private, boring, paid through proper channels to the younger David Rowan. New client. No connection to your old list. No publicity. No gallery announcement. A woman wants a portrait of her father's fishing boat from photographs before she sells it. David looked at the folder as if it might bite. The sensible part of him understood what Clara had done. The frightened part saw hooks everywhere. Style, signature, payment records, a client who might compare him to a dead artist. Some foolish little likeness in the hand that would make grief cleverer than caution. You found me a boat. I found you work. Boats are notoriously emotional. Everything is emotional if you stare at it long enough. That used to be your job. Clara opened the folder and spread the photographs across a clean corner of the table. The boat was old, white paint gone chalky, blue trim faded by sun, the name Mercy Jane written in a careful hand across the stern. There were family snapshots, a marina photograph, one sunset image that would have been sentimental if the light had not been genuinely good, and a brief note from the client asking for the boat as it had been when her father still used it. David picked up the note first because it felt safer than the photographs. The budget was modest, the deadline reasonable, the subject ordinary in the way ordinary things became unbearable when someone was about to lose them. He had painted houses before sales, dogs after deaths, children before they left for college, cars that had carried families through 20 years of errands and arguments. People called those jobs minor because they were not museums, but they paid with memory, and memory had always been more demanding than vanity. If I take it, he said, it's as him. As this David. No old client discount, no wink, no little, you might remember his earlier work, hint. Clara's mouth flattened. I know. I'm not accusing you. You were preparing to accuse me if I needed it. Efficient friendship. Paranoid friendship. She pushed one of the photographs closer. I told her you were a new artist I trusted for quiet representational work. That's all. She doesn't know my dead friend used to paint like he had opinions about every shadow in North Carolina. David laughed despite the pressure in his chest, then sat down and studied the boat properly. The commission did not require a miracle. It required proportion, restraint, care with reflected light on tired paint, and enough affection to keep the result from becoming an inventory of planks. He made a small compositional sketch, then another, and felt the old professional machinery come awake under the newer, steadier muscles. The body made the work easier. That did not make the choices less his. By the time Clara left, he had accepted the commission, written the quote, signed with the younger name, and watched her carry the paperwork away as if it were something fragile. The finished piece took 4 days. David wanted to overwork it on the third and nearly succeeded, then heard Clara's voice in memory calling his grays dramatic and stepped away long enough to save himself. When the client approved the digital photograph, Clara handled delivery through the gallery without attaching a story to him. The payment arrived 2 days later. Henry sent a message saying the invoice had been recorded, the account entry matched, and the CPA had what she needed for the ordinary beginning of an ordinary income trail. David read the message twice in the studio while the late light caught dust above the easel. The amount was not large. After materials, room costs and the hungry little swarm of life's necessities, it would not carry him far. It was still the first money this David Rowan had earned by painting something that stayed paint. No gold, no pawnshop. No impossible body, no borrowed pity from Clara. He opened the banking app, saw the deposit under his new name, and felt a ridiculous urge to frame the screen. Clara called before he could become too solemn about it. You got paid? I did. How does legally recognized poverty feel now? Upgraded. I have achieved legally recognized underemployment. That's an artist's natural habitat. David looked around the cramped room, at the second-hand easels, the repaired brushes, the blank panels waiting their turn and the wrapped original painting leaning where he could see it if he turned his head. Yes, he said, smiling before he could stop himself. But this time, it's mine. David intended to be sensible for the rest of the week, which was why the idea became intolerable by Thursday evening. Sensible had bought socks, rent, a brush rest, invoice records and a bank deposit that Henry's CPA could admire without reaching for blood pressure medication. Sensible had left him eating store-brand cereal from a chipped bowl in a rented room while the original painting leaned nearby like a beautiful witness to all the ways the impossible had been forced to behave. Sensible was necessary, and David respected it deeply, but after days of being a legal person, a careful tenant and a modestly paid artist, he found himself staring into a pan of reheated beans and thinking that survival had begun to mistake itself for the entire point. "You're glaring at dinner," Clara said from the phone speaker. "I'm negotiating with it. Is it winning? It has numbers on its side. Cheap, filling, nutritionally defensible if nobody asks too many follow-up questions." "That sounds like surrender." David looked at the wrapped painting, then at the small stack of off-cut boards from the studio. One proper sale sat in his account. His room was paid through the next short stretch. He had enough groceries, enough soap, enough paint to work, and enough caution lodged in his skull to keep him from trying to build a life out of gold. What he did not have, apparently, was any intention of spending another evening pretending that beans from a dented can were morally superior to joy. "Clara," he said, "do you remember that little place in Raleigh with the chicken under the brick? The one after my show that sold 3 pieces and made me briefly unbearable? You were unbearable before the food. Archival cruelty again. You made me toast you with tap water because the wine list offended your budget. And then the chicken arrived and I became a better man. You became quieter. We took what we could get." The memory came back with the precision of hunger. Crisp skin pressed flat and golden, rosemary, lemon, black pepper, garlic gone sweet in the pan, potatoes roasted until their edges cracked, green beans with butter and almonds, and a sauce he had never learned to make because the chef had smiled like a man guarding state secrets when David asked. He had painted from memory all his life. Faces, rooms, clouded glass, an old truck glimpsed once at sunset, the color of a woman's scarf in a train station 20 years before. This was only food, and yet the thought of making taste instead of shape made his hands go still. "David?" Clara asked. "I'm going to try something stupid." That sentence has become less charming recently. Not dangerous stupid, dinner stupid. "Do I need to come over?" "No. If this works, I may need a witness later. If it fails, I'll deny everything and eat the beans." He ended the call before she could sensibly object and carried one of the small boards to the room's little table. The painting took longer than the size deserved because he refused to treat it as a picture of food. He painted the plate as he remembered it, but he also held the heat in mind, the resistance of crisp skin under a knife, the steam scented with lemon and rosemary, the buttery snap of beans, the sauce rich enough to make cheap conversation pause. He did not know the recipe. He knew the experience. His brush moved with increasing certainty, laying shine over sauce, char at the edges of potatoes, the pale flesh where the chicken had been cut, until the room around him seemed thinner than the thing he wanted. When the painting was finished, David sat back and laughed once under his breath because he was nervous about a chicken dinner. Then he set his fingers to the edge of the image and pulled with the same wool that had brought out gold, tools and the body he now wore. The painted meal resisted for a heartbeat, then became weight, warmth and scent in his hands as the board beneath it went blank. A real plate sat before him, hot enough that he hissed and grabbed a towel, and the smell filled the little room with such impossible certainty that his eyes stung. He ate standing up at first because sitting down seemed too formal for a miracle. The skin broke exactly as memory promised. The sauce was the sauce, not an approximation, not a clever guess, not chicken wearing nostalgia as a hat, but that meal from that evening when he had been younger, tired, proud, broken alive in the ordinary ungrateful way. He sat before his knees could embarrass him, then ate slowly, laughing now and then when another detail proved itself. The lemon at the edge, the pepper, the potatoes almost too hot, the green beans better than he had any right to expect. He had made gold and a body, and somehow dinner was what made the world tilt widest. Clara arrived 20 minutes later because friendship apparently included ignoring instructions when his voice sounded too pleased. David opened the door with the plate in one hand and the last potato guarded on his fork. She looked from his face to the food and then past him to the blank board on the table. "Oh," she said. "Yes. That's the Raleigh chicken." "It is. I've never cooked it. I never knew how. I remembered it hard enough, painted it carefully enough, and the magic decided recipes were for people with less interesting hobbies. David offered her the fork, solemn as a priest with a relic. "You can have the last potato, it's an act of tremendous personal growth." Clara took the bite, closed her eyes, and made a small sound of recognition that struck him almost harder than his own first taste. For a while neither of them said anything. The room was still cheap, the bed still tired, the account still thin, and the future still balanced on caution. But the practical world had been forced to make space for wonder again, and David felt the old question open in him with dangerous, joyful breadth. If memory and intention could make a lost dinner real, then food was only the smallest beginning of things he'd once wished for. 11. The empty crate. The chicken left David with a problem that had nothing to do with hunger. He had gone to bed thinking about remembered taste and woke thinking about mechanisms. Food had proved that he did not need a recipe if he understood the result well enough. The baseball had contained materials and construction he had never manufactured. His ordinary tools had arrived with details he had not consciously specified. Somewhere between coffee and brushing his teeth, the question stopped being whether the magic could reproduce something complicated and became how complicated he was willing to make the next test. He waited until he reached the studio before indulging himself. The responsible paintings were lined against one wall, commissions and studies that would remain paint because that was what paintings were supposed to do. David looked at them, appreciated the evidence that he was becoming financially respectable, then cleared a fresh panel onto the easel with the guilty pleasure of a child abandoning homework. He had wanted a particular pistol for years. Not desperately enough to spend money, he never seemed to have, but enough to handle one whenever a dealer or friend owned one, read reviews, study photographs, argue with himself about variants and remember exactly how the grip settled into his palm. Cancer had eventually reduced shooting to one more hobby filed under things he might return to when treatment ended. Treatment had ended rather more conclusively than planned. "This is research," he told the empty room. The empty room declined to challenge him. David began with the pistol in profile, then worked far beyond the sort of clean illustration he might once have produced for a catalog. He wanted the weight concentrated where he remembered it, the grip angle familiar against the heel of his hand, the slide resistance neither too light nor absurdly stiff. He thought about the controls under his thumb, the travel and break of the trigger, the magazine release, the sight picture, the mechanical sounds of an action being worked by hand. He pictured recoil coming straight back through his wrist, the report sharp enough to demand hearing protection, and the weapon feeding, firing and cycling with the boring reliability that made a good firearm trustworthy. What he did not picture was every spring, pin, bearing surface and tolerance hidden inside it. He knew more than the average person because firearms interested him, but interest was not machining knowledge. David could field strip the model. He could identify the major components. He could explain what they did in broad terms. If someone had demanded exact dimensions for every internal surface, he would have been reduced to artistic confidence and increasingly inventive profanity. That was the point of the experiment. Hours later he put down the brush and flexed his fingers. Hunger had crept up on him, accompanied by the slight tremor he was beginning to recognize as the price of pulling finished objects out of possibility. The pistol on the panel looked almost offensively tangible. David checked the work one more time, not for photographic perfection but for certainty. He knew what the object was. He knew what he expected it to do. Most importantly, there was no vagueness in his mind about what counted as success. He touched the painted weapon and pulled. The image vanished beneath his fingers, leaving the prepared surface blank, and real weight settled abruptly into his hand. David caught the pistol with both hands before surprise could introduce it to the floor. It was cool, solid and exactly as heavy as memory said it should be. He kept his finger clear of the trigger by old habit, removed the magazine, confirmed it was empty, locked the slide open and inspected the chamber before letting himself grin. "No ammunition," he murmured. "Good. At least one of us has sense." The action moved smoothly when he released it. He worked the slide again, feeling spring pressure build and return with mechanical precision. The controls clicked beneath his fingers exactly where they belonged. Nothing felt decorative, nothing felt approximate. David stared at the pistol for several seconds, then reached for the takedown control. A functioning exterior was interesting. What waited inside was the real question. David stripped the pistol on the scarred worktable with the concentration of a man performing an autopsy on a miracle. The familiar major pieces came apart as they should, but familiarity only carried him so far. He knew what a barrel, recoil spring, slide, frame and locking surfaces were supposed to look like. He had handled enough firearms to recognize bad machining, excessive play and obvious shortcuts. What unsettled him was the accumulation of smaller decisions. Surfaces met cleanly. Pins sat where engineering demanded rather than where his painting happened to suggest them. The spring had a specific thickness, temper and resistance he had never consciously imagined. Machined recesses existed on sides he had not painted at all, and when he ran a fingertip carefully across an internal rail, he could feel a finish that made mechanical sense despite never having appeared on the canvas. He reassembled the pistol, worked the action several times and set it down. "All right," he said to it. "That's showing off." The obvious response to one impossible mechanism was to make another. David ate before starting, having learned that artistic enthusiasm became less charming when his hands began shaking, then prepared a larger surface and chose a carbine configuration he had admired for almost as long as the pistol. This one tested more than whether the magic could hide cleverness inside a handgun. He knew the platform well enough to have opinions about barrel length, stock geometry, controls, sight height, balance and how the rifle ought to settle against his shoulder. He also knew precisely where his knowledge stopped. He could maintain one, diagnose ordinary faults and discuss components without embarrassing himself. He could not walk into a machine shop with raw steel and aluminium and manufacture a reliable firearm from first principles. That limitation made the painting more interesting. David concentrated on the carbine he wanted rather than pretending to design what he did not understand. He painted the proportions, furniture, controls and external details with professional precision, but the important work happened in his conception of the finished object. It had to balance correctly when raised. The stock had to lock solidly. The trigger could not feel like two pieces of gravel arguing inside a box. The action had to cycle smoothly. The magazine had to seat properly, and every component had to survive the forces a real firearm experienced without becoming an artistically convincing hand grenade. The work took most of the afternoon. By completion his shoulders were stiff from the easel and his stomach had begun issuing increasingly personal complaints, but the carbine looked right in a way that went beyond resemblance. David rested before extracting it, drank water, ate half a sandwich, then returned to the panel and pulled the finished weapon free. Its weight arrived first. Not excessive, not suspiciously light, but distributed exactly where his hands expected it. David cleared it by habit even though there was no magazine or ammunition present, worked the charging handle, tested the safety and brought it carefully to his shoulder. The cheek weld felt familiar. The sights aligned naturally. When he shifted his grip, the balance followed rather than fighting him, and the sheer satisfaction of holding something he had wanted for years drew a laugh out of him before he could dignify the reaction. He stripped the carbine next. That was where amusement gave way to something closer to awe. Beneath the surfaces he had painted were machining marks, springs, fasteners, interfaces and tolerances that existed because the mechanism required them. He recognized what the parts did, but he had never specified their exact dimensions, materials or finishes. The magic had not produced a hollow prop and hidden the embarrassment where he could not see it. It had solved the engineering implied by the object he had clearly intended to make. David set the opened pistol beside the partially stripped carbine and stared at the collection of perfectly ordinary-looking components covering his work table. He had supplied shape, behavior, expectation and purpose. Something else had supplied every answer between those things. That was considerably more interesting than simply painting a gun. David's first thought was ammunition, followed immediately by the less appealing thought of painting ammunition. The pistol and carbine were satisfying because they were complicated, durable objects he had wanted for years. Cartridges were consumables. Making them one at a time with a brush struck him as the artistic equivalent of hand-carving disposable forks. He stood over the work table considering the problem until his gaze settled on an old photograph he had saved as reference years ago, showing a sturdy military-style ammunition crate with clear caliber markings and the sort of utilitarian construction designed to survive people dropping it from trucks. That, David decided, is much more civilized. He chose a fresh board and painted the crate with considerably less reverence than he had given either firearm. The shape was simple, the fittings practical, the lettering clear. In his head it was unquestionably an ammunition crate, the sort of thing that should contain enough matching cartridges to make the next stage of the experiment possible without requiring him to spend several evenings producing tiny brass cylinders by hand. He thought about the caliber, added the appropriate markings, worked in the scuffs and handling wear that made the box look used rather than decorative, then finished the latch and sat back with the satisfaction of a man who had discovered logistics. Extraction gave him exactly what he had painted. The crate landed heavily on the table. David grinned at the weight, released the latch and lifted the lid. The interior was empty. He stared into it for several seconds. The crate had dividers, reinforcing details, hardware and an interior finish he had never consciously designed, all executed with the same irritating competence the magic had shown inside the firearms. It contained precisely no ammunition. David looked at the pistol, then the carbine, then back into the crate. "You made me a functioning human body." The crate remained unapologetically vacant. "You supplied blood vessels I couldn't name, nerves I couldn't map, and enough biochemistry to make breakfast seem like a reasonable idea." He lifted the box and checked beneath it, because apparently resurrection had not prevented him becoming the sort of man who checked underneath an empty ammunition crate in case several hundred cartridges were hiding there out of embarrassment. But cartridges were too ambitious? His irritation survived only until he looked properly at the object he had made. The label said what belonged inside. The box looked like something intended to hold ammunition. But during the painting, David had concentrated almost entirely on the crate itself. He had never pictured rows of cartridges beneath the lid, never considered their count, arrangement, weight or even the feel of them shifting when the box moved. He had assumed that naming the container would obligate the magic to invent its contents. That was not what had happened with the pistol. He had not known every hidden dimension or material specification, but he had known the complete object he wanted and the behavior that defined success. The magic had supplied implementation. Here, he had asked for a crate and casually expected it to read his mind about several hundred additional objects. David started laughing. "Oh, that is absolutely my fault." He picked up the empty crate again and appreciated the lesson more once his pride had recovered. He had little doubt that he could paint a cartridge deliberately and get a functioning round. Given enough patience, he could probably specify a filled crate as the intended complete object and make that work too. Neither possibility made it sensible. Paint, preparation, concentration and his own time all had value, while factory ammunition already existed by the box. The next morning he bought ordinary matching ammunition through ordinary channels, enjoying the private absurdity of paying real money for something he could probably create because doing so was cheaper in the resource that mattered most, his attention. He also arranged access to a secluded place where he could test both weapons carefully without involving Clarice Gallery, his rented room or any neighbor with an understandable objection to experimental gunfire. By the time he returned to the studio, the ammunition sat beside two weapons that had never existed in any factory and an empty crate that had taught him more than a full one would have. Now he could find out whether the magic had made firearms, or merely extraordinarily convincing machines that had not yet been asked to fire. David chose the test site for privacy rather than drama. The secluded outdoor range belonged to someone willing to rent him time without hovering, and the firing position gave him a proper backstop, enough distance to learn something useful, and no audience likely to become interested in why a newly manufactured-looking firearm possessed no manufacturer's history. He arrived with both weapons cased, ordinary factory ammunition, hearing and eye protection, paper targets and the uncomfortable awareness that until now every conclusion about the guns had been mechanical rather than ballistic. Springs could spring beautifully and a barrel could look perfect right up until pressure introduced consequences. He began with the pistol. David loaded a single cartridge into the magazine, seated it, chambered the round and checked his target before settling into a familiar stance. The younger body made the position easier than memory expected. His shoulder did not complain, his hands were steady, and his vision gave him a sight picture sharp enough to feel almost unfair. None of that meant he had magically become a better shooter, so he resisted the temptation to admire himself and concentrated on the weapon instead. The trigger took up exactly as he had imagined it. The shot cracked across the range. Recoil drove into his hands, the slide cycled, and the empty case spun away into the grass. David stayed on target for a moment before lowering the pistol and checking it. Nothing had cracked, shifted, loosened or transformed into an artistic statement about hubris. "Oh, that's ridiculous," he said, smiling. He fired another single round, then loaded several. The pistol continued to cycle normally. Ejection remained consistent. The sights stayed where they belonged. When he moved the target farther out and fired a careful group, The holes appeared close enough together to blame the wider ones on David rather than the firearm. That pleased him more than miraculous accuracy would have. The pistol behaved like a good pistol, not like a magical weapon arranging bullets to flatter its creator. The carbine made the point harder. David inspected it again before loading, then fired from a supported position. The first shot produced the expected report and recoil, followed by the clean mechanical movement of the action. He checked the rifle, fired again, then worked through a short magazine while paying attention to feeding, extraction, ejection and the feel of the weapon returning onto target. Everything behaved normally. When he walked downrange after making the line safe, the group on the paper was entirely respectable. He stood looking at it longer than necessary. The magic had not merely created something that resembled a firearm. It had produced chambers capable of containing pressure, barrels with functioning internal geometry, springs and moving parts that survived repeated cycling, and materials capable of doing their jobs under heat and force. David had specified what the weapons were supposed to be and how success should feel. Whatever answered his paintings had supplied the enormous body of knowledge between intention and function. He returned to the firing line and spent the remaining ammunition carefully rather than enthusiastically emptying magazines for the pleasure of noise. There would be time for pleasure later. Today he wanted failures, if any existed. He tried different magazines, varied his pace, let both weapons warm and watched for changes. Neither gave him anything interesting. They simply worked. By the time David packed the cases, collected his brass and cleaned the firing point, restraint had become difficult. The empty ammunition crate no longer felt like a failure. It felt like a useful correction to his understanding. The magic would solve things he did not know how to build, but it required him to know what he was asking for. Driving back toward Asheville, David kept seeing the group on the target and the stripped mechanisms on his studio table. A pistol was complicated. A carbine was more complicated. Neither complexity had stopped the magic. His imagination immediately became irresponsible. A motorcycle had an engine, transmission, suspension and brakes. A car added thousands of components he understood only in broad terms. An aircraft demanded far more, but the principle no longer seemed fundamentally different. David tightened his hands on the steering wheel and laughed. If canvas could supply everything between a clear idea and a working machine, then eventually he was going to need a much larger studio. Because somewhere beyond cars and aircraft waited the question he could no longer pretend he had not asked. Could he paint a spacecraft? 12. The blade that hummed. The spacecraft question survived the night, but common sense reduced it to something that would fit on an easel. David had proved that his paintings could supply engineering he did not understand when the finished object itself was familiar. A pistol still belonged to known physics. So did the carbine, however impressive its hidden tolerances had been. A spacecraft would answer the larger question eventually, assuming he acquired a warehouse, several acres of canvas and the willingness to discover whether artistic exhaustion could actually kill him. For now, he wanted something small enough to hold in one hand and impossible enough that no machine shop on Earth could quietly explain the result. An energy blade had been occupying a private corner of his imagination since adolescence. He deliberately avoided copying any particular fictional weapon. That would make the experiment less interesting and introduce decisions already made by somebody else. David wanted his own version, designed according to what he thought such a thing ought to be rather than what a film prop had taught generations of viewers to expect. He spent the morning sketching handles, rejecting most of them before paint ever touched a prepared panel. Some looked too ornate. Others looked like flashlights attempting to compensate for emotional insecurity. The version he finally chose was clean and slightly longer than his hand, with a textured grip, a guarded activation control beneath his thumb and enough visual weight near the emitter to suggest that something important happened there. Appearance was the easy part. The firearm experiment had taught him what mattered next. David sat back from the easel and started defining behavior. The blade would extend to a fixed length when activated and stop there. It would be visible without filling the room with blinding light, hot enough at the cutting surface to do what he expected but contained well enough that holding the weapon did not cook his hand. It needed resistance when it met solid material rather than passing through everything without feedback. The handle should balance as if the active blade possessed some perceptible presence beyond its light, enough that moving it felt like wielding a weapon instead of waving an illuminated tube. He wanted a low hum at rest, a sharper change in pitch through movement and a distinct response when the blade struck something it could not immediately cut. Safety required more thought than spectacle. No exploding, David told the half-painted hilt. I'm putting that one in writing. He smiled, then became serious again. The blade had to shut down cleanly when he released the control or deliberately deactivated it. The handle itself could become warm during sustained use but not dangerously hot. Whatever contained the active field, energy, plasma or other phenomenon could not leak sideways through the casing. He wanted a weapon that behaved like a finished engineered product, not an interesting laboratory accident that happened to fit his preferred color scheme. Color took embarrassingly long to settle. Blue felt too expected. Red suggested intentions he did not possess. Green survived 3 sketches before David decided he disliked it against the dark handle. He finally chose a rich amber gold, bright enough to be unmistakably unnatural without looking theatrical. He painted the inactive emitter first, then represented the activated blade beside the hilt as part of the same complete design, giving himself both states to hold clearly in mind while he worked. By late afternoon the painting had become more than a picture of a desirable object. David knew how the grip should settle into his palm, where his thumb would find the control, how the activation should sound and how the blade should behave when it met resistance. He knew exactly what success meant even though he could not have explained a single equation behind it. That was the experiment. David studied the finished energy blade, felt hunger beginning to sharpen beneath his concentration, and stopped himself from reaching for it. He had designed the impossible part. Before he extracted it, he needed somewhere safer than his work table to discover whether impossible engineering shared his opinion of the word safe. David's definition of a prepared testing space was constrained by the fact that he did not own one. The backroom studio was barely large enough for the easel, work table, storage shelves and the growing collection of things that should not exist. His rented room was smaller and contained nearly everything required for an ordinary life, which made it an even worse place to discover whether an impossible energy weapon had misunderstood the phrase contained blade. That left the studio. David spent half an hour making the least bad option less foolish, moving solvent cans, loose paper, spare canvas and anything else eager to burn as far away as possible. He cleared the floor around the most open corner, brought over the fire extinguisher he kept for ordinary studio safety and opened the exterior door for ventilation. He looked around afterward. This is either responsible, he said, or evidence that I know exactly enough to frighten myself. The room offered no opinion. David ate before attempting the extraction. The firearm experiments had already taught him what several hours of concentrated painting could do to his hands and blood sugar, and the energy blade had required more sustained conception than either gun. He finished a sandwich, drank water and waited until the faint tremor in his fingers had gone before carrying the panel to the cleared section of the studio. The completed painting still pleased him. Dark hilt, practical grip, guarded control and the amber gold blade represented beside it in its active state. More importantly, he knew what the object was supposed to be. Not how it achieved the effect, but how it behaved when it did. David placed his fingers against the painted hilt and pulled. The image vanished from the board. Real weight settled into his hand. He caught the hilt securely and immediately held it away from his body. Nothing happened. No heat, no vibration, no ominous whine. It was simply a compact piece of dark metal, cool against his palm and weighted a little toward the emitter in exactly the way he had intended. David inspected it before doing anything more ambitious. The seams were precise. The grip texture felt manufactured rather than decorative. The recessed activation control resisted accidental pressure when he brushed his thumb across it. He could find no battery compartment, fuel port or removable power pack, although that absence proved very little after the pistol had politely supplied springs and machining he had never painted. He stepped into the center of his cleared patch of floor and checked the space around him again. There was not much of it. Short movements, he reminded himself. His thumb settled over the control. He pressed. A mechanical click sounded beneath his thumb, followed almost instantly by a low hum as amber gold light extended from the emitter and stopped at the exact length he had specified. David did not move. The blade cast warm light across the wall, the scarred floorboards and the front of his shirt. It was brilliant without forcing him to look away. Heat touched his skin from the nearest section, present but contained, while a faint vibration traveled through the hilt into his palm. For several seconds he simply stared. Oh, that is magnificent. He moved his wrist a few inches. The hum changed with the motion. David tried another careful movement, then a slightly wider one while keeping very conscious track of the walls, ceiling, easel and everything else within catastrophic reach. The active blade resisted changes of direction just enough to feel present. It did not behave like weightless light attached to a handle. Something about it gave his hand feedback, exactly as he had intended when painting it. His grin became difficult to control. He shut it down. The amber blade vanished into the emitter and the hum stopped with it. David stood in the suddenly ordinary studio holding what once again looked like an inert metal handle, then glanced around at the room he had just illuminated with impossible technology. The cramped space had been adequate for proving activation. It was nowhere near adequate for finding out what the blade could cut. The problem was that David still wanted an answer. Activation had proved the blade could exist. The shifting hum, the resistance in motion and the contained warmth had proved it behaved roughly as conceived, but none of that answered the question that mattered most. A glowing bar that made convincing noises would still be a remarkable creation, yet it would not prove that the magic had solved the impossible part. He needed to put the blade against something solid. He also needed to avoid cutting through a wall, the floor or any portion of the building that belonged to someone else. David spent several minutes examining the studio for a test he could justify. The work table was out. He needed it. The easel was cheap but inconvenient to replace, and cutting through wooden furniture with something that might throw molten debris around the room struck him as an unnecessarily energetic way to learn. Eventually he settled on a battered steel stand he used for supporting boards and drying work. It was scarred, slightly bent and inexpensive enough that sacrificing part of it would hurt only his sense of thrift. He dragged it into the cleared area and positioned one projecting section where a downward cut would continue into empty space rather than the floor. Then he moved everything again because the first arrangement looked sensible until he imagined the blade passing through without slowing. "Very short cut," David said. The fire extinguisher remained within reach. He put his eye protection back on, checked the open door, then activated the blade. Amber light filled the cramped studio again. The low hum immediately restored the grin he had been trying to suppress, but David kept both hands on the hilt and approached the stand slowly. He had imagined resistance. He had specifically wanted the weapon to communicate contact rather than behave like a line drawn through matter. That did not mean he knew what resistance from an impossible cutting field would actually feel like. He brought the blade against the edge of the steel. There was resistance for perhaps half a second. Then the blade went through. David jerked it away so quickly that the hum rose sharply with the motion. A glowing line remained across the metal where the blade had entered, and the severed end of the stand dropped several inches before catching against its lower brace. The exposed cut shone orange for a moment, then began fading toward dull red. Oh! He shut the blade down. The room became abruptly dimmer, leaving David staring at the damaged stand with the inactive hilt held well away from his body. He had expected it to cut. That had been part of the conception. What he had not expected was how little effort the act required. There had been some physical feedback, enough to tell him he had touched steel, but no meaningful struggle and certainly nothing resembling the resistance of a saw or abrasive wheel. David checked the floor first. Nothing had fallen except a few tiny glowing particles, and none had traveled far. He watched them cool before stepping closer. The cut through the steel was narrow and remarkably clean, with heat discoloration spreading only a short distance from the path of the blade. A faint smell of hot metal hung in the studio. That was enough to make him inspect everything else. David checked the nearby wall, the floorboards and the underside of the damaged stand, then crouched to make certain nothing had begun smoldering where he could not immediately see it. He found no fire, but the exercise stripped some of the amusement from the experiment. The weapon had done exactly what he asked. That was the alarming part. David straightened and looked at the hilt in his hand. A few minutes earlier it had been the most wonderful object he had ever made. It still was, which complicated matters considerably. He wanted to activate it again. He wanted to hear the hum, watch amber light spill over the room and discover what happened against thicker steel, stone, ceramic and every other material he could arrange in front of it. Instead, he placed the hilt carefully on the cleared work table. "Right," he said, "outside next time." The blade had passed its first cutting test so decisively that the cramped rented studio had ceased to be merely inconvenient. David had created something genuinely dangerous, and delight did not excuse pretending otherwise. Unfortunately, being alarmed by it had done absolutely nothing to make him want it less. David waited until the steel had cooled before touching the stand. The severed section came free with a little persuasion, leaving him holding a piece of ordinary metal divided by a surface no ordinary tool in the studio could have produced so neatly. He turned it beneath the work light, studying the narrow heat-affected edge and the almost absurd precision of the cut. The pistol and carbine had impressed him because the magic had supplied engineering he did not know. This was different. There was no present-day engineering solution hiding inside the category. He had asked for a compact handle that produced a stable, finite blade of contained energy capable of cutting steel, and the painting had answered with a device that did exactly that. He picked up the hilt again but did not activate it. The object had changed in his mind during the last few minutes. It was still the collectible he had wanted since he was young enough to regard glowing swords as a sufficient argument for civilization, but now it was also evidence. Real evidence. Somewhere inside the dark casing was a mechanism that generated the blade, contained it, powered it and responded to movement. The energy had behaved consistently. The handle had remained safe in his hand. Whatever principles made those things possible were physically present whether David understood them or not. That thought sent his imagination in a direction considerably less private than spacecraft. David could take the hilt apart. He stared at it, then immediately disliked the idea. No. The answer came out with enough conviction to make him smile. He had spent most of a day designing the thing, extracted it at real physical cost and nearly giggled the first time it lit. Taking a screwdriver to it now felt less like research and more like buying the toy he had wanted for 30 years and smashing it open before getting it home. He set the blade beside the pistol and carbine and found the comparison unexpectedly useful. Those firearms contained manufacturing knowledge he had never possessed, but present-day engineers already understood what they were looking at. An expert could measure the springs, alloys, tolerances and machining and conclude that somebody had built an unusually well-made gun. The energy blade offered no such comfortable explanation. Give it to the right physicist or engineer and the first useful question would not be who manufactured it. It would be what physical process allowed it to exist at all. David looked again at the blank panel left by extraction. One painting, one object. Nothing prevented him from making another. The second blade would take hours of work, concentration and recovery. It would not be free, and duplicating the design would still require another finished painting rather than some convenient production command. But the principle mattered more than the effort. He did not have to sacrifice the first impossible thing he loved in order to learn from it. He could keep this one exactly as it was and, when he was ready, paint another specifically to be measured, scanned, heated, overloaded, dismantled and reduced to components by people who knew what questions to ask. That possibility unsettled him more than the cut steel had. A functioning energy blade was wonderful in a locked studio. A functioning energy blade placed in front of serious researchers was the beginning of something else entirely. Even if Earth could not reproduce it, the attempt might reveal materials, power systems or physical effects nobody had encountered before. If researchers could reproduce even one useful principle, his private hobby could stop being private very quickly. David wrapped the hilt carefully and returned it to its case. The cramped studio suddenly seemed even smaller with the pistol, carbine and impossible blade sharing space among ordinary canvases and paint. He was not ready to hand the world anything. But for the first time, he understood that he might eventually have something worth handing over. 13. Armor is heavy. The sensible response to creating a weapon that could cut steel with almost no effort would have been to stop making weapons. David gave sensible consideration until the following morning. The energy blade remained wrapped inside its case, safe, inactive and entirely too impressive to treat as an everyday possession. He still wanted a second one for research, but the thought of strangers dismantling even a duplicate had introduced consequences he was not ready to face. What he wanted now was simpler. Not another attempt to reach beyond known science, but something made purely because the boy he had once been would have adored it. A sword had no power cell to explain, no unknown field to contain and no realistic chance of changing civilization. David wanted a proper fantasy blade, elegant without becoming ornamental, strong enough for real use and balanced for someone who possessed enthusiasm rather than training. He sketched a straight double-edged sword with a dark leather grip, a restrained cross guard and a steel pommel that brought the balance back toward his hand. The blade received a shallow central fuller, subtle engraving near the guard and an edge he conceived as exceptionally keen without granting it any impossible cutting ability. Painting it took most of the day. David knew how the finished sword should feel even though he had never owned one of comparable quality. It should move cleanly, remain rigid through the cut and feel alive in the hand without pretending to guide him. He wanted excellent steel, precise construction and the kind of finish a master smith might produce after years of work. When the painting was complete, he ate, rested and cleared the same section of floor used for the energy blade test. Then he drew the sword from the panel. The image vanished, and nearly 4 feet of steel settled into his hands. David caught the grip with both palms, lowered the point and spent several seconds admiring the blade beneath the work lights. The engraving was crisp, the fuller perfectly even and the polished steel bright without looking chromed. More importantly, the balance rested close enough to the guard that the weapon moved easily when he shifted it through a cautious arc. "Oh, yes," he said. "That will do nicely." He tested the edge on a hanging sheet of heavy paper, beginning carefully enough that failure would cost only dignity. The blade passed through with a soft hiss and left the lower half drifting to the floor. A scrap of thick leather required a committed stroke, but the sword cut it cleanly when he gave the blade room to work. It was not an energy weapon pretending matter had no objections. It was simply an extraordinarily fine sword, and David found that distinction satisfying. He cleaned the edge, wrapped the blade and placed it beside the energy blade case. The growing collection looked ridiculous in a rented art studio, but it also looked like a private museum assembled for the exact tastes of one shameless owner. A sword, however, suggested armor. David returned to his sketchbook intending only to explore the idea. Within 20 minutes he had rejected historical accuracy as an unnecessary restraint and theatrical nonsense as an equally unnecessary hazard. He wanted real protection, fitted padding, articulated joints and a helmet he could see and breathe through. He also wanted a silhouette dramatic enough to make moderation feel like a missed opportunity. By evening, the first dark plates had begun taking shape on a fresh canvas, broad at the shoulders, fitted through the torso and edged with restrained gold. David stepped back, studied the emerging figure and made the shoulder guards slightly larger. He had survived cancer, death and life inside a painting. He had earned impressive shoulders. The armor required 3 more days. David painted the outer plates first, then worked inward until he could clearly imagine every strap, buckle, hinge and padded surface hidden beneath them. He wanted protection rather than a hollow costume, which meant the breastplate needed thickness, the overlapping sections had to move without opening obvious gaps and the joints required more than decorative suggestions of articulation. Beneath the metal he painted a fitted padded garment designed to spread pressure and prevent the armor from rubbing directly against him. The finished design was beautiful. Dark steel covered the torso, arms and legs, with gold edging that caught the light without overwhelming it. The shoulder guards broadened his silhouette considerably, the gauntlets ended in articulated fingers and the enclosed helmet possessed narrow openings that somehow promised useful vision and ventilation. David had also included a dark half-cape attached behind one shoulder because practical restraint had already suffered enough defeats to make another one irrelevant. He ate a substantial lunch before extraction and cleared as much floor space as the studio allowed. The suit was larger and more complex than anything he had previously pulled from a painting, and the work had left him tired enough that he refused to discover its weight while hungry. David pressed both hands against the painted breastplate and pulled. The canvas blanked. Metal, leather and padded cloth appeared together in a carefully arranged collection that immediately occupied most of the cleared floor. David staggered when the breastplate settled partly against him, caught it with both arms and lowered it before its weight could carry him down with it. That answers one question. He had imagined real armor, and real armor had arrived with no interest in being conveniently light. Each piece remained manageable by itself, but the breastplate possessed substantial weight. The leg armor added more and the helmet felt heavy enough before he had placed it on his head. The magic had supplied excellent articulation, fitted padding and precise manufacture. It had not interpreted fantasy as permission to abolish mass. Putting the armor on introduced a separate problem. David had designed it to be wearable by one person, but wearable did not mean quick. The padded underlayer went on easily. The leg pieces required him to sit, stand, adjust straps, sit again and discover that he had threaded one fastening through the wrong buckle. The breastplate closed around him securely once he found the correct order, although reaching one rear fastening demanded enough twisting to make him reconsider the value of squires. By the time he had added the arm plates and gauntlets, sweat had begun gathering beneath the padding. The joints moved smoothly, and nothing pinched or scraped. He could bend his elbows, close his hands and rotate his shoulders within the limits imposed by shaped steel. The armor worked exactly as intended. Unfortunately, working armor still required its wearer to carry it. David left the helmet on the table and walked carefully toward the larger mirror near the studio entrance. Every step produced a subdued sequence of metal contact, leather movement and unfamiliar pressure across his shoulders and hips. He was halfway through the doorway when the left shoulder guard struck the frame with a solid wooden knock. He stopped, backed up and tried again at a slight angle. The right shoulder caught instead. David looked from one broad plate to the other. Both articulated correctly, shifting with his movement exactly as designed. They were also wider than the doorway, a fact the painting had apparently considered too obvious to correct on his behalf. "Impressive shoulders," he said, turning sideways to edge through. "Still worth it." Turning sideways worked, although the half cape dragged across the doorframe and one shoulder plate scraped the wood on the way through. David emerged into the narrow front section of the studio and faced the full-length mirror he had bought when the new body still felt unfamiliar. The armor looked magnificent. Dark steel followed the lines of his body closely enough to suggest strength without pretending the plates were part of him. Gold edging defined the breastplate, shoulders and gauntlets, while the half cape hung behind him with exactly the unnecessary drama he had hoped for. The broader shoulders made his already improved body appear larger, and the fitted waist produced a heroic proportion that no historical armorer would have been required to justify. David turned slightly, watching the plates slide over one another. "That is outstanding." The reflection agreed completely. He returned to the work table and picked up the helmet. Lowering it over his head muffled the room, narrowed his vision and added another burden to muscles already becoming aware of the rest of the suit. The internal padding fitted perfectly, and concealed ventilation channels kept his breath from immediately fogging the viewing slits. He could see, breathe and turn his head. He could also hear every small movement of the armor as if someone were rearranging cutlery beside his ears. David went back to the mirror. The helmet completed the effect. He looked like a knight from the cover of a fantasy novel expensive enough to have received original artwork. No sensible person viewing the suit would have guessed that its owner had painted it in a rented studio, put it on without assistance and already struck a doorway twice. He planted his feet and placed one gauntleted hand on his hip. The pose worked, though holding it made the weight on his shoulders more noticeable. He tried resting one boot on a low wooden box and discovered that raising the plated leg required considerably more effort than expected. The box creaked when he transferred some of his weight onto it, prompting him to lower his foot before the pose became an experiment in furniture repair. The sword stood within reach. David drew it carefully and held it upright beside him, admiring the complete image in the mirror. Sword, armor, cape and younger body combined into everything his adolescent imagination might have requested, except perhaps a castle and a dragon willing to respect workplace boundaries. He attempted a slow overhead guard. The shoulder joints moved cleanly, but the combined weight of sword and armor turned what should have been a controlled position into immediate labor. A cautious diagonal cut produced a fine sweep of steel followed by a less impressive effort to stop the blade before it reached the work table. He recovered without striking anything, adjusted his stance and tried again. The second movement was better until his rear foot caught the edge of the cape. David lurched sideways, struck the wall with one shoulder and managed to keep the sword pointed away from everything vulnerable. The impact made a heavy metallic thump and left no visible damage to the armor. His dignity proved less well protected. He straightened, breathing harder inside the helmet. The suit allowed movement, but it did not teach balance, footwork or the safe handling of a sword while carrying substantial weight. His healthy body was stronger than the one cancer had taken from him, yet strength was not training, and armor converted every unnecessary motion into work. David sheathed the sword, removed the helmet and rested both hands on the table. Sweat had dampened his hair and the padding beneath the breastplate. His shoulders ached, his thighs felt heavily used and he had worn the complete suit for less than 15 minutes. The mirror still showed an imposing armored figure. David looked at it while catching his breath. "You are much more convincing when you stand still." Standing still remained convincing until David tried to remove the armor. The gauntlets came off easily. The arm plates followed after some fumbling, but the breastplate required him to reach the fastening behind his right side at an angle his tired shoulder no longer appreciated. He turned, twisted and tried approaching it from beneath, only to discover that the remaining shoulder plate limited the exact movement he needed. David rested against the work table and considered his options. He could cut the strap, though damaging a 3-day creation because he had failed to plan an exit seemed excessive. He could call Clara, which would require explaining why he needed emergency assistance removing fantasy armor he had never mentioned creating. The third option was to keep struggling until patience or anatomy produced a solution. He chose the third. Removing the remaining shoulder plate gave his arm another few inches of movement. David caught the fastening with 2 fingers, pulled it loose and nearly dropped the breastplate when its weight shifted unexpectedly. He hugged the metal against himself, shuffled to the padded bench and lowered it with a grunt. The leg armor proved less complicated but more exhausting. Sitting helped until rigid plates prevented him from bending far enough to reach one lower buckle comfortably. Standing restored access while forcing him to balance on the other armored leg. David eventually braced one hand against the wall, raised his foot onto the bench and freed the stubborn fastening after several attempts. When the final plate came away, the absence of weight felt nearly as dramatic as the disappearance of cancer had once felt. David stood in the damp padded garment, rolled his shoulders and decided that historical squires had performed a service inadequately celebrated by popular fiction. He stripped off the padding, showered in the small sink area as thoroughly as the facilities allowed and returned in clean clothes to deal with the metal spread across half the studio floor. Leaving it there was impossible. The room already required careful movement around canvases, tables and weapon cases, and the armor had converted the remaining open space into an obstacle course. David assembled the heavy display stand he had ordered while painting the suit. Its broad base barely fitted into the corner beside the work table, but it supported the armor securely once he arranged the padded layer over the frame and added each plate in the proper order. Dressing a stand proved much easier than dressing himself. The breastplate closed without argument, the limbs hung in a natural stance and the helmet rested above the shoulders with its narrow viewing slits facing into the room. David adjusted the half cape, stepped back and felt the original delight return. The finished display was magnificent. He placed the sword upright in its floor rack beside it, then set the closed energy blade case on the nearby shelf. The pistol and carbine remained locked in their own cases beneath the table, accompanied by purchased ammunition and the empty crate that had taught him not to leave contents vague. Ordinary paintings leaned against one wall. Blank creation surfaces occupied another. The recovered cottage painting remained wrapped and protected where nothing could strike it. David turned slowly in the center of the studio. There was no center left. The armor projected into his walking space. The sword rack blocked one cabinet door unless he moved it first. Reaching the sink now required passing close enough to the display that a careless turn could catch the cape or shoulder guard. Even the energy blade, compact by comparison, deserved storage more secure than a shelf in a rented back room. David had begun with enough space to paint and rebuild an ordinary working life. Creation had filled that space with firearms, impossible technology and the private treasures of a man making up for decades of restraint. He looked at the armored figure looming over the cramped room. You need a castle. David did not have one. A secure building with more than a single usable room, however, had just become considerably less optional. 14. Clara draws a line. Clara arrived just after lunch with a slim folder under one arm and the expression of a woman who had already decided which practical matter required David's attention first. He heard her knock at the outer door while trying to shift a stack of blank panels away from the sink without brushing the armor's half cape. The rented studio had been nearly crowded the previous week. Now it had developed opinions about where his elbows were allowed to exist. 1 second, David called. He moved the sword rack 3 inches, discovered that 3 inches did not improve access to the cabinet, moved it back, then unlocked the door before Clara could knock again. She stood in the narrow entry wearing a dark green jacket and carrying the gallery folder like a minor legal instrument. Her gaze touched his face first, softened in the way it still sometimes did when the new body caught her before memory corrected the shock, and then shifted past his shoulder into the room. The folder lowered slightly. David followed her gaze and felt, with unfortunate clarity, How the studio must look to someone who had not watched the collection develop one impossible decision at a time. The dark armor stood in the corner on its heavy display frame, broad-shouldered, gold-edged and dramatically caped. The fantasy sword rested upright beside it. The energy blade case sat closed on the shelf beneath a cloth that did nothing to make it look harmless. Two locked gun cases occupied the space beneath the worktable, half hidden by the empty ammunition crate he had not yet found a sensible use for. Finished commissions leaned against one wall, blank creation surfaces against another, and the wrapped cottage painting waited in its protected place like the quiet center of a secret nobody else in the world would believe. Clara stepped inside without taking her eyes off the armor. "I came to bring you the paperwork for the Henderson sale." "That's good," David said, because no better sentence presented itself. "I was hoping that one would move." "I can see you've been busy." Her voice remained calm, which somehow made it worse. Clara crossed the threshold fully and closed the door behind her. She did not touch anything. She simply looked from the armor to the sword, from the sword to the cases, and then to the blank panels stacked near the easel. "David, what am I looking at?" "Private experiments," he said. "Some successful, some less dignified." "The suit of armor is less dignified?" "The suit of armor is magnificent. Wearing it alone was less dignified." He tried a smile, found no answering one on her face and let it fade. "Clara, none of this is unstable. The blade is inactive and cased. The firearms are locked. The armor is just armor." "Just armor," she repeated, still too evenly. "And the sword?" "An excellent sword." "Of course it is." Clara finally turned to him, and the controlled anger in her eyes landed harder than surprise would have. "I know how you came back, David. I know you died, woke inside a painting, made objects real, painted yourself a body and climbed into it on a pawnshop floor. I am not standing here because I need a gentler introduction to impossible." "I didn't think you did." "No," Clara said, "you thought I didn't need an introduction at all." She lifted the folder a little, as if remembering why she had come, then set it carefully on the nearest clear corner of the table. "I brought you sales paperwork, tax copies and a note from a client who thinks your skies are improving. I expected paint, canvases, maybe another absurdly perfect dinner you wanted to gloat about. Instead I find weapons, armor and whatever is in that case, all sitting in a studio with one door and a sink that complains when you turn it on." David looked toward the energy blade case despite himself. "That one is complicated." "I assumed so from the cloth hiding it like a guilty conscience." Clara took one slow breath and looked around again, this time less at the objects than at the way they occupied the room. "How long has this been going on?" "The firearms were earlier. The blade was a few days ago. The sword and armor came after." "And you didn't tell me because?" David had answers. He had several, in fact, arranged neatly in his mind. Secrecy, risk, legal exposure, Henry's ignorance, Clara's safety, the fact that there was no useful action she could have taken about a private studio experiment involving a painted sword. They all sounded reasonable until he imagined saying them while she stood beside the armor he had built large enough to block his own doorway. "I was still working out what they meant," he said. Clara's mouth tightened. "Then start there." David considered starting with the firearms because they were easiest to explain in ordinary terms, then rejected the impulse. Clara was not asking for a catalog. She had seen enough of his face over the years to know when he was selecting a safer answer than the one she had requested. "The blade came first," he said. "Not the sword. The case on the shelf. I painted an energy blade because I wanted to know whether the magic could make something with a function I understood conceptually but couldn't build. It worked. Too well, probably. The sword was partly a correction after that, something impressive but not world-changing. The armor followed because the sword suggested armor, and because apparently I have the restraint of a 12-year-old with a supply budget." Clara did not smile. "And the guns?" "Earlier tests. Familiar mechanisms. Bought ammunition after one painted crate turned out to be empty because I hadn't specified the contents properly." David heard himself drifting toward explanation and stopped. "They're locked. I haven't carried them around. I haven't threatened anyone. I'm not turning into some survivalist version of myself." "I didn't say you were." Clara folded her arms, the folder forgotten on the table between them. "You always do that when you're worried I'm close to the real point. You answer the accusation I haven't made yet." "That's because I can see the obvious shape of the room, Clara. Weapons, armor, impossible technology. It looks bad. It looks lonely, she said. The word landed in a place David had not protected. He glanced toward the armor, which stood with its helmet facing the room like a silent witness for the prosecution. That's not why I kept it quiet. No? Then tell me why. Because knowing more puts you at risk. Not in some dramatic abstract way. In a practical one. David kept his voice low, though the studio door was closed and the front room beyond it empty. You already know enough that, if anyone ever starts asking the right questions, you become important. If I tell you every object, every test, every failure, every possibility, then you're carrying all of it. You can't unknow it. You can't claim ignorance. You can't avoid being pulled into decisions that might have legal, financial or physical consequences before I even understand them myself. Clara listened without interrupting, which gave him the dangerous impression that he was making sense. I'm not trying to shut you out, he continued. I'm trying to keep the blast radius small. I make something, test it, lock it away, and once I know what it means, I can decide whether telling anyone helps. Most of this began as private curiosity. I didn't think you needed to be dragged into every foolish experiment just because you believed me when no one else would have. There it is, Clara said softly. David stopped. What? Because I believed you when no one else would have. She stepped closer to the table, not angrily enough to crowd him, but close enough that the distance stopped protecting either of them. David, I was the person who called your landlord because you wouldn't answer your phone. I was the person who got told you were dead. I stood in the space your life left behind and tried to make sense of it. Then you came back in a younger body, asking me to believe the impossible while also asking me to help keep the old David legally dead. I know that. No, you remember it as part of your origin story. I lived the parts you weren't there for. Clara's control thinned, not into shouting, but into something worse because it remained clear. I helped you find Henry. I sat through conversations where every ordinary answer was wrong and every honest answer was unusable. I watched you open a bank account with almost nothing in it and pretend $43 was an adventure because the alternative was admitting you had been stripped down to a person with no history anyone could safely examine. I have lied by omission for you, worried for you, carried grief for a death that happened and didn't happen, and now I find out you have been filling a rented studio with hazards because you decided the risks were yours to sort before I was allowed to know they existed. David looked at the paperwork, then at the blank panels, then at the sword he had been so absurdly proud of. I didn't want to make you responsible for my mistakes. You made me responsible for the emergency without letting me know what emergencies you were creating. That isn't fair. It is exactly fair. Clara's voice sharpened at last. If that blade injured you, who would be called? If someone broke in and found this room, whose gallery sales and client records would investigators follow? If you vanished because one of these experiments did something you didn't expect, who would have to decide whether to call Henry, the police, an ambulance, or nobody at all? David had no clean answer. The ones he had prepared were all built around preventing danger from reaching her, but Clara was standing in front of him describing danger that had already been assigned to her by proximity, friendship and trust he had accepted when it was useful. I thought I was protecting you, he said. Clara looked around the crowded studio once more, and when she turned back, her anger had become steadier. Then stop protecting me by keeping me blind. David wanted to object to the word blind, but the studio defeated him before he spoke. Clara was not blind. She was standing among the evidence of choices he had made privately while letting her remain close enough to be harmed by their consequences. The distinction he had been relying on suddenly looked less like discretion and more like keeping the useful parts of trust while refusing the inconvenient ones. I told you the truth, he said, hating how weak it sounded even before Clara's expression changed. Not all of it, maybe, but the core. I told you what happened to me. You told me the miracle, Clara said. You told me the part that explained why my dead friend was standing in front of me looking like he had been redesigned by someone with suspicious priorities. That was a very stressful conversation. I don't think my priorities were the main issue. They were noticeable. The smallest edge of humor appeared and vanished almost at once. And yes, you told me the miracle. You told me enough for me to believe you, help you, and keep my mouth shut. Then you treated that as if the trust problem were solved. David leaned one hand against the work table. The motion shifted a stack of papers, and the top sheet slid against the folder she had brought. Henderson sale, client note, tax copy. Ordinary things. The kind of life Clara kept dragging back into reach whenever his attention wandered toward the impossible. I didn't mean to make it transactional. I know you didn't mean to. Clara moved past him carefully, navigating the narrow path between the table and the armor with the irritated grace of someone who had once rehung a gallery show after a delivery driver broke 2 frames and still expected artists to be the difficult part of her day. She stopped beside the display, close enough to examine the articulated gauntlet without touching it. That's what makes me angrier. If you had decided I was useful and nothing more, I could deal with that cleanly. I could leave. But you care, so you keep wrapping control in concern and expecting me to accept the bow. He stared at her back. That's not fair either. It is close enough to fair that you keep flinching. Clara turned. You told me you came back from the dead, David. You let me help you become a younger David Rowan while the old one stayed in the ground. You let me bring clients, money, rooms, Henry, excuses, introductions and paperwork. You let me stand between your new life and the ordinary world. But when the question changes from, can Clara help clean up after disaster, to, should Clara know what risks David is taking before they become disasters, suddenly I'm safer outside the room. David's throat tightened. He looked at the energy blade case because it was easier than looking at her. Some rooms should have fewer people in them. Then stop making me responsible for the hallway outside. The sentence left no easy place to hide. David had spent years sick enough that privacy felt like one of the few dignities he could still defend. He had hidden pain, invoices, fear, weakness and the final shape of decline until Clara had learned to read absence like handwriting. After the painting, secrecy had become practical rather than merely emotional, but the old habit still sat underneath it. He could tell himself he was protecting a secret too large for casual disclosure, and that was true. He could tell himself Clara's life would be easier if she knew less, and that was also true in the narrowest possible way. What he could not honestly claim was that he had asked her where her boundary lay before deciding it for her. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. Clara's anger did not soften, but something in her posture changed. Then say that, instead of pretending you have already solved it. I'm serious. I don't know where the line is. If I tell you everything, I put weight on you that you didn't choose. If I don't tell you enough, I make choices around you while pretending you are free of them. I can paint a sword better than I can answer that. You painted the sword alone. Clara glanced at the blade and then back at him. This you don't get to paint alone. David gave a short, tired laugh. That metaphor is going to annoy me later because it's accurate. Good. Be annoyed and remember it. She stepped away from the armor, her attention moving over the room once more. I am not asking to approve every indulgence. If you want to paint absurd armor because the boy you used to be deserves a ridiculous afternoon, fine. I may mock the cape, but I am not here to confiscate joy. I am asking you to stop deciding that telling me after the fact counts as trust. The cape is excellent, David said, because his mouth occasionally attempted escape without consulting him. The cape is evidence, Clara said, and this time the humor stayed for half a breath before the anger returned beneath it. So are the cases. So are the blank canvases. So is the fact that I had to walk in here by accident to understand the shape of your current life. David looked around with her eyes as well as his own and saw more than clutter. He saw a pattern. One locked case after another, one test after another, one decision kept private until it became too large to ignore. You're right. Clara waited, offering him no rescue. He forced himself to continue. I told you the origin story and let that stand in for the present. I didn't mean it that way, but that's what I did. Yes, Clara said, that is what you did. David absorbed the sentence without trying to soften it into something easier. The studio seemed quieter after she said it, though the building had made no sound beyond the faint settling of old timber and the slow complaint of water somewhere inside the pipes. He had built so much of the room around the pleasure of being alive that he had ignored how much of it also proved he was still making the same private bargains with fear. I'm sorry, he said. Clara watched him for a moment, measuring whether the apology was a door or another decorative surface. Good. I believe you. That doesn't solve it. No, David said, it doesn't. She nodded once, then reached for the folder and opened it on the table with deliberate care. The return to paperwork might have looked like a retreat if her hands had not been so steady. She took out the sales statement, a signed copy for his records, and the client's note, arranging each page in a neat line between a sketch of an impossible hinge and a receipt for paint thinner. The Henderson paintings sold cleanly. Payment will arrive through the gallery account, same as agreed. The tax copy is there. The client note is sweet, and you should read it when you're done feeling appropriately ashamed. That may take a while. Then put it on your schedule. Clara closed the folder but left the papers out. I'm still your friend. I'm still your gallery partner. I'm not walking out of your life because you have the emotional habits of a locked filing cabinet. David let out a breath that almost became a laugh and almost didn't. That was unnecessarily accurate. It was professionally restrained. Clara's expression held no amusement now. But I need you to understand the boundary, because I am not going to keep being your emergency contact under the current arrangement. The words tightened something behind his ribs. Clara. No. Listen first. She rested one hand on the table, not dramatic, not pleading, simply claiming the room. If you want privacy, have privacy. If you want to paint beautiful food, furniture, weapons, absurd capes and whatever else keeps you grateful to be alive, I am not asking for a daily report. If you want to keep some thoughts to yourself, fine. You are allowed a self. But if you are testing something that could injure you, strand you, expose you, bring police or lawyers or doctors to your door, or leave me guessing whether calling for help would save you or destroy you, then I need to know before it happens. David looked at the energy blade case, the armor, the cased firearms, and finally at the wrapped cottage painting. Each one suggested a different version of disaster. Expected return information, he said, remembering the phrase from some old hiking advice rather than any mystical doctrine. Where I am, what I'm doing broadly, when to worry, who to call. Yes. And if the answer is, no one can be called because the situation is too strange, then that is exactly the kind of thing I need to know before I am standing here with my phone in my hand trying to decide whether your secret is more important than your life. It isn't. Then don't make me guess. Clara's voice cracked at the edge of the final word, and for the first time since she entered, anger gave way to the fear underneath it. She looked away quickly, annoyed with herself for showing him that much, but David had already seen it. He had seen too late, perhaps, but not so late that he could pretend it had never been there. He stepped around the table, careful not to crowd her. You shouldn't have had to say this. No, she said, still looking toward the armor. I shouldn't, but here we are. Here we are. David wanted to promise everything at once, to repair the room, the habit, the fear, the old years of silence and the new weeks of secrecy with a clean declaration. He knew enough, at least, not to insult her with that. I need to think through what honest warning looks like without turning you into a co-conspirator for every foolish thing I do. But you're right about the emergency part. I made you responsible after the fact. Clara turned back to him. You have until this evening. He blinked. This evening? This evening. She picked up the empty folder and tucked it under her arm. Decide what trusted means. If it means I'm useful after disaster, then I need distance from the dangerous parts of your life. I'll sell your paintings, keep your secret as far as I already know it, and stop being the person expected to improvise when you vanish, bleed, burn something down or accidentally invent a problem with no legal category. And if trusted means informed before it? Then come to the gallery after closing and tell me what rules you're willing to live by. Clara glanced once more at the armor, and some of her old dry warmth returned without softening the boundary. You can leave the cape here. I don't want it influencing the discussion. The cape has been unfairly maligned. The cape is lucky I'm angry about larger issues. She moved to the door, then paused with her hand on the lock. I'm glad you're alive, David. I'm furious with you, but I am glad. Don't confuse those things just because one is easier to hear. I won't, he said. Clara studied him long enough to decide whether she believed that, then opened the door and stepped out into the narrow front room. The lock clicked behind her a moment later, leaving David in the crowded studio with the sold painting paperwork, the silent armor and a deadline that felt more serious than any weapon he had painted. 15. The Truth. David arrived at Henshaw Gallery 20 minutes after closing with a covered panel under one arm, a paint box in his left hand and the uncomfortable knowledge that Clara had chosen the battlefield well. The front windows were dark except for the low security lights, and the familiar paintings on the walls made the place feel less like neutral ground than a room full of witnesses. Clara let him in through the rear door, relocked it, and stood aside without greeting him with either warmth or anger. She wore the same dark green jacket from the studio, though now the folder was gone and her hands were empty. That was worse. Paperwork had given her something ordinary to hold. Tonight she had brought only the line she had drawn. I brought one finished panel and one blank, David said, because starting with logistics felt marginally less humiliating than starting with feelings. The finished one is from the chair study I extracted last week. It's useless as art now, but useful as evidence. Clara looked at the cloth-wrapped panel. Evidence I should have seen before I found the armor? Yes. He accepted the hit without ducking, set the paint box on the work table in the gallery's back room, and unwrapped the panel. The surface was not white or scraped or burned. It was simply blank in a way that felt wrong once a person knew what had been there before, the primed surface smooth and clean where David's painted chair had become a physical object and left no image behind. This was a finished painting. Small wooden chair, spindle back, rush seat, a chip on the left rear leg because I wanted to know whether remembered wear would come through. When I pulled it out, the panel emptied. Clara stepped closer, bending without touching. No residue. No underdrawing either, not after extraction. It isn't like peeling paint off. It's as if the work was spent. David took a breath, felt the old urge to explain until explanation became a wall, and made himself stop after the necessary sentence. One finished painting, one extraction. That's the rule as far as I know it. As far as you know it, Clara said. That phrase is going to do a lot of work tonight. He slid the blank panel onto a small easel and opened the paint box. He had chosen the subject before leaving the studio because it was impossible enough to matter, harmless enough to handle, and small enough that Clara could keep it in both hands if she chose. I'm going to make something new now. Not food, not a weapon, not anything that could be mistaken for a prop I bought. A glass flower, palm-sized. It will glow softly, but it won't be hot, wired, battery-powered or chemically active in any way I understand. If it works, you test it. You don't have to take my word. Clara's expression changed at that, not forgiving him, but marking the offer as the first useful thing he had said. Good. David worked while she watched from the far side of the table, close enough to see every stroke and far enough that neither of them could pretend this was casual. The flower took shape as a clear glass stem curling into 5 thick petals, each petal faintly blue at the rim and clear toward the center, with tiny bubbles trapped inside like flaws in handmade glass. He painted the weight of it, the cool smoothness, the blunt edges that would not cut skin, the quiet internal glow that belonged to the object rather than to any visible mechanism. The old delight stirred despite the tension. The absurd, private thrill of making a thing that should not exist and feeling the world lean toward yes. He did not perform for Clara. He did not glance up to see whether she was impressed. He painted until the flower on the panel looked complete enough that his hand stopped by itself. Now? Clara asked. Now. David set the brush down, touched the painted stem between finger and thumb, and pulled. The flower came free with the small, impossible ease that still made his chest tighten every time. One moment it was paint on panel. The next it rested in his hand, cool and solid, its petals giving off a mild blue-white light that touched his fingers without warming them. Behind it, the panel had gone blank. Clara inhaled, not loudly, but enough for him to hear the breath catch and steady. David placed the glass flower on the table between them and moved his hands away. Clara did not reach for it at once. She looked from the blank panel to the object, then to David, and whatever anger remained in her face had acquired company. Fear was there, and wonder, and the sharp practical intelligence that made her more dangerous to his evasions than any accusation. At last she picked up the flower carefully, turned it over, held it near her cheek, then near the back of her hand. No heat, she said. No heat. No wire. No battery compartment unless you've become better at hiding seams than God. I promise I did not spend the afternoon engineering a fake glowing flower to make tonight easier. That would almost be less alarming. Clara cupped the flower in both hands, and the soft light gathered under her fingers. It's beautiful, David. He swallowed. Yes. And you should have shown me. Her voice stayed quiet, which made the sentence clean instead of cruel. She set the flower down beside the blank panel, where the impossible object and the spent surface made a better confession than any speech he had rehearsed. All right, now I believe we can have the real conversation. Clara did not begin with the question David expected. She stayed in the gallery's rear workroom, where he had painted the flower, and tested the object with the deliberate patience of someone examining a damaged frame before admitting the artist had caused the problem. She held it under the sink's running water, dried it with a towel, wrapped it in a rag, shaded it beneath an upturned cardboard box, then carried it 2 steps farther from the work lamp so the soft glow could stand on its own. David remained beside the work table and did not help, because the point of the exercise was that she did not need him interpreting every result before she had even seen it. She weighed the flower in her palm, tapped one petal gently against the edge of the counter, and held it close enough to her ear that he almost warned her there would be no sound. He managed to keep his mouth shut, which felt like a small but real moral achievement. "It doesn't hum," she said at last. "No. No heat, no switch, no maker's mark, no sensible construction. The bubbles are inside the glass, not painted on, and the glow doesn't seem brighter near any particular point." Clara set it down on a folded cloth beside the blank panel. "If I break it, can you repair it?" "I don't know," David said. "I could paint a new one. I might be able to paint a replacement part if I understood exactly what broke, but I don't know whether it would join cleanly to this object. I haven't done enough damage testing." "Because you were busy making swords." "That is unfortunately true." He accepted the look she gave him and added, "Fatigue depends on complexity and time more than weight. A mug is easy. Food takes focus because taste and temperature matter. The blade was exhausting, partly because I was specifying a function I couldn't physically build. Weapons with familiar mechanisms were easier than the energy blade but still not casual. The magic supplies what I don't know, but only when I know what success should mean." Clara folded her arms. "One finished painting, one object?" "So far. The surface goes blank after extraction. I haven't found a way to pull 2 things from one finished panel unless they are one coherent object. A cup and saucer might work if painted as a set. A sealed crate gives me the crate unless I specify what is inside. That is how I acquired one very nice empty ammunition crate and a lesson in being precise." "And people?" "No," David said, faster than he meant to. He slowed down, because her eyebrows had moved. "No other people. I made one body for myself after reasoning from the body I already had inside the painting. I have not painted anyone else, and I'm not going to. The first body was alive but empty until I followed it. That does not mean I understand souls, minds, consent, or identity well enough to play God with someone's face." "Good," Clara said, and the single word carried enough judgment to fill the room. She touched the flower again, less like a test now and more like someone admitting beauty was allowed to remain beautiful even when it frightened her. "Show me the painting." David had expected that too, though expectation did not make the act easier. He carried the wrapped cottage painting from where he had left it against the workroom wall and set it on a spare display easel between the table and the closed door to the public gallery. The stone cottage, the garden, the Blue Ridge light and the empty place where the painted David had once stood seemed too private even for this back room, with its packing tape, frame samples and old coffee smell. He placed beside it an ordinary finished landscape of a creek road west of Asheville, one he had painted after escaping because the view had made him want proof that his hand still belonged to him. "This is the one," Clara said quietly, looking at the cottage. "Yes, it still shows the garden. The cottage is still there as far as the image is concerned. But I'm not in it anymore, and I can't get back through it." David touched the frame, then the painted gate, then the cottage door, letting his fingers press until the canvas resisted with ordinary material firmness. He tried the thing that had once felt most childish and most necessary: wanting. He wanted the garden, wanted the air, wanted the studio inside, wanted the little world that had been prison and shelter and impossible home. Nothing opened, nothing softened. The painting remained a painting beneath his hand. That's what happens every time. Clara watched his face rather than the canvas. "And the landscape?" "Ordinary." David laid his hand against the painted creek road. He knew the place. He knew the bend, the culvert, the leaning fence, the smell of wet leaves after rain. He had stood there in the new body with his shoes muddy and his lungs full of air, grateful for a view no one would have called miraculous if he had not recently been dead. "I know where this is. I painted it accurately. I can want it to open until I embarrass myself, and it stays paint." "Try," Clara said. He did, because tonight was not about dignity. He pressed the road, the shadowed trees, the small gap in the fence. He pictured stepping through, felt the familiar tug of desire and the equally familiar refusal of ordinary canvas. When he took his hand away, the surface showed no mark except the dull oval from his fingertip where the varnish had caught skin oil. Clara looked from the cottage to the landscape, then to the glowing flower waiting on the counter, and David saw the conclusion settle in her not as comfort but as scale. "So the flower is real because you made it to become real," she said. "The chair became real. The weapons became real. The body became real. But a painting of a place doesn't become a passage just because the place is real, remembered, desired, or important. That is exactly the part one don't understand yet." "No," Clara said, her voice quieter now. "That is the frightening part. Not only the things you can do, David. The things you keep discovering by pushing where you can't see." David looked down at the two paintings, one that had once held his life and one that had never been anything except good landscape work, and felt the shape of the question that had been following him since the pawnshop. It was easier to admit ignorance when the failure sat visibly under his hand. The cottage painting did not care that he loved it. The creek road did not care that he remembered standing there. Neither of them responded to longing, accuracy, ownership, gratitude or need. Yet a glass flower glowed on Claire's counter because he had meant it to become a thing and had painted it with that purpose folded into every decision. "I keep circling the same problem," he said. "I woke inside that painting once. Not after touching it, not after opening a painted door, not after making some deliberate key. I finished the self-portrait while dying, and when my body died, I was there. Later, inside the cottage, I painted objects and pulled them out. The baseball, food, tools, the body. Those worked because I wasn't painting pictures of things. I was painting things." Clara leaned one hip against the work table, close enough to the cottage painting that its blue-green light seemed to belong to the same strange family as the flower's glow. "Say that without the artist shorthand." David almost objected, then caught himself. She was not asking because she failed to understand him. She was making him stop hiding inside phrases that felt meaningful to him and useless to anyone trying to share the risk. "A painting can represent a chair," he said. "Or it can be my attempt to make a chair. Same visual subject, different purpose. When I painted the chair that came out, I cared about weight, balance, wood grain, the flex in the rush seat, how it should sit on a floor. I wasn't thinking, this is an image of a chair. I was thinking, this is the chair." The magic appears to accept that distinction when the work is finished well enough. And the original self-portrait? That's where it gets ugly. He looked at the empty garden in the painting and remembered lying on the studio floor, though memory after that point broke into impossible pieces. I wasn't painting an object. I was painting myself as I wanted to be, in the place I wanted to live. Not a doorway, not an escape plan, a finished self, maybe. A version of me with a world around him. Then I died. I don't know whether death supplied the push, whether the self-portrait mattered because it was me, whether desperation mattered, whether the cottage became real because I had poured months into making it more than scenery, or whether all of that is just me arranging mystery into a pattern because patterns make me feel less stupid. Clara's expression shifted, not softening exactly, but losing some of the courtroom severity. "You are allowed to be frightened by the parts that do not make sense." "I know. I'm less good at being frightened usefully." David touched the edge of the cottage frame, careful this time not to press as though force might make a door out of shame. "When I made body one, I painted it as a body for me. I specified health, age, strength, scars, clothes, enough pocket gold to survive outside. I pushed the empty body through the frame, and I followed because I wanted to follow more than I have ever wanted anything. But I still don't know whether the body worked because it was a coherent object, because it matched me, because I intended it as a vessel, or because the cottage and the frame were already part of the original event." "So every successful case has more than one possible cause," Clara said. "Yes." David gave a short laugh without much humor in it. "Which is poor experimental design and very on brand for a man who started by dying. It is also why private testing is more dangerous than you keep pretending." Clara picked up a pencil from the work table and tapped its eraser lightly beside the blank panel, not touching either painting. "If you cannot separate cause from wish, then each new attempt may teach you something or trap you in a mistake you only understand afterward." That is the sentence I was trying not to arrive at. He looked at the creek road landscape. "I think intent matters, not desire by itself, not wanting the picture to help. The finished work may need to be made with a function in mind. The glass flower was meant to glow as an object. The chair was meant to be sat on. The body was meant to carry me. These paintings were meant to be seen, remembered, maybe loved. That may be why they stay paintings." Clara considered that for several seconds, her gaze moving from the cottage to the landscape and back again. Then the next proper test is not touching an existing painting harder. It is making a painting whose intended function is passage. David felt the old thrill rise at once, clean and alarming, and this time he did not try to hide it before Clara saw. The idea had been waiting behind every failed push at the cottage frame. Not a road out of prison, not a door he wished would work after the fact, but a threshold painted from the beginning as something he could open. Yes, he said, not tonight, not alone, but yes. Good, Clara said, and the word had changed since the last time she used it. It was not approval. It was the beginning of terms. Because if you are going to test whether you can step into paintings on purpose, David, I want the phrase, not alone, to survive your excitement. David almost promised too quickly. The word yes rose in him with all the speed of relief, because Clara had not walked away, had not demanded the impossible thing be destroyed, had not treated his wonder as evidence that he had become someone else. She had stood in the back room of her own gallery with a glowing glass flower, a dead painting that had once held him, and an ordinary landscape that refused to become anything more, and she was still there. That alone was enough to make his mouth want to outrun his judgment. He caught the impulse before it escaped and looked instead at the objects arranged between them like a problem neither art nor friendship could solve by charm. I can live with not alone, he said carefully. But I need that to mean more than you watching me paint every experiment. Some things are private because they are foolish or personal or just mine. I don't want to turn being alive into a committee meeting. Clara's expression did not change much, but the lack of immediate objection felt like permission to continue rather than approval. I am not asking to approve every object you make, she said. I have survived artists. I know better than to stand between a man and his ridiculous private obsessions unless the ridiculous obsession is leaking through the ceiling. The cape was not leaking through the ceiling. The cape was a warning flare with tailoring. She let the humor sit only long enough to prove it was still allowed, then nodded toward the cottage painting. Privacy is not the same question as danger. If you paint another beautiful dinner, I don't need a report. If you paint jewelry because you are curious about old enameling techniques, I don't need to know before the varnish dries. If you paint another weapon, test a blade, attempt a passage, create a body, work with anything that could injure you, strand you, expose you, bring police to your door, or leave me deciding whether to call Henry or an ambulance, then I need to know before, not after. David felt the list settle with uncomfortable fairness. It did not claim his whole life. That almost made it harder to resist, because the boundary had been drawn where his own excuses were weakest. Expected return information, he said. Where I'll be, what kind of test it is, what time you should hear from me, what counts as late, who to contact, and what not to say if ordinary help has to be involved. Yes. Written where I can find it, not hidden in your head because your head is convinced it is being noble. Clara picked up the pencil she had used earlier and pulled a clean packing slip from a stack beside the frame samples. We start simple. Dangerous tests require advance notice. Unknown destination attempts require a return time. Anything involving the original painting, bodies, weapons, fire, vehicles, unusual energy, or possible disappearance is not private in the operational sense. You can keep your feelings private if you insist on being difficult, but not the risk itself. That is going to become a long document. Good. Long documents are proof civilization has learned from short disasters. Clara wrote while she spoke, her handwriting compact and slanted, and David recognized the gallery owner in her now. The woman who made lenders sign condition reports, clients' initial delivery dates, framers admit which corner had been chipped, and artists pretend deadlines were objective features of reality. You also tell me what you don't know. Not just the exciting conclusion. Unknowns are part of the warning. David looked at the cottage painting again. The garden beyond the frame remained unreachable, beautiful and indifferent. I don't know why I entered that place. I don't know whether I can make a door. I don't know whether making a door would connect to the existing cottage, create a copy, or do nothing. I don't know whether something could come out while I'm testing it. I don't know whether I can close it safely if it opens. Clara stopped writing for a moment. That was horrible and useful. Continue doing that. I am delighted to be horrible and useful. He tried to make it light, but the sound came out thinner than intended. If I tell you all that before a test, you may tell me not to do it. I may, Clara said. And then you will decide. I am not claiming command over your life, David. I am claiming the right not to be placed beside the wreckage with no map of what you were attempting. That distinction removed the last respectable objection he had been holding. He had feared surrendering control, but Clara was not asking him to become obedient. She was asking him to stop confusing unilateral secrecy with independence. The difference should have been obvious before she had to stand under gallery lights with proof in her hand, but David had spent too many years hiding weakness and calling it dignity to trust obvious things when they required confession. "All right," he said. "Dangerous tests get warning. Unknown attempts get return times. You get the practical unknowns, not just the parts one think I can explain cleanly. If I'm late, you follow the agreed steps instead of having to invent them while panicking. And if I decide something is too strange for anyone else to know, I still have to decide whether it is too dangerous for you not to know." Clara looked at him for a long second, then added a final line to the packing slip. "That is close enough for tonight." "Only close enough?" "I'm angry, not unrealistic." She set the pencil down and pushed the paper toward him. "We refine it as you learn more. Trust does not mean I receive every thought in your head. It means I am not treated as cleanup crew for decisions I was never allowed to see." David read the rough rules, then signed his name at the bottom because the gesture was absurd, unnecessary and exactly right in a gallery that had survived on paper promises long before magic entered the room. Clara watched him do it, and some of the tightness around her eyes eased without disappearing. The flower glowed beside the blank panel. The cottage waited in its frame. The landscape remained only a landscape. For the first time that evening, the room did not feel like a trial. It felt like a workshop with two people in it, and that was a much more dangerous kind of hope. 16. Somewhere safe. Clara arrived at David's rented studio the following morning with the signed packing slip from the gallery folded inside her handbag and the expression of a woman prepared to discover that yesterday's alarming confession had omitted several practical disasters. David led her into the narrow back room behind the frame repair shop, locked the door, and watched her take in the space now that she knew what she was seeing. Two easels stood near the high window. Finished commissions waited in a drying rack. Blank panels leaned against the wall beside stretched canvases, boards, shipping boxes and enough ordinary equipment to make the room feel crowded before magic entered the calculation. The armor made crowding impossible to ignore. David had pushed the cuirass and greaves beneath the dust sheet after Clara found them, but the shape was too large and deliberate to disappear. Two swords lay wrapped on the upper shelf, one mundane in function despite its ornate design, the other accompanied by the energy blade's inactive hilt inside a padded case. A stack of cleared panels occupied the corner beside the sink, each blank surface waiting to be used again after its previous painting had become something physical. The pistol and carbine remained locked out of sight, though Clara knew about them after the previous night's inventory. "This is worse in daylight," she said. "I thought daylight was meant to improve perspective." "It has. My perspective is that you have put an armory, an experimental workshop and several $1,000s worth of legitimate artwork into a room with one cheap lock and a window large enough for an ambitious teenager. The window is high. Teenagers climb." Clara crossed to the dust sheet and lifted one corner, exposing the dark metal beneath. "Where were you planning to put the next thing?" David glanced around, hoping an answer might have appeared since breakfast. The studio had already reached the stage where every new canvas required him to move 3 other objects. His commission work needed clean storage, the creation experiments needed privacy, and the impossible objects could not be sent to a commercial storage unit without creating questions he was entirely unable to answer. "I was considering shelving." "You were considering vertical denial." "That sounds like a recognized architectural strategy." "It is not." Clara lowered the sheet and turned toward him. "You told me last night that dangerous work needs warning. Fine. Warning is useless if somebody breaks in while you're buying coffee and carries away a sword that glows. It doesn't glow unless activated. That detail will comfort the police enormously." David looked at the painted commissions, then at the blank panels and the poorly hidden armor. Until now, privacy had meant a locked door, a landlord who did not ask questions and neighbors who minded their own business. The arrangement had been enough when he possessed 2 easels, second-hand tools and less money than the contents of Clara's handbag. It was not enough for objects that could not be insured, explained or safely displayed. Even without theft, one plumbing failure from the shop next door could damage the origin painting, and the thought of that canvas beneath dirty water tightened something in his chest. I need somewhere no one enters accidentally, he said. Enough room to separate ordinary work from experiments. Secure storage, proper ventilation, space for large panels, and somewhere I can test things without the frame shop hearing every noise. You need property, Clara said. Not a better rented room. I can't buy anything suitable in Asheville. Then stop assuming it has to be in Asheville. She took out her phone and began photographing the room without including the impossible objects. A modest house outside town. An outbuilding you can renovate. Enough land that neighbors don't hear you testing whatever comes after the glowing sword. Energy blade. Henry can tell us what you can afford without creating a financial crime novel. I'll tell him we're looking for privacy, studio space and secure storage. Clara lowered the phone. You wanted somewhere safe, David. This room is only somewhere hidden. He looked again at the crowded walls and realized she was right. Hidden had been enough while he was surviving. It would not be enough for the life he was building. 3 days later, David sat across from Henry Abbott in a conference room containing enough polished wood to make poverty feel like a breach of etiquette. Clara occupied the chair beside him with a notebook open, while Henry arranged 4 property listings, a legal pad and a printed page of figures into separate groups. You cannot afford the property you described, Henry said. David looked at Clara. I preferred him when he was solving impossible identity problems. He said you couldn't afford it, not that you couldn't have one, Clara replied. Try listening past the injury. Henry pushed the first 3 listings aside. A secluded Asheville house with a large detached studio, modern security, useful acreage and no inconvenient neighbors is a luxury property. What you can afford is a modest rural house in a neighboring county, probably with an agricultural outbuilding, workshop or neglected barn. It will require repairs. Privacy comes from distance and land rather than expensive construction. The 4th listing showed a small brick house beside a battered block outbuilding, both surrounded by winter-bare trees. David studied the photographs. The house looked habitable in the technical sense. The outbuilding had 2 metal doors, narrow windows and a roof stained dark along one edge. It was not the secure private workshop he had imagined, but it possessed the valuable quality of existing within reach of his bank balance. What prevents me from buying something like this? He asked. Nothing, provided the money, identity, title and intended use withstand ordinary examination. Henry tapped the figures. You have a valid civil identity, a bank account, declared art income and tax records. You also have unusual asset sales that need to remain documented and proportionate. Buying for cash may avoid mortgage underwriting, but it does not make the transaction invisible. I'm not trying to make it invisible. You have repeatedly used that sentence shortly before explaining why you hoped nobody would look. Henry turned the legal pad toward him. You need funds for the purchase, closing costs, immediate repairs, property tax, insurance and a reserve. Spending every available dollar on the deed would leave you owning a private building with a leaking roof and no money to fix it. David disliked the accuracy more than the warning. How much reserve? That is a question for a certified public accountant who can review your income, estimated taxes and source records. I've arranged a meeting with Elaine Porter for next week. She will not need to know why your studio requires unusual privacy. She will need honest figures. Henry placed a business card beside the listings. A second followed it. Laura Chen is a real estate closing attorney in the county where we begin searching. She will handle the title examination, closing documents and local issues. I will coordinate with both of them, but I am not your accountant, title examiner, insurer and building inspector merely because you would prefer fewer people asking questions. Fewer people knowing things, David corrected. They cannot protect what they are forbidden to examine. Henry's tone remained dry rather than accusing. Elaine examines the money. Laura examines title and closing. A licensed inspector examines the buildings. An insurance agent examines ordinary risk. None of them needs to know about your private collection unless that collection affects coverage or creates a hazard. And if it can't be insured? Then you accept that loss yourself and secure it accordingly. You do not invent a provenance for a glowing sword. Clara wrote something in her notebook. David leaned far enough to read it upside down. He was absolutely going to ask, she said. I was not. You looked at the energy blade when he said coverage. Henry gathered the rejected Asheville listings and left the rural one in front of David. Magic may solve your storage problem eventually. Today, You need a defensible purchase, clean records and enough money left to own the property after you acquire it. David looked again at the battered outbuilding. It was ugly, inconvenient and far smaller than the estate his imagination had produced. It was also possible. He slid the listing toward Clara so they could examine it together. "All right," he said. "Show us the places I can actually buy." The search lasted long enough for winter to loosen its grip on the mountains. David kept painting through it, filling Clara's gallery pipeline with landscapes, boat portraits and private commissions while the impossible work remained carefully limited. A few clients paid well for bespoke pieces that looked like exceptional craft rather than miracles. A glass bird with no visible seam, a perfectly balanced bronze desk ornament, a carved wooden music box whose mechanism David could not have built by hand. Clara recorded each sale, Elaine Porter recorded the income, and David learned to regard every tax payment as proof that his new life existed somewhere beyond Henry's assurances. He sold small amounts of precious metal only when Elaine approved the timing and records. Most of the purchase fund came from ordinary art, the modest creation commissions and months of refusing tempting expenses. David discovered that disciplined saving was less exciting than pulling an energy blade from a painting, though watching the property account grow produced its own quieter satisfaction. He had started with emergency gold in borrowed clothes. Now the numbers on the bank statement belonged to work done under his new name. They rejected houses beside busy roads, houses overlooked by neighbors, barns visible from public trails and one attractive farmhouse whose outbuilding leaned far enough to make Clara ask whether gravity was included in the sale. The fourth serious candidate was the battered brick house from Henry's first meeting. It returned to consideration after a price reduction, a title review and an inspection that found problems expensive enough to matter but ordinary enough to solve. On the morning of the final walkthrough, David met Clara and the buyer's agent at the end of a cracked gravel drive in a neighboring mountain county. The house stood beneath mature oaks, plain and square, with faded shutters and a shallow porch. Inside, the rooms smelled of dust, old timber and prolonged vacancy. The kitchen needed appliances. One bathroom required plumbing work. A strip of discolored plaster marked where the roof had leaked before the seller repaired it. Clara opened a cupboard and found 3 dead beetles and a paperclip. The estate contents may justify the price. "I'll put the paperclip in the vault." "The what?" "Future storage. Not yet invented." "Good. I was worried you had built another secret room without telling me." The outbuilding stood 30 yards behind the house. Its block walls were sound. The roof needed work along the rear edge, and the electrical service belonged to an age when one outlet had apparently been considered extravagant. David walked through the larger front room, a narrow internal doorway and a storeroom at the back. The concrete floor was scarred, the windows dirty and the air stale, but the structure offered more space than his rented studio and enough separation to keep ordinary paintings away from experimental work. He stood in the storeroom doorway and looked back through the building. He could imagine cleaned walls, better lighting, secure doors, racks for cleared panels and a proper work table that did not have to be emptied before every new project. He could place the origin paintings somewhere dry and protected. Nothing here was beautiful yet, but beauty was one of the few problems he trusted himself to solve. "This one," he said. The cash closing took place that afternoon in Laura Chen's office. David signed until his name began to look misspelled, authorized transfers for the price, taxes, insurance and closing costs, and watched most of his carefully accumulated cushion disappear into lawful columns. Elaine's reserve remained untouched, though required repairs had already claimed nearly everything beyond it. Laura confirmed the title transfer, handed him a thick folder, and slid 2 keys across the table. David picked them up. They were ordinary brass keys, worn from someone else's ownership, attached to a hardware store tag with the address written in fading ink. His first key after returning to Earth had opened a rented room above a garage. These opened a house and studio that belonged to the younger David Rowan without borrowing anything from the dead man's estate. Clara drove back with him. At the property, David unlocked the front door himself and stepped into the neglected house without needing permission from a landlord, gallery owner or shopkeeper. The rooms required work, the outbuilding required more, and his bank balance had become alarming again. None of it diminished the fact that he owned the ground beneath his feet. "It feels enormous," he said. Clara looked around the small empty room and smiled. "Then we bought the right place." By the end of the following week, Contractors had replaced the exterior locks, made the roof temporarily watertight, and declared the outbuilding safe enough for David to occupy while the larger renovation estimates were prepared. The electrical work remained basic. The security system consisted of new steel doors and temporary cameras, and every footstep stirred old dust from the concrete floor. Even so, moving the origin painting into the front room felt more significant than carrying any of the weapons from the rented studio. David set it on a padded rack away from the walls, covered it against dust, and checked the roof above it twice. Most of his other possessions could wait. The swords, armor, and energy blade occupied locked cases. His ordinary canvases stood in proper racks rather than leaning wherever space remained. A supply of cleared panels sat beside fresh boards, ready to be painted again after their previous images had become physical objects. For once, David had more room than work, and the empty space drew his thoughts back to the question Clara had helped him state clearly. He placed an easel in the large front room facing the internal doorway. Beyond it lay the narrow storeroom, 10 feet deep, with block walls, a concrete floor, and one dirty window. He could see the whole destination from where he stood. There was no imagined landscape, no remembered road, and no cottage whose existence depended on the same mystery he was trying to study. It was an ordinary room inside a building he owned, close enough to reach in a few steps. That was precisely why it might teach him something. David selected a cleared panel and began with a careful drawing of the doorway, its metal frame, worn threshold, and cheap brass handle. He painted the storeroom beyond it exactly as it was. Pale afternoon light through dirty glass, faint stains on the rear wall, a coil of discarded wire near the corner, and the darker strip of floor where old shelving had stood. Accuracy came easily. He was not trying to flatter the room, and the lack of beauty made every structural decision plain. The difficult part was purpose. His ordinary landscapes had been meant to show places. The cottage painting had been meant to preserve a healthier version of himself inside the life he wanted. The failed escape paintings inside the cottage had shown roads and doors he desperately wished would release him, but he had treated them as pictures first and demanded a new function afterward. Desire had not changed what they were. This time, David held the function in mind from the beginning. He was not painting an image of the storeroom doorway. He was making a doorway to that specific room. The brass handle under his brush was something he intended to reach for. The threshold was something he intended to cross. The view beyond was not scenery but the actual space waiting on the other side. He worked until evening, stopping only to drink water and stretch the stiffness from his shoulders. Each time his attention drifted toward composition alone, he returned to the same settled idea. This opens there. The thought affected no visible stroke he could identify, yet it changed the way he judged every part of the work. A painted handle needed to feel graspable. The gap around the door needed depth enough to continue. The storeroom could not merely resemble a destination. It had to be the destination. When the final highlight settled on the brass handle, David's hand stopped. The painting was complete. Nothing moved, glowed, or changed. It remained a panel on an easel, showing the doorway 10 feet away and the room beyond it. The urge to touch the painted handle was immediate. David stepped back instead. He took out his phone and called Clara. "The test painting is finished. Have you touched it?" "No." A pause followed, brief but suspicious. "Are you alone?" "Yes, which is why I'm not testing it. Tomorrow morning, if you can come. You stand in the storeroom while I activate it from here. If anything happens, we both see which room answers." "I'll be there at 9, Clara said. "Do not accidentally discover interdimensional travel before breakfast. This is across the room. Start small." David ended the call and covered the palette, leaving the painting uncovered on the easel. It looked ordinary beneath the temporary work lights. Perhaps it was ordinary. Tomorrow, with Clara watching from the destination side, he would reach for the painted handle and find out whether meaning passage while he worked had made it something more. 17. A door across the room. Clara arrived at 9 carrying 2 coffees, a paper bag, and the expectation that David had ignored at least one sensible instruction since their call. She found him standing beside the easel with his hands in his pockets. The painting remained where he had left it, uncovered beneath the temporary work lights, while the real doorway and storeroom waited 10 feet beyond. "You didn't touch it," she said. "I didn't touch it. You sound offended that I'm surprised. I own property now. It has made me responsible." Clara handed him a coffee and inspected the panel without approaching too closely. You bought a neglected house and immediately painted a possible hole in reality. Homeownership has affected you strangely. David accepted the criticism along with the coffee. In daylight, the resemblance between the painted storeroom and the room itself was almost uncomfortable. The dirty window emitted the same pale light. The discarded wire occupied the same corner. Even the stains on the rear wall aligned when he shifted until the panel and doorway sat within the same line of sight. Clara moved through the real doorway and stood inside the storeroom. Tell me what makes this attempt different. The original painting took me in when I died, but it won't admit me now. I've pushed against it, touched every painted entrance and spent hours trying to want my way through. Nothing happened. Ordinary landscapes don't respond either, even when I know the place and remember being there. And the escape paintings you made inside the cottage? Pictures of roads and doors. I painted what I wanted to see, then hoped they would become something else after I finished. David set his coffee on the work table. That may have been the mistake. Clara looked from him to the panel. You wanted them to let you out. I wanted to escape. That isn't necessarily the same as making a passage. He stepped closer to the easel but kept his hands at his sides. When I paint an object, I don't merely want a useful thing to appear. I decide what the thing is and what it must do. The energy blade was always a functioning weapon in my mind. The empty ammunition crate was always a crate, unfortunately. The magic followed the conception more literally than I realized. And this? This was a doorway from the beginning. Not a painting that might become one if I wished hard enough afterward. David indicated the real storeroom behind her. I know the destination. I can see it, walk into it and describe every part of it. While I worked, I meant the painted threshold to connect this room to that one. Clara folded her arms. The rooms are already connected. By 10 feet of floor. Scientific ambition has to start somewhere. That defense may not survive peer review. It only needs to survive breakfast. Clara retreated until she stood near the back wall, giving the real doorway a clear field around it. David checked that neither of them had left tools, cables or cups near the threshold. The precautions felt excessive for a panel that still looked entirely ordinary, but he had once watched an unconscious body become the means of his resurrection. Excessive had acquired a generous definition. Ready? He asked. No, but proceed. David faced the painting and let the room around him recede from his attention. He did not ask the panel to change, and he did not picture himself escaping through it. He returned instead to the settled conception that had guided every stroke. The painted brass handle belonged to a door. The door opened into the storeroom where Clara stood watching. The distance between them was irrelevant because connection was the function he had built into the finished work. This opens there. Holding that intention without strain or desperation, David raised his hand and reached for the painted handle. His fingertips did not meet painted wood. They passed the flat surface by less than an inch and closed around cool brass. David froze with his hand resting on a handle that possessed weight, temperature and a slight looseness in its fitting. The panel remained upright before him, its painted frame unchanged, but his wrist now extended into depth that had not existed a moment earlier. David? Clara said from the storeroom. I can feel it. The handle? Yes. Then please don't stand there admiring the doorknob for 10 minutes. David tightened his grip and turned it. The mechanism resisted with the familiar scrape he had felt while checking the real door before painting it. A latch withdrew somewhere inside the panel. When he pulled, the painted door swung outward from the easel with a soft complaint from its hinges. It should have been impossible for the panel to contain the movement. The opened door extended into the front room as a physical slab, leaving a doorway where the painted view had been. Beyond the threshold stood the storeroom, full-sized and solid, with Clara near its rear wall. The daylight behind her looked slightly brighter than the light around David, though both came from the same dirty window 30 feet away by the ordinary route. Clara stared past him, then shifted her attention toward the real internal doorway on her left. Stay where you are. I wasn't planning to leap through. You looked as though you were considering it. I was considering one careful step. That is how leaping begins with you. She moved to the real doorway and looked into the front room. From where David stood beside the easel, he could see her through the ordinary opening 10 feet away while another Clara remained visible directly ahead through the painted threshold. The two views differed only in angle. There was no second storeroom hidden behind the panel and no copy of Clara waiting inside a manufactured space. Clara raised one hand. The Clara framed by the portal and the Clara visible through the real doorway moved at the same instant. Can you see both? Yes. So can I. She returned to the storeroom and approached the threshold from her side, stopping short of touching it. Her face appeared close enough for David to see the small crease between her eyebrows. From here, it looks like an open doorway into the front room. I can see you beside it and the back of the easel beyond you. Nothing has appeared against the wall. The room hasn't duplicated. David leaned sideways without releasing the handle. Through the opening, he saw the storeroom continuing behind Clara exactly as it should. Through the real doorway across the floor, he saw the same room from outside. The painting had not created a destination. It had connected two positions that already existed. His concentration wavered under the force of the realization. The threshold softened for an instant, its edges losing substance as though the physical opening had remembered it was paint. David restored the conception at once. This door opened there. The brass steadied beneath his hand and the view sharpened. Don't let go yet, Clara said. I nearly did. I noticed. The edge blurred. David held the intention with more care. A pressure had gathered behind his eyes, not painful yet, but distinct from the fatigue of painting. Activation required effort even after the work was finished. He looked past Clara into the unremarkable storeroom and felt a laugh rise before he could stop it. He had crossed death through a painting, made weapons from imagination and rebuilt his life in a younger body, yet this shabby doorway felt like the clearest answer his power had given him. He had not begged an ordinary picture to become miraculous. He had decided its function while creating it, and the completed work had obeyed. The magic didn't care that the room was only 10 feet away, he said. Clara glanced toward the ordinary doorway. No, it appears to share your opinion of walking. Clara's opinion of walking did not prevent her from insisting on tests before either of them used the opening. She retrieved a roll of blue painter's tape from the storeroom and placed it on the concrete floor near the threshold. Move that through, she said. If it vanishes, explodes or becomes 20 rolls of tape, we reconsider the human trial. David kept one hand on the manifested door and reached through with the other. His fingers crossed the threshold without resistance. The air inside the storeroom felt slightly cooler, and when he picked up the tape, his arm appeared through the opening directly in front of Clara while the rest of him remained beside the easel. He brought the roll back into the front room and set it on the work table. One roll, he said. No explosion. That establishes an encouraging minimum. They tried a steel ruler next, passing it through from each side. Clara released it while half its length crossed the boundary, and David caught it before it fell. Nothing cut, duplicated or marked the metal. A strip of tape wrapped around its center remained intact after crossing several times. Clara then walked to the real doorway, leaving David looking into an empty storeroom through the painting. Can you hear me? Perfectly. Her voice reached him by two routes. Faintly from across the front room and clearly through the painted opening, with a fraction of delay or difference that his ear could not separate. Clara returned to the threshold and snapped her fingers on the destination side. The sound arrived sharply, accompanied by a softer echo through the ordinary doorway. Sound crosses, David said. Air must as well. Unless you've painted an atmosphere to match. I didn't. Good. One fewer accidental power. Clara placed her coffee on the storeroom floor and approached the opening. Your turn to stand somewhere useful. David considered arguing, then recognized the prudence of remaining beside the controlling work. If the connection weakens, step backward. I was planning to. She extended one hand through first. David watched her fingers emerge into the front room, followed by her arm and shoulder. Clara stepped across with deliberate care and came to a stop beside the easel, leaving her coffee 30 feet away by floor and less than 3 feet away through the open threshold. That was offensively easy, she said. You may walk back around if you'd prefer a challenge. Clara went through again instead, and David followed while maintaining his hold on the door. Crossing produced no flash or sensation of movement. One step began in the front room and ended in the storeroom, as though the two concrete floors had always met at that threshold. He turned and found himself looking through the portal at the easel's back, with the real doorway visible farther to one side. This direction works, he said. You sound surprised. I painted a door to here. I didn't specify a return journey. A door generally opens both ways. So does a guillotine, technically. I prefer confirmation. They crossed twice more, changing who went first and carrying the coffee through on the final pass. Each activation held only while David maintained the same clear intention. When Clara asked him to release it deliberately, he let the conception go. The physical handle vanished from his hand, the open threshold flattened, and the panel once again displayed nothing more than painted wood, brass and the storeroom beyond. David reactivated it after a short rest. The handle returned beneath his fingers and the threshold opened to the same place. He tried concentrating only on his desire to reach Clara, then on the painted shape of the doorway without its intended function. Neither produced more than an ordinary panel. Only when he restored the complete conception did the handle become real again. Clara watched the opening settle into place. Finished painting, known destination and intended connection. And the will to make it operate now, David said. The pressure behind his eyes had strengthened, but satisfaction outweighed it. None of them works alone. They have to agree. David closed the connection and lowered himself onto a folding chair before the pressure behind his eyes could become a proper headache. Clara brought both coffees around by the ordinary route, along with the paper bag she had abandoned near the entrance. It contained 2 pastries, one of which she handed over without offering him a choice. Eat, she said. You've discovered a new branch of physics. It can survive cream cheese. David obeyed. The doorway painting stood inert on the easel, no different in appearance from the landscapes and commissions around it. That ordinariness no longer frustrated him. It was part of the answer. I've been asking the wrong question since I got out, he said. Clara settled on the edge of the work table. You've asked several wrong questions. You'll need to narrow it down. Why wouldn't the original painting let me back in? Why wouldn't a painted road carry me out of the cottage? Why did a picture of a door remain a picture when an energy blade became a working weapon? David looked at the finished panel. I assumed places followed different rules from objects. They may not. The energy blade worked because you painted it as something that worked. Exactly. I knew what successful function meant. I could hold it, activate it and cut with it. I didn't know the engineering, but the conception was coherent. He brushed pastry crumbs from his fingers. With the failed doors, I painted appearances. Afterward, I supplied hope. And hope isn't a specification. Apparently not, which feels unnecessarily judgmental. Clara glanced toward the storeroom. This one worked because you decided what it was supposed to do before you painted it. A completed painting, a destination I know, the intention that it connect, and the will to activate it. Remove any part and nothing happens. David considered the original cottage painting, protected beneath its cover on the padded rack. That still doesn't explain why I entered the cottage when I died. I wasn't trying to make a doorway. I was painting myself inside the life I wanted. You meant to be there. I did, but I also died at the moment the painting became complete. I don't know whether the self-portrait mattered, whether death supplied the missing force, or whether the whole event followed a rule I haven't discovered. He felt the old unease return, though it no longer carried the same helplessness. Today didn't solve that. No, Clara said, it solved the part you can repeat without dying. David looked at her. I appreciate that standard. It should remain one of our stronger laboratory rules. He finished the pastry and stood, steadier now. The original miracle remained beyond his understanding, but he had reproduced its useful consequence on purpose. A painting could become a route between real places. Distance had not been tested, and the destination so far had been visible from the easel, but the threshold had joined 2 separate positions without creating a copy of either room. That was more than another impossible object. It changed what his work could reach. Clara followed his attention to the doorway panel. You're thinking about the next test. I'm trying to think responsibly. You have the expression you wore before painting the energy blade. That was responsible. I didn't paint it loaded. It didn't require ammunition. A design advantage. Clara ignored that. If distance isn't the important part, where do you intend to try next? David considered the cottage, but he did not know whether a persistent painted realm could be treated like an ordinary destination, and the recovered origin painting deserved more care than an immediate guess. His new house offered other controlled rooms, though connecting them would prove little beyond what they had already learned. The next destination needed distance, privacy and a place he knew in enough detail to paint without invention. He smiled as the answer settled. Your gallery, he said. The private stockroom in Asheville. 18. Paris was a mistake. The gallery test took most of the next day, largely because discovering that reality could be folded across 10 feet had not made David any faster with a brush. He worked in the new studio while Clara drove back to Asheville, taking with her strict instructions to keep the private stockroom locked until he called. The destination was ideal for a second experiment. David had been through that room hundreds of times over the years, had helped Clara move paintings in and out of it, knew where the old plaster had cracked above the shelves and which section of floor complained when somebody stepped too close to the rear wall. He wasn't painting a place he merely remembered seeing. He knew how it fitted together. By late afternoon, the finished panel stood beneath the studio lights. David called Clara, waited while she confirmed that the gallery had closed and the stockroom was empty, then set the phone on speaker beside the easel. You're behind the shelves? I'm standing beside the wrapping table, Clara said. The door to the gallery is locked, nobody else is here, and I have already checked the room twice because apparently I've become the cautious member of this partnership. You were always the cautious member. I used to sell paintings. You've expanded the job description. David smiled and turned his attention to the work. The process already felt more familiar than it had that morning. Finished painting, known destination, intended connection, will to activate. He held the stockroom clearly in mind, not as a remembered image but as a real room in Asheville where Clara was waiting, and reached for the painted handle. Cool brass settled beneath his fingers. Got it, he said. You sound entirely too pleased. David opened the door. Clara stood beyond it exactly where she had promised, one hand holding her phone and the other planted on her hip. Behind her were stacked frames, wrapping paper, 2 storage racks and the battered table David remembered helping her carry upstairs years earlier. Nothing about the view suggested that Asheville lay miles away rather than 10 feet across the room. Clara lowered the phone. Her voice now reached him cleanly through the opening. Well? David stepped through. One foot landed on his studio floor. The next settled onto the worn boards of Clara's stockroom. There was no sense of speed or distance, merely a single ordinary step followed by the smell of cardboard, varnish and the faint floral perfume Clara used so sparingly he mostly noticed it after she had left a room. He turned and looked back through the open doorway at his studio. Miles. Yes, Clara said, I'm aware of where I work. The distance didn't matter. Perhaps we should establish whether 50 miles matters before you start looking at Europe. David's expression betrayed him. Clara narrowed her eyes. You've already thought about Europe. I've been to Europe. That was not the accusation. They repeated the crossing from both directions before David closed the connection. The painting returned to ordinary paint at once, leaving them standing together in the gallery stockroom while his car remained at the property. David looked at the inert panel propped where he had carried it through and felt the scale of the discovery expand again. Roads had become optional. Airports, perhaps. Hotels, travel time, distance itself, provided he knew where he meant to go. Clara saw the thought forming. Controlled test next. Absolutely. In North Carolina. David hesitated. David. He laughed. I have a photograph. That evening, back at the property by entirely conventional means, he found the old image on his computer. Paris, years before cancer had narrowed his life. A small hotel courtyard reached through an arched service doorway, quiet in the morning light. David remembered the worn stone, the heavy door and the passage beyond it well enough that the photograph seemed to supply everything memory had softened. He enlarged the image on the monitor, set a fresh panel on the easel and began to paint. The Paris painting took longer than the gallery door, partly because David kept discovering how much of the courtyard he had forgotten. The photograph gave him stonework, proportions and the shape of the old arched doorway, but the moment he stopped looking at the image and tried to reconstruct what lay beyond it, memory became less cooperative. He remembered breakfast in the courtyard, rain shining on the paving stones and Clara making fun of his pronunciation after he ordered coffee. He remembered the door because he had sketched it. What he did not remember was every corridor, room and wall on the other side. Clara watched him study the finished panel. Still confident? Less than I was yesterday. That's progress. David gave her a look, then returned his attention to the painted doorway. I know the place. I've physically been there. The photograph confirms the part I'm connecting to. The photograph confirms what it looked like when you took the photograph. That sounds unnecessarily ominous. It's Paris. I'm sure they've been waiting years for the opportunity to renovate specifically to inconvenience you. He had chosen a weekday morning in France, hoping the old courtyard would be quiet. They had also moved the panel away from anything fragile and cleared the space behind themselves. The precautions felt increasingly sensible rather than excessive. David settled the destination in his mind, reached for the painted handle and felt it become solid beneath his fingers. The connection caught immediately. He opened the door and stopped. There was no courtyard. A narrow service corridor extended beyond the threshold beneath bright modern lighting. The old stone wall he remembered had been covered or replaced by smooth painted panels. Metal shelving occupied one side, stacked with folded linen and cleaning supplies, while a gray utility cart stood where David remembered an open view toward the courtyard fountain. A green emergency sign glowed above a fire door farther down the corridor. Clara leaned closer without crossing. "That's not your photograph." "No." A woman in a hotel uniform stepped around the far end of the corridor carrying a bundle of towels. She looked toward the suddenly opened doorway and froze. David had enough time to register her expression before a second employee emerged behind her and nearly walked into her back. The man said something sharp in French. David understood none of it, but astonishment required little translation. The woman dropped 2 towels. "Close it," Clara said. David was already moving. He pulled the manifested door toward him, but the employee recovered from surprise faster than he expected. The man stepped forward, staring past David into a room that could not possibly be attached to the corridor. His hand went toward his pocket, perhaps for a phone, while the woman backed away and called to somebody out of sight. David shut the door. Paint replaced depth instantly. The brass vanished beneath his hand, and the North Carolina studio became quiet enough that he could hear his own breathing. Clara stared at the panel. "You wanted the courtyard. I painted the courtyard. You opened into a corridor." "Yes." "That is not reassuring." David looked at the photograph lying beside the easel, then at the painting. The doorway itself had worked perfectly. Distance had not weakened the connection, and the destination was clearly the same hotel. The failure belonged somewhere more troubling than simple range. "The place changed," he said. Clara picked up the photograph. "How old is this?" 14 years. She held it out to him. David looked again at the sunlit stone, old doors and quiet courtyard he had remembered with complete confidence. 14 years was enough time for a hotel to change owners, remodel, reroute service access or build an entirely different interior behind a familiar exterior. He had treated memory as though the world had agreed to preserve itself for him. Clara folded her arms. Still considering spontaneous tourism? David looked at the painted door and pictured the 2 hotel employees trying to explain what they had just seen. Not quite as enthusiastically. David's embarrassment lasted until Clara picked up the photograph again and asked, "Where were you standing when you opened it?" "Here," he pointed to the painted archway. "Except apparently that wall isn't there anymore." "No, I mean from their side." David pictured the corridor as it had appeared through the threshold. The linen shelves had been to his left, the utility cart slightly right of center and the 2 employees perhaps 20 feet away. Against the wall where the old courtyard entrance used to be. Clara was already at the computer. She searched for the hotel, found its current website and began working through photographs with the determined impatience she usually reserved for galleries that hit opening hours 3 menus deep. The courtyard still existed, though extensively remodeled. A newer photograph showed the old arch incorporated into an enclosed service section, which explained why David's connection had found the correct physical location while delivering entirely the wrong experience. "There," Clara said. David leaned closer. A small black security camera was mounted high beneath the modern ceiling, aimed directly along the service passage. He stared at it for several seconds. That could have been installed after this photograph. The photograph is dated 4 months ago. Ah. And there's another one covering the opposite end. Less awe. Clara turned in the chair. "You appeared in a hotel service corridor where no doorway exists. I didn't actually step through. From their perspective, a man appeared beside a wall. 2 employees saw you. At least one camera was looking straight at you. Then you closed the door and vanished." David's satisfaction with proving transatlantic travel began collapsing under the practical consequences. The footage would not show a glowing portal or anything conveniently theatrical. It would show a wall, then some impossible disruption where his opening manifested, followed by an American man standing in a room that was not on the other side of that wall. If the angle was poor enough, perhaps the event would look like a corrupted recording. If it was good enough, somebody in hotel security was about to have an interesting day. I should have checked the current layout. That would have helped. I had the photograph. You had a 14-year-old photograph of property you don't own. David looked at her. Clara returned the look without sympathy. That sentence contains two separate problems. He pulled another chair over. Go on. Renovation is the obvious one. Places change. Walls move. Rooms change purpose. Doors get locked, alarmed or removed. The second problem is ownership. You treated a hotel you once visited as though remembering it gave you permission to open a private entrance into it. David started to answer, then stopped. Put that way, it sounded considerably less like experimental travel and more like breaking into somebody else's building by artistic means. Clara continued. Then there's surveillance. Cameras, motion sensors, alarms, staff, guests, security guards. You've just proved distance barely matters to the painting. Wonderful. Distance was apparently the easy problem. Clearance is not. I could choose somewhere outdoors. You could choose somewhere that used to be outdoors. David winced. You're enjoying this. A little. That seems unsupportive. I supported you through death, resurrection, illegal levels of handsomeness and an energy sword. I'm entitled to enjoy Paris defeating you with hotel renovations. He laughed despite himself, then looked toward the panel. The joke did not remove the lesson. His gift could connect him to a remembered position thousands of miles away, but it did not freeze that position at the moment he remembered it. The world continued without consulting his mental image. We need current information, he said. Ownership, physical changes, who has access, whether the arrival point is private, whether it's under surveillance and whether I have any right to be there. And a way to come back that doesn't depend on leaving a large painting behind in North Carolina. That sounds like tomorrow's problem. Clara glanced at the Paris panel. Good. Today's problem is making sure you don't open that thing again. David considered the security camera aimed directly at the place where an impossible doorway had existed for several seconds. For once, he said, I require no persuasion. David pulled a sketchbook from the work table and opened it to a clean page. All right. Before I accidentally appear in somebody's bathroom, bedroom or bank vault, we need rules. Clara moved the computer keyboard aside. I was hoping you'd reach that conclusion before Switzerland. Switzerland wasn't on the list. You have a list? Not anymore. That earned him a brief smile. David wrote Destination Protocol across the top of the page, then considered what the Paris experiment had actually established. Distance had not weakened the connection. The gallery had worked because he knew the stockroom intimately and Clara controlled the destination. Paris had also worked in the narrow magical sense. The door had connected to the place he intended. His mistake had been assuming the place still matched the version stored in his head. First rule, he said. Current information, not merely photographs. I want to know what the destination is now. Current photographs, plans where legitimately available, recent visits if possible. And somebody on the other side when we can arrange it. David wrote as she spoke. The gallery was almost ideal because you controlled the room and could tell me nobody else was there. Ownership or permission. He added that as a separate line. No opening doors into private property merely because I've visited it. Good. You sounded worried I might argue. I've known artists. David continued. Surveillance, cameras, alarms, staff access, neighbors, anything that turns an empty room into a recorded event. Escape route. He looked up. The door itself is the escape route. Clara pointed toward the Paris painting. Unless something happens to the painting you left behind. You crossed to my gallery with a large panel sitting here. If you'd crossed into Paris and somebody here knocked that easel over, damaged the painting or simply carried it away, what would you have done? David's pen stopped. He had been so occupied with whether the destination was safe that he had treated the origin as fixed. The paintings were physical objects. They could burn, tear, fall, be stolen or become inaccessible. Nothing he had learned suggested he could summon one from another continent. That, he said, is a much better objection than I wanted. I'm putting it on the list. David wrote return route in larger letters than the others. We need something portable, not another full panel. A key I can carry with me. A painting? Probably. The magic cares about conception and finished work. It may not care whether the painting is 30 inches wide. He looked at the sketchbook in his hands, then at the larger doorway paintings around the studio. A small card could contain enough information if I paint it properly. Clara tapped the page. That is tomorrow's experiment. Today we finish learning from the one that nearly put you on French security footage. Technically, it did put me on French security footage. Thank you for strengthening my argument. They completed the protocol together. David added scouting before bodily passage, a preference for controlled private arrival points, confirmation immediately before opening whenever another person could check the destination, and a simple prohibition against casual experiments in places he did not control. By the time they finished, spontaneous tourism had accumulated enough conditions to resemble actual planning. The Paris painting remained on its easel. David studied it for a moment, then carried it to the storage rack and slid it into an empty protected slot with the painted face turned inward. Clara watched him label the sleeve Paris test, retired. You're keeping it? It's still evidence. Of what? That I can cross an ocean and still make a stupid mistake without leaving the room. That may be your most reproducible result. David laughed and returned to the work table. Beside the protocol lay the small sketchbook, suddenly more interesting than the large panels that had brought them this far. The gallery route remained reliable because the destination was known, controlled and current. Paris had taught him that distance was almost irrelevant. Safe arrival was not. He picked up the sketchbook and measured one of the pages with his thumb. How small do you think I can paint a door? Clara looked at him, then at the retired Paris panel. Small enough to carry, she said. Large enough that you don't get clever. 19. Postcard doors. David discovered the first problem with portable doorways before he put any paint on the page. His sketchbook had seemed perfectly adequate while it was merely a sketchbook. Once he placed it beside the Paris panel and imagined trusting his return from another continent to something smaller than Clara's phone, the page looked ridiculous. Clara leaned over his shoulder. You're reconsidering clever? I'm reconsidering scale. David measured the usable rectangle again. A little over 6 inches wide, less than 4 high once he allowed for the binding. There's a difference between painting small and painting carelessly. Then don't paint carelessly. That was almost inspirational. I own a gallery. Encouragement costs extra. David smiled and turned to a fresh sheet of prepared card rather than sacrifice the sketchbook page. The obvious test was the studio. He knew every part of the room because he was sitting inside it, and unlike Paris, nobody could renovate it while he wasn't looking. More importantly, the large studio door painting had already worked. He wasn't attempting another destination or another variation of the power. He wanted to know whether size mattered. He drew the rectangle first, then stopped. The Paris mistake had changed the way he thought about doors. A painted doorway wasn't enough. Even a perfectly rendered doorway wasn't enough. The work had to mean something specific while he made it. Destination, connection, passage. The large gallery painting had contained all three because he had been consciously trying to reach Clara's stockroom. The Paris painting had contained them too, unfortunately with a 14-year-old understanding of where the other side actually was. This one would connect to the studio in which he was sitting. Not an image of it. Not a miniature representation. Way back here. David began to paint. Working at postcard scale demanded more concentration than he expected. On a large panel, a hinge could be suggested by several confident strokes. Here, too much information became clutter. He simplified without becoming vague, preserving the shape of the studio doorway, the familiar trim, the brass handle and enough of the room beyond to make the destination unmistakable to him. He didn't need to reproduce every paint tube or crack in the concrete. He needed to know what he was painting and what the finished thing was supposed to do. Clara watched for several minutes before asking, does making it smaller make it easier? No. I thought not. It might actually be harder. David cleaned the tip of a brush and returned to the handle. A big painting gives me room to describe things. This makes me decide which details matter. To the magic? To me, I still don't know whether those are different. That kept Clara quiet for a moment. She pulled another chair over but stayed out of his working space. David appreciated that about her. She could challenge every conclusion he made and still understand that leaning over an artist's shoulder while he was trying to place a line was an offense against civilization. The card took nearly 2 hours. By the end, his shoulders had tightened from holding himself too still and his eyes wanted a break, but the little painting pleased him. It wasn't a reduced copy of the larger panel. The proportions had changed, details had been compressed and the composition was tighter, yet the studio doorway remained unmistakably itself. More importantly, David had never allowed the purpose to drift while he worked. Every stroke belonged to the same idea. This was a door to his studio. He set the brush down and waited, resisting the temptation to declare success merely because the painting looked finished. Clara came around the table and studied the card beside him. That's annoyingly good. Thank you. I meant annoyingly small. That's also the point. David lifted the card carefully. It weighed almost nothing compared with the panels they had been carrying around for days. He could slide it into a jacket pocket, a document sleeve or a wallet-sized case. Half a dozen destinations could fit inside a small portfolio. If it worked, travel had just become something he could carry rather than something he had to leave standing on an easel. Clara apparently followed the same thought. And if this opens? David looked at the tiny painted brass handle beneath his thumb. Then Paris taught us exactly the right lesson at exactly the right time. Which was? Never travel anywhere without the way home in your pocket. He placed the completed card flat on the work table, rested his fingers beside the painted threshold and fixed the real studio around them firmly in his mind. The destination was current, controlled, private and close enough that he could walk to every painted feature without leaving the room. Scale was the only unanswered question now. David touched the painted handle. The little card did not become a little door. For an instant his fingers met cool brass exactly where the painted handle should have been. Then the space in front of the work table changed. A vertical edge appeared beside his hand, followed by the familiar depth of a real threshold, expanding without any corresponding change to the card itself. Within a second David was holding an ordinary full-sized door partly open, except there was no wall around it and the studio visible beyond the gap was the same studio in which he and Clara were already standing. Clara stared past him at the impossible duplicate view. Your postcard has ambitions. David barely heard her. He still held the card between the fingers of his left hand. The painted image remained intact. The manifested brass handle rested beneath his right palm at comfortable height, as though the magic had taken the function he intended and supplied whatever physical scale the function required. He eased the door wider, watching the opening grow until there was enough room for him to walk through normally. It isn't enlarging the painting, he said. The card's still the card. I can see that. It's acting like a key. That was the theory. No, I mean literally. David looked from the little painted doorway to the full-sized opening. The picture doesn't need to contain a human-sized door. It tells the connection what door I mean. Clara moved to one side and studied the threshold without touching it. Before you become unbearably pleased with yourself, close it. David pulled the manifested door shut. The depth vanished at once. He was left holding the postcard-sized painting, undamaged and unchanged. A laugh escaped him. Oh, that is useful. Again. He reopened it, but this time he hesitated as soon as the handle became solid. Instead of pulling far enough to admit himself, David concentrated on wanting only a look through. The door moved perhaps 2 inches and stopped exactly where he intended. Through the narrow opening he could see the far side of the studio doorway, distorted only by the restricted angle. Clara leaned closer. You stopped. I meant to. Because something resisted you? No. David experimented, allowing the opening another inch, then narrowing it again. The manifested threshold obeyed smoothly. I was thinking about Paris. I didn't need to expose an entire doorway just to find out what was there. He crouched slightly and looked through the crack. Sight worked normally. Sound came through as well, although in this case it consisted mostly of the faint echo of their own voices from elsewhere in the same building. David widened the gap enough to fit 2 fingers through, reached across the threshold and touched the trim on the destination side. The wood felt entirely ordinary. Clara watched his hand disappear through a gap scarcely wider than his wrist. So you don't have to open it enough for a person. Apparently not. David withdrew his hand, then opened the door another few inches and reached through with the postcard itself still secure in his other hand. The implications arrived almost too quickly. A narrow opening could inspect a destination without exposing his whole body. A slightly wider one could pass a tool, package or camera. Full passage was merely the largest version of the same operation. He shut it again and stared at the card. Clara's expression had shifted from amusement to concentration. That makes the safety rules considerably better. It makes scouting possible. It makes cautious scouting possible. David glanced at her. I was trying to say that. No, you were about 3 seconds away from saying you could stick your head through. I wasn't. You looked at the gap and measured your head. David smiled. Professional habit. He activated the card once more and deliberately opened the threshold all the way. Nothing resisted him. The full-sized doorway stood in front of the worktable while the tiny painting remained pinched securely between his fingers. David stepped close enough to feel the ordinary movement of air through the opening, then stopped himself before crossing. The postcard had answered more than the question he had asked. Size didn't weaken the root. More importantly, opening a door was not an all-or-nothing act. David could control the threshold itself, from a cautious crack to a passage large enough to walk through. He closed it and slipped the card carefully into an empty protective sleeve. Not a souvenir, Clara said. David looked at the little painting through the clear cover. Definitely not. Clara held out a pencil. Before I walk through anything you can fit in your pocket, we test the small version properly. David reopened the card only an inch. The manifested threshold appeared at full height, but the gap remained narrow because that was all he allowed. Clara slid the pencil through point first. It vanished past the painted edge without resistance until half its length was on the other side. David could see the yellow shaft projecting into the destination studio, exactly where it should have been. Hold it there, he said. Clara released the pencil. It dropped. The sound reached them twice, almost at once. First came the faint tap through the open threshold, then the ordinary clatter from across the room as the pencil struck the studio floor on the destination side. David stared at the empty space where Clara's fingers had been. That wasn't deliberate transfer. No, Clara said, you weren't touching it. And I didn't intend for it to cross. You merely opened a hole and gravity did the rest. David widened the threshold enough to reach through. He retrieved the pencil and handed it back to her, then narrowed the opening again. The result was useful and slightly less comfortable than he had hoped. He controlled the door, not everything moving through it. Clara tested that next. She pushed her fingertips through, paused, then slid her whole hand beyond the threshold. Feels normal. Any resistance? None. She flexed her fingers on the other side, then withdrew them. Open wider. David increased the gap until she could pass her forearm through. The movement of air became noticeable immediately. The studio had been still enough that he had ignored it before, but now a cool current touched his wrist and stirred a loose receipt on the worktable. Clara noticed the paper shift and looked toward him. Air crosses whether you invite it or not. David nodded. Which means smoke could. Water. Gas. Insects. Anything small enough for the opening. Clara gave him a pointed look. You see why I'm making you do this before Europe? I have become extremely respectful of your pessimism. That's all I've ever wanted. David opened the threshold another foot. The current strengthened slightly because the 2 points in the same building did not share quite the same airflow. It was hardly dramatic, but it proved the connection behaved like actual open space rather than a magical viewing screen. The narrow setting was not a separate ability. It was simply the same doorway with most of the physical openings still closed. Clara stepped back, full size. David widened it until the threshold admitted a person comfortably. After you. She looked through at the destination side, then at David. You're holding the card. Yes. If you drop it? I don't know. If you faint? I don't know. If I'm halfway through when you close it. David stopped smiling. We are not testing that. Good answer. Clara stepped through. There was nothing theatrical about it. One moment she stood beside him, the next she crossed the manifested threshold and emerged several yards away in the same studio. She turned immediately and looked back through the opening. Well, she called, that's disturbingly easy. David laughed and joined her, keeping the card firmly in hand as he crossed. The sensation was exactly like every other passage. One normal step, no feeling of distance, then the tiny physical disorientation of seeing the place he had just left through a doorway standing where no doorway belonged. Clara came back through first. David followed and deliberately reduced the opening behind him until only a hand width remained. As he did, a loose scrap of paper on the far side lifted in the moving air, skittered toward the threshold and slipped through before either of them could catch it. The scrap landed beside David's shoe. He looked down at it, then at Clara. She folded her arms. Add that to the protocol. David picked up the paper. Open doors are open doors. Exactly. He closed the threshold and slipped the card back into its sleeve. The little painting had passed every test they had given it. People could cross. Objects could cross with or without his intention. Air moved naturally between locations. The width of the opening controlled access, but not the behavior of whatever reached that opening. Useful, David thought, and dangerous in wonderfully ordinary ways. Clara handed him the pencil. Now you may paint somewhere worth going. David did not begin the next card immediately. He took the pencil from Clara, wrote Studio A across the protective sleeve holding the successful test, then crossed it out. Clara watched. Problem? That isn't Studio A. He tapped the sleeve. It was a scale test. Same destination, but I didn't make it as part of a travel system. You're becoming organized. I'm concerned. I bought property. Apparently it was contagious. He prepared 2 new cards side by side. The first was easy in practical terms. The secure studio around them was current, known and under his control. David chose a return point with clear floor space and no furniture immediately beside it, then painted the doorway deliberately as a route back to this room. Not a picture of the studio. Not an experiment, a return key. When he finished, he wrote Studio A on the sleeve and set it aside. The second card stopped him before the first brushstroke. Clara saw where he was looking. The original cottage painting stood against the far wall, protected behind its cover. David had kept it close through every move since the pawnshop. He had pushed against its painted surface, wished at it, studied it under magnification and spent hours wondering why it had admitted a dying man once and refused the healthy one afterward. Now he finally knew how to make a different painting that might reach the place inside it. You don't have to do this today, Clara said. Yes, I do. That sounded suspiciously like emotion pretending to be experimental necessity. David glanced at her. I can be 2 things. I've noticed. He uncovered the original painting. The cottage garden appeared exactly as it always had. Stone wall, path, flowers, the house beyond. No painted David stood there now. He had vanished from the scene when his consciousness followed body 1 onto the pawnshop floor, but everything else had remained. David did not copy the full painting. He chose the garden entrance he remembered from inside, the path beyond it and enough of the stone wall to fix the destination beyond doubt. More important was what he held in mind while he worked. Home. Not the canvas hanging in his studio. Not a reproduction of the garden. The actual place where he had awakened after dying, where he had eaten his first apple without nausea, run down a hill in a body that worked and learned to paint things into reality. A route back there. The card took most of the afternoon. When David finally laid down the brush, Clara had stopped teasing him. He slid the finished work into a sleeve, labeled it Home Garden A, then held it for several seconds without activating it. What if it makes another cottage? He asked. Clara looked toward the original painting. Then we learn something. What if nothing happens? Then we learn something less enjoyable. David nodded. And if it opens? Then you look first. That pulled a smile from him. Destination protocol. I'm fond of it. David touched the painted gate latch and intended only a narrow opening. Cool metal formed beneath his fingers. The manifested threshold opened perhaps 3 inches. Sunlight spilled through the gap. David forgot to breathe. He could see gravel, flowers, a section of the old stone wall. Beyond it stood the corner of the cottage exactly where memory said it belonged. A breeze moved through the opening carrying the smell of cut grass, warm earth and roses. Clara came close beside him but did not speak. David widened the opening slowly. The garden appeared. Nothing had reset. Nothing had become pristine. A wooden chair he remembered leaving near the cottage wall still stood crooked beneath the window. One of the flower beds had grown untidier. The path showed the faint marks of use from months earlier, when he had lived there alone and believed the frame might be the edge of his existence. "It's the same place," he said. He knew before crossing, not because of any magical signal, but because of details too trivial to have been part of a deliberate recreation. A paint rag remained on the low garden table where he had abandoned it. One shutter sat slightly uneven because he had never bothered fixing it. Through the cottage window he could see the edge of the chair he had created during the pawnshop weeks. Clara touched his arm. "David?" He opened the doorway fully. For a moment he simply stood there, staring into the place that had been refuge, prison, studio, an impossible second life. Then he stepped through. Gravel shifted under his shoe. The garden air touched his face. David turned in a slow circle, taking in the cottage from the outside rather than through a frame. The place had waited without him. Earth had continued, he had rebuilt a life, bought property and learned to open doors across miles, while this quiet garden had simply remained. Clara crossed behind him. David looked back as she emerged through the impossible doorway, and something inside him loosened at the sight. She had been the person outside the painting when he was dead, the person he had eventually trusted with the truth, and now she stood inside the place he had once been unable to leave. Clara surveyed the garden, then looked at him. "So this is home." David glanced toward the cottage. "One of them," he said. He closed the doorway. Home Garden A remained in his hand. The original painting was still back in the Earth studio, still unexplained and still not a door. He had not solved the miracle that killed one life and carried him into another. He had done something better. He had found his own way back. 20. The vault key. David's first thought after finding his way back to the cottage was that he now had too many places worth protecting. The observation became less philosophical when Clara reminded him that several $1,000s worth of renovation work was currently waiting for his approval on Earth. David reopened Studio A, stepped through with her, and found the property exactly where they had left it, including a contractor's truck beside the outbuilding and a handwritten note taped to the studio door asking him to call before somebody ordered the wrong humidity controller. Clara peeled the note free and handed it to him. "Civilization welcomes you back. I preferred the roses. The roses don't require building inspections. That's one of their better qualities." The basement room beneath the outbuilding had been part of David's plans almost from the moment he bought the property, though describing it as a basement understated what the renovation had become. The original lower storage area had offered thick foundation walls, limited exterior access and enough separation from the house to make David interested. Everything added since then remained stubbornly ordinary. Permits existed. Contractors had invoices. The reinforcement appeared on drawings. Henry had made certain nothing about the project depended on a mysterious room that officially wasn't there. David liked that almost as much as the concrete. He and Clara descended the new enclosed stair and entered through a heavy steel door. The room beyond smelled faintly of fresh paint and construction dust. Reinforced walls enclosed a broad open space with a level concrete floor, bright ceiling fixtures and enough room for shelving without turning the center into an obstacle course. The electrical work had been finished, the climate control system hummed quietly, and sensors watched temperature and humidity from the wall. Clara walked to the center and turned slowly. "It looks disappointingly sensible. That cost extra. I assumed your secret treasure room would have gargoyles. They affect resale value." David checked the environmental readout, then moved through the room with the list they had made earlier. Fire detection came first. Suppression followed, chosen to protect both people and stored art rather than simply drown everything at the first hint of smoke. Separate circuits reduced the chance that one electrical fault would leave the room dark. The security system covered the stair, steel door and the outbuilding above without pretending electronics could make a determined intruder impossible. Clara watched him test the door contact twice. "You do realize the whole point of this room is that most people aren't supposed to know anything valuable is down here. Most people aren't the same as nobody." "Good. I was worried the postcard had damaged your judgment." David gave the steel door an experimental pull. Solid, heavy and entirely mundane. That mattered. His paintings could do impossible things, but the room itself needed to remain defensible even if every magical object vanished tomorrow. They spent the next hour positioning shelving marks, deciding where ordinary documents could be stored, checking the fire equipment and arguing over whether David genuinely needed a worktable large enough to repair something the size of a motorcycle engine. "I don't currently own anything that needs it," he admitted. Clara pointed at him. "That word is doing dangerous work." David looked around the finished room again. Months earlier, owning a secure property had seemed extravagant. Now he possessed doors that could reach across continents and into the cottage where he had once survived death. Leaving the things he valued scattered between ordinary rooms suddenly felt absurd. The reinforced basement gave him somewhere real to put them. What it did not yet give him was a convenient way to reach them. David rested his hand on the cool steel door and smiled. He already knew how to solve that. David did not paint the vault card in the basement. He brought the materials through Studio A and returned with Clara to the cottage, partly because he wanted to test the new route from somewhere that had no ordinary physical connection to the property. Opening a vault door while standing 50 yards away would prove very little beyond what the studio card already demonstrated. Opening one from a place that, as far as David knew, did not occupy any normal point on Earth would settle the question much more cleanly. Clara set 2 mugs of coffee on the garden table while David prepared a postcard-sized card. "You're enjoying this. I own a secret reinforced room and I'm about to paint a key to it. I'm trying to maintain professional dignity. You lost that around the energy sword. Blade. The humming one." David decided coffee was safer than answering. He had photographed the basement's internal steel door before leaving, but he used the image only as reference. The important part was his memory of standing inside the finished room and looking outward. He knew the door's proportions, the heavy hinges, the lever handle, the concrete wall around it and the small patch of floor immediately beyond. More importantly, he knew exactly which side of that door he wanted to reach. The distinction mattered enough that he paused before beginning. Studio A connected to a place designed for work and ordinary access. Home Garden A returned him to the cottage. This card had a narrower purpose. He wanted the opening to emerge inside the reinforced basement, with the manifested threshold facing the internal steel door and enough clear floor around it for people or objects to pass safely. Clara watched him studying the blank card. "Something wrong?" "No, I'm specifying. You make painting sound increasingly like arguing with a very literal contractor." David dipped his brush. "A literal contractor would be easier. I could ask questions. You'd still change the plans halfway through. That is vicious slander. It's documented experience." He began with the door. Postcard scale no longer felt quite as awkward after Studio A and Home Garden A, though the work still demanded care. David reduced detail where it contributed nothing and concentrated on the things that fixed the destination for him: the steel surface, handle, frame, concrete, floor and the familiar arrangement immediately around them. He wasn't painting an attractive little picture of a secure room. He was defining access to the actual room beneath his property. The painting took most of the morning. When he finally stopped, Clara carried the empty mugs inside while David left the card untouched on the table and walked around the garden. He had learned enough to distrust impatience. Finished meant finished, not nearly finished because he wanted to see what happened. When he returned, Clara was waiting beside the table. "Ready?" David picked up the card. "If this works, the vault becomes useful from anywhere I can safely open a door." "And if somebody takes the card?" "I lose the route until I make another." "Good. You remembered the unpleasant part without assistance." He gave her a look, then touched the painted steel handle. Cold metal formed beneath his fingers. David opened the manifested door only a few inches. Electric light shone through the gap onto the cottage garden. He leaned closer and saw concrete flooring, the edge of the shelving marks they had made earlier in the environmental display glowing on the far wall. No duplicate room, no approximation and no mysterious storage space created by the card. It was the actual basement beneath his outbuilding. David widened the opening. The full threshold appeared in the middle of the garden, and beyond it waited the secure room he had left earlier that day. Clara stepped beside him and looked through. "That is going to ruin stairs for you." David reached across the threshold and laid his palm against the steel door on the vault side. It was cool, solid and unmistakably real. He smiled. Stairs had a good run. The signed baseball went first. David carried it through the open doorway in its protective case, set it carefully on the nearest shelf, then stood looking at it for a moment. Of everything he owned, the ball had perhaps the least practical value and the greatest claim to being here. It had been the first creation subjected to an expert who knew nothing about David, magic or impossible paintings, and it had nearly survived the examination. Without that ridiculous baseball, David might never have risked painting himself a body. Clara crossed behind him carrying a box of cataloging supplies. Sentimental order? Historical significance. You put the baseball ahead of the sword. The baseball got me resurrected. That does strengthen its position. The sword required a wall bracket rather than a shelf. David had already discovered that collecting beautiful weapons produced less pleasure when they were wrapped in blankets and hidden behind ordinary storage boxes. He brought it through next, followed by the armor, which managed to remain inconvenient even when the distance from storage to vault had been reduced to a doorway. Clara carried one piece, David another, and neither pretended the exercise improved its practicality. You know, Clara said as David settled the last section onto a padded shelf, there are collectors who solve this problem by buying smaller things. I own a baseball. You also own armor. It was educational. It was heavy. Those facts aren't mutually exclusive. The first energy blade received more care. David carried the inactive weapon through in its case and placed it well away from the paintings. He had already learned what happened when an impossible cutting tool met materials designed for ordinary workshop accidents, and the vault's reinforced construction did not make him eager to repeat the lesson. The sword and armor were curiosities. The blade was the first object in the room that made the security feel less theatrical. After that came the less successful experiments. David had kept more of them than Clara thought sensible. Objects that worked but taught him they were pointless. Objects whose conception had been technically coherent and practically foolish, and the occasional creation whose greatest contribution to science had been demonstrating what David should never bother painting again. He arranged them together rather than pretending each deserved ceremonial display. Clara looked over the growing shelf. Museum of Poor Decisions? Research Archive. Of course. David added a label card without answering. Blank canvases changed the character of the room. He had intended the vault for valuable creations, difficult to explain objects and things he could not safely leave in an ordinary cupboard. Yet carrying a stack of prepared surfaces through the manifested doorway made him stop. Blank canvases were not treasures. Neither were spare clothes, bottled water, first aid supplies, batteries, flashlights, notebooks or the other mundane emergency items Clara had insisted they gather. They were useful. David carried another stack through and placed it on a lower shelf. Clara followed with sealed water and basic medical supplies, then returned for the cataloging boxes. Within half an hour the vault had begun changing from a secure display room into something much more interesting. David opened the card from the studio once, then again from the cottage, simply because he could. Each time the same reinforced room waited beyond the threshold. No stairs. No carrying awkward cases across the property. No need to remember which ordinary hiding place held which object. If he possessed the card and had enough space to open the manifested door, every stored item was effectively one doorway away. Clara caught him looking at the unused shelving along the opposite wall. No. David glanced at her. I didn't say anything. You were inventorying empty shelves with your eyes. I was considering future requirements. You were hoarding prospectively. David looked around the room again. The baseball, armor and weapons made the vault satisfying. The emergency supplies made it useful. The blank canvases suggested something else entirely. He had built a secure room for his collection. The doorway was turning it into a base. The card still said nothing. David noticed that after they finished moving the first load, Studio A and Home Garden had earned their names before he trusted them enough to carry. This one had remained in its clear sleeve without a label while he tested it, perhaps because calling a reinforced basement a vault before it contained anything worth protecting had felt slightly ridiculous. That objection no longer applied. He carried the card to the work table, uncapped the permanent marker and wrote Vault Key A across the sleeve. Clara looked over from the shelving. Not vault door? No. Secret basement? No. David's cave of questionable purchases? That's technically the entire property. She smiled. Vault key, then. David slipped the card into his shirt pocket and looked around the room. The name fit better than he expected. The postcard did not contain the vault, enlarge into the vault or somehow turn the room into storage he carried around with him. It was simply a key to a real place, except the lock could be reached from a cottage that had no Earth address, a hotel room on another continent or anywhere else he could safely open the threshold. The thought returned his attention to the blank canvases he had moved earlier. What? Clara asked. David was already looking toward the open doorway. I've stocked things to use after I get here. That's generally how storage works. But if I arrive here because something went wrong, I may need to paint. Clara's expression changed. And your proper materials are upstairs. Or in the studio. Which might be the place you're trying not to go back to. David nodded. Until now, painting supplies had been so ordinary that he had treated them as background. Easels lived in studios. Brushes lived beside palettes. Prepared surfaces waited on racks. He owned enough duplicated equipment that losing one set would be an inconvenience rather than a disaster, but his doors had changed the value of having a complete set somewhere secure. He opened the threshold to the studio. The painting station came together from equipment he already owned rather than another exercise in magical convenience. David chose a sturdy spare easel, a compact worktable, good brushes, palette knives and the pigments he used most often, then added prepared cards and larger surfaces suitable for work that could not be compressed to postcard size. Clara made him include ordinary cleaning materials and proper lighting after pointing out that emergency artistic genius would probably suffer if he could neither see nor clean a brush. They carried everything into the vault and arranged it along a section of wall away from the collectibles. By the time David finished adjusting the easel, the corner looked like a real working station rather than emergency supplies stacked for some hypothetical future. He sat on the stool and tested the reach to the table. Clara folded her arms. Comfortable? Almost. That sounded expensive. David shifted the lamp 2 inches. Now comfortable. You're impossible. That has become difficult to dispute. He looked from the easel to the vault keycard lying on the table beside him. If he had the card, he could reach this room. If he reached this room, he had the materials to make another door. The solution was not perfect. Someone could take the card from him. It could burn, tear or simply be lost. But for the moment, carrying one small painting gave him access not only to stored objects but to the means of painting his way somewhere else. That was a much more important form of redundancy than a spare toothbrush. David slid the vault key back into its protective sleeve and put it securely away. Clara glanced around the room. Satisfied? David considered the baseball, the weapons, the emergency supplies and the little painting station waiting beneath its lamp. For today. Clara laughed. That is the most alarming answer you could have given. David smiled as he closed the vault doorway behind them. She was probably right. The room had begun as somewhere secure to keep the impossible things he already owned. Now he had somewhere to prepare for the impossible things he had not found yet. 21. The private hoard. The vault changed slowly. David preferred it that way. The first week after Vault Key A worked, he resisted the urge to fill every empty shelf simply because he finally owned shelves nobody else could reach without going through several very ordinary locked doors first. The baseball went into its case. The sword and armor received proper supports. The energy blade stayed well away from both paintings and anything David particularly wanted to keep attached to the building. His failed experiments occupied one section with considerably less dignity. The practical additions came because he already owned things that needed somewhere better to live. David retrieved the cased pistol and carbine from their ordinary secure storage and brought them through Vault Key A, followed by the ammunition he had bought for them and the beautifully constructed empty ammunition crate that remained one of his favorite reminders that his gift possessed a sense of literalism. Clara found him placing the purchased ammunition beside it. You could put the cartridges inside the crate. David looked at her. That would reward it. It's a box. It knows what it did. Clara crouched and read the label. Ammunition crate, empty. Accurate cataloging matters. You wrote empty in red. I wanted future historians to understand the significance. She laughed and moved on while David continued arranging the collection. The vault wasn't becoming a bunker. Most of what entered it was simply awkward, valuable or impossible to explain. He put spare clothes into one travel locker because having clean clothing one doorway away was useful. Another acquired bottled water, packaged food, a first aid kit and a few ordinary tools because there was no sense owning a secure room and then having to go upstairs every time he needed a screwdriver. His painting station remained the most useful addition. Prepared cards, boards, brushes, pigments, solvents and ordinary cleaning materials occupied one corner beneath proper lighting. David added a compact field case beside them, not because he expected to become trapped in a wilderness, but because taking an entire studio somewhere was ridiculous when a smaller set would do. Clara lifted the case. "This is disturbingly sensible. I can make it heavier." "Please don't." The door cards took longer because David could not duplicate them by copying them. Every card had to be a finished painting in its own right, which turned redundancy into several days of actual work rather than an afternoon with a printer. Home Garden B came first. David painted it rested, tested it from earth and stepped through to the same cottage garden waiting beyond. Home Garden C followed another day. Studio B took its own session. Vault keys B and C came last. Each worked. David did not immediately begin carrying all of them. That would have felt less like redundancy and more like putting every key he owned onto one ring. Instead, he stored the backups in the vault, protected and labeled, while Vault Key A remained his ordinary working card. When he finally closed the clear cover over the small rack, Clara looked along the neat row of paintings. "You realize most people solve this with a spare key under a flower pot. Most people's flower pots don't open into impossible cottages. Poorly designed flower pots." David stepped back and looked around the room. It was still mostly empty. That pleased him more than he expected. The vault held what he actually possessed, not everything he could imagine needing someday. For now, that was enough. Clara found the emergency shelf on her next visit and immediately ruined David's satisfaction. She stood in front of it with both hands on her hips while David adjusted the support beneath the sword. The shelf contained bottled water, a modest first aid kit, several packets of food, 2 flashlights, spare batteries and an old portable radio he had owned before the property purchase. "David." He glanced over. "That tone usually costs me money. You have an emergency shelf." "I have half an emergency shelf. That's how these things begin." David straightened. "If you're about to accuse me of preparing for the collapse of civilization, I'd like it noted that I have 6 bottles of water." Clara counted. 8. Civilization should be very worried. She smiled despite herself and picked up one of the flashlights. 2? 1 can break. That is annoyingly reasonable. I treasure your approval. Clara returned the flashlight and wandered toward the lockers. Clothes? 1 change. Food? A few meals. Medical supplies? Things normal people keep in houses. No gas masks? No. Radiation suits? Not unless you bought me one. Underground seed bank? David considered it. How large? Clara pointed at him. That expression is why I asked. He laughed and closed the sword bracket. The teasing worked because there wasn't much behind it. David had spent enough of his first life without money to dislike waste, and enough of his second trying to establish an ordinary financial history to know that buying equipment merely because he might someday use it was a good way to turn money into clutter. Clara opened the field painting case instead. This I understand. I thought you might. You've traveled with paint before. Usually without walking through the hotel wall. That does complicate customs. David joined her beside the case. He had packed it the same way he once prepared for outdoor painting trips. Enough materials to work away from the studio, nothing more. The only remarkable thing about it was that a painted doorway made distance almost irrelevant. Clara closed the lid. Speaking of travel, where did you disappear to Tuesday? Savannah. She looked at him. For lunch? And reference photographs. You drove? Studio A to the hotel room. I'd painted the card the previous week. Clara stared for a moment, then shook her head. I'm never going to get used to sentences like that. It saved parking. I'm not objecting. She leaned against the locker. Just send me a message next time you vanish to another state. David raised an eyebrow. So I know whether you're ignoring me locally or at long distance. That's your concern? I've had years of practice being ignored by you. Geography improves the experience. David smiled. Fair. There was no argument after that. Clara didn't ask for an itinerary, a return time or list of what he carried. David didn't offer one. Telling a friend that he was disappearing for a day struck him as courtesy rather than supervision, particularly when his method of travel could make him effectively untraceable by every ordinary means. Clara looked around the vault again. Still no survival bunker. Disappointed? Relieved. You'd be unbearable with labeled tins. David glanced toward the empty shelving. Clara saw it. Don't. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. The cataloging system grew despite Clara's warnings, although not in the direction she feared. David discovered that he enjoyed knowing what he owned. The pleasure had nothing to do with emergency preparation. For most of his adult life, possessions had either been tools, art supplies or things he accumulated because throwing them away seemed wasteful. Cancer had reduced that collection brutally. Death had finished the job. The younger David Rowan had begun with clothes, a painting, a baseball and a few scraps of gold in his pockets. Now he could walk through a steel door and see the physical history of his impossible second life arranged in front of him. The baseball came first in the catalog. Object. Signed baseball. Origin. Cottage creation. David stared at the next field before writing. Significance. Clara, seated at the work table with coffee, watched him. Please tell me you aren't assigning emotional values. I'm recording why things matter. That sounds suspiciously like assigning emotional values. David ignored her and wrote, first externally authenticated creation. Material age failure led to body experiment. He looked at the sentence for a few seconds, then closed the catalog. That one stays. Clara's humor softened. Yes. The sword entry was easier. So was the armor. The energy blade acquired enough warnings that Clara accused him of writing a museum label for an exhibit that could destroy the museum. The empty ammunition crate earned a photograph in the annotation, technically flawless, conceptually useless. Clara approved that one. The other failed creations went together, not because they were valuable but because David found himself unwilling to throw away evidence of mistakes that had taught him something. Some were almost embarrassingly ordinary. Others represented ideas that had seemed clever for nearly 5 minutes before reality explained otherwise. It really is a museum, Clara said. Archive. Museum of David Rowan Learning Things the Hard Way. That title won't fit on the door. You have paint. David looked at her until she grinned. The cards received a separate record, but even there he resisted making the system complicated. Name, destination, date completed, storage location. That was enough. Home Garden A remained with his frequently used cards. The backups stayed in the vault. Studio A and Vault Key A remained working tools. Everything else waited until needed. He considered adding procedures for carrying them, then stopped himself. Nothing had happened to justify procedures. David had never lost a door card. He had never been stranded because one was damaged. He had never found himself unable to paint his way home. Inventing rules for disasters that existed only in his imagination felt less like caution than rehearsing fear. He closed the card register. Clara noticed. Finished? For now. You've finally run out of labels? Never. That's reassuring. David put the catalog back on its shelf. I was going to make rules for the cards. Clara waited. Then I realized I don't know what problem I'm solving. That has occasionally stopped you before. Very occasionally. She smiled. Keep the achievement. David looked at the backup cards behind their protective cover. If the world eventually taught him that he needed a better system, he would build one. He was good at learning from evidence. He didn't need to learn from disasters that had not happened yet. 2 rooms remained almost empty beyond the main vault chamber. David had originally imagined uses for both before construction finished. Once the vault key began making the space vastly more convenient, the temptation to assign them grand purposes returned. Workshop, equipment room, secure research area, storage for things he had not yet found. He chose the workshop because he already needed one. A sturdy bench went against the wall. Ordinary hand tools followed, along with proper task lighting, electrical access and enough clear floor to work on objects that were inconvenient to carry upstairs. David transferred nothing exotic into the room. The point was simply to have somewhere he could examine or repair the unusual things he already owned without balancing them on the painting table. Clara stood in the doorway. And the other room? David looked across the corridor at the closed door. Empty. That's unlike you. I considered several possibilities. I'm sure you did. Then I realized every one of them was preparation for something that hasn't happened. Clara's eyebrows rose. Personal growth. Don't make it unpleasant. I'm proud of you. That's worse. They returned to the main room, where the hoard looked considerably less impressive than the word suggested. Weapons and armor occupied one section. Paintings and supplies another. The baseball had its case. The door cards had their rack. A few lockers contained useful ordinary belongings. Much of the shelving remained empty. David liked the empty space. It meant the collection could grow because his life grew, not because he had decided in advance what every future problem would require. He opened Vault Key A and stepped through with Clara into the cottage garden. Afternoon sunlight lay across the path. Roses crowded the wall, and the stone cottage waited beyond them with the comfortable familiarity of a place that had stopped feeling impossible without ever becoming ordinary. Clara looked back through the open threshold at the vault. Still ridiculous. Convenient. Ridiculously convenient. David closed the door, reducing reinforced concrete, steel shelving, weapons and every carefully stored curiosity to a postcard in his hand. That was the part he still had trouble accepting. The vault existed beneath his property in North Carolina. The cottage did not, at least not anywhere he could point to on a map. Yet one small painting connected them without distance appearing to matter at all. David turned the card between his fingers. Studio A had taught him that he could reach a real place he knew. Home Garden A had proved he could deliberately return here. Vault Key A had connected Earth to a destination that could be reached even from somewhere with no ordinary physical relationship to it. He had spent weeks thinking about what to store on the other side of a door. Perhaps the more interesting question was where he could put the next one. Clara had already started toward the cottage when she noticed he wasn't following. What? David looked past her at the hills beyond the garden, then down at the card in his hand. Nothing yet. Clara studied his face. I know that look. So do I. What are you thinking about? David smiled. How far a door can go. 22. Painting for people. David spent the following morning considering destinations. He had cleared one end of the studio table for maps, postcards, photographs and several old travel books, although the collection had already begun spreading toward the paint jars. Vault Key A lay beside his notebook. Home Garden A rested in its protective sleeve farther back. After weeks spent learning how to make reliable doors and somewhere secure to keep them, the question that occupied him now was wonderfully simple. Where next? The answer was proving less simple. Distance appeared irrelevant, but knowledge wasn't. David had photographs of places he had visited years earlier, locations he remembered well enough to paint and others he knew only through pictures. Savannah had worked because he knew the hotel room. The cottage worked because he had created it. That left an enormous amount of Earth tantalizingly close while still requiring him to decide what counted as knowing a destination well enough. He was studying photographs from an old Blue Ridge trip when Clara entered carrying a gallery folder. You're painting landscapes, she said. David looked down at the photographs. Technically, I'm thinking about painting landscapes. Excellent. I need 3. He glanced up. 3 what? Landscapes. David looked back at the photographs, then at the notebook beside them. These aren't for the gallery. I noticed the maps. That obvious? You've put mileage notes beside half of them and written Destination Confidence across the top of the page. Clara set the folder directly over his notebook. Very subtle. David pulled it free. I'm trying to work out how much personal knowledge matters. And I'm trying to work out what I'm putting on the west wall next month. You have other artists. I do. Several of them even deliver paintings without requiring discussions about impossible geography. That sounds convenient. It is. Unfortunately, people are asking for yours. David leaned back against the table. Months earlier, that sentence would have delighted him. A gallery owner asking for work meant paintings were selling. Paintings selling meant rent, food, supplies and the privilege of spending another month pretending an irregular income was a career rather than a prolonged negotiation with poverty. Now a finished painting could become a real object, a secure room, a weapon, a meal or a doorway capable of reducing hundreds of miles to one step. Another Blue Ridge landscape seemed very small beside that. "I'll get something to you," he said. Clara studied him. "You don't want to." "I didn't say that. You used your commission voice." "My what?" "The voice you used whenever somebody asked you to paint a golden retriever from one terrible photograph." David frowned. "I liked some of those dogs." "You hated every photograph." "That isn't the dog's fault." Clara's mouth twitched, but she didn't let him escape. She opened the folder and showed him a short list of recent sales and inquiries. "Your ordinary work is moving again. 2 collectors ask specifically whether you have new mountain pieces coming. 1 wants first refusal on anything around 24 inches. David read the names without much enthusiasm. "That's good." "Yes, it is." He handed the folder back. "It just feels a little difficult to get excited about painting another view someone can hang over a sofa when I can paint a door and walk through it." Clara went quiet. David heard the sentence properly once it was outside his head. He looked toward the easel, where a blank canvas waited beside several smaller prepared cards. Clara closed the folder. "Come to the gallery this afternoon." "For what?" "To look at something." "What?" "If I tell you, you'll explain why I'm wrong before you see it." David gave her a suspicious look. Clara smiled. 3 o'clock. She left the folder on his table and walked out before he could negotiate. David looked at the photographs again. Beyond them waited cities, mountains, coastlines, and every destination he might someday learn well enough to reach with a brush. Then he looked at the gallery sales sheet lying on top of his maps. For the first time since discovering what his paintings could become, an ordinary canvas felt like the less interesting possibility. At 3 o'clock David walked into the Henshaw Gallery prepared to be manipulated. Clara was nowhere near the entrance. That alone made him suspicious. She normally appeared within minutes of his arrival, either because she wanted something or because she had developed an uncanny ability to sense when David was standing too close to paintings she intended to sell. Instead, the young woman at the desk smiled, told him Clara was with a client and waved him toward the main room. David found the client before he found Clara. A woman in her late 60s stood alone in front of one of his smaller paintings. David recognized the piece immediately. It was an older Blue Ridge study, painted years before his illness became serious. Nothing dramatic occupied it. No sunset, waterfall, or heroic sweep of mountains calculated to make tourists reach for their wallets. A narrow gravel road curved between trees beneath a gray morning sky. Farther back, an old farmhouse showed through thinning leaves, its porch almost hidden by shadow. David had painted it because the road reminded him of somewhere he used to drive when he wanted to be alone. The woman was crying. Not dramatically. She wasn't sobbing or drawing attention to herself. She stood with one hand closed around the strap of her handbag while tears moved quietly down her face. David stopped several yards away, suddenly uncomfortable with the feeling that he had walked into something private. Clara appeared beside him and spoke softly. "That's why I asked you here." David glanced at her. "You arranged this?" "No, she came in 20 minutes ago." The woman wiped her cheek, embarrassed now that she had noticed them. Clara moved first, giving her the easy professional smile David had watched her use with nervous buyers for years. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude." "You didn't." The woman looked back at the painting. "It's silly." David almost objected before Clara could. "It usually isn't," Clara said. The woman hesitated, then pointed toward the farmhouse. "My parents had a place outside Burnsville. Not like that exactly, but the road looked like this in autumn. My husband used to complain every time we drove up because my father never repaired the gravel properly." She laughed weakly and wiped another tear. "They're all gone now. The house too. Developers bought the land years ago." David looked at his painting differently. He remembered making it. Cheap panel, cold fingers, coffee from a flask that had tasted faintly of turpentine because he had once stored both in the same bag. He had spent most of the session irritated by changing light and left believing the foreground needed another hour. The woman stepped closer to the canvas. "I know it isn't the same place." "No," David said. She turned toward him, recognizing him only after Clara made the smallest gesture of introduction. "You painted this?" "I did." Her expression changed into sudden embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry. I've probably made this very awkward." David shook his head. "You haven't." She looked back at the road. It feels like going home. That landed harder than he expected. There was no magic in the painting. David knew that with absolute certainty. The farmhouse couldn't be entered. The road went nowhere beyond the trees he had painted. If he touched the surface, he would feel varnish and canvas rather than gravel, cold air, or an impossible doorway. Yet the woman beside him had traveled somewhere. Clara didn't say anything. David appreciated her for that. The buyer asked the price, winced slightly when Clara told her, then laughed at herself and said she wanted it anyway. Clara took her toward the desk to arrange payment and delivery while David remained in front of the painting. He studied the quiet road he had nearly forgotten making. For weeks, usefulness had acquired a new definition. A useful painting could produce food, gold, weapons, tools, or doors. It could create objects that laboratories might someday struggle to understand. It could connect places that geography insisted should remain apart. This one had done none of those things. A woman had looked at it and found her parents' house. David stayed there until Clara returned. "Well?" she asked. He glanced at her. "You're smug." "I'm extremely good at my job." "That wasn't your job." "No." Clara looked toward the desk where the woman was signing the sales paperwork. "That part was yours." David turned back to the painting. For once, he didn't argue. David began the new landscape the following morning without a map beside the easel. That felt important enough that he noticed it. He chose a medium canvas rather than one of the small boards he used for door cards and carried it outside behind the studio, where the land fell away toward overlapping blue ridges. Late summer had deepened the trees into heavy greens, but distance softened the mountains through blue and gray until the farthest ridge barely separated itself from the sky. David set up his easel, adjusted the canvas against the light and spent several minutes simply looking. Normally, looking was when the second process began now. What was the object? What was the destination? What did he need to understand before the finished image could function? A door demanded exact intention. An object demanded coherence. Even food worked better when he knew precisely what he expected to taste. This canvas demanded none of that. David mixed color. The first hour was awkward. Not technically. His hand knew the work. He established the large shapes, found the slope of the near ridge and blocked the darker trees framing the view. The awkwardness came from his own attention. Twice he caught himself thinking about whether the scene contained enough detail to serve as a destination. Once he looked at a break between trees and automatically considered where a doorway placed there might emerge. He lowered the brush. "No." A jay answered from somewhere behind him. David smiled despite himself and went back to work. He wasn't making somewhere to go. Once he accepted that, the painting changed. The distant mountains didn't need coordinates. The stand of trees in the foreground didn't need to conceal a useful road, building, or future access point. He could move one trunk because the composition improved if he did. He could deepen a shadow because it made the sunlit slope beyond it feel brighter. A cloud that hadn't existed when he started could remain because the painting wanted the pale weight near the top left. David had forgotten the freedom in that. Creation painting required him to mean what he made. Ordinary painting allowed him to lie beautifully. By noon he had stopped thinking about doors altogether. He ate a sandwich sitting on the back step, studied the canvas from a distance, then returned to remove nearly 20 minutes of unnecessary work from the foreground. That pleased him too. A functional painting rewarded specification. This one rewarded judgment. More detail was not automatically better. Nothing would fail to activate because he scraped away a fence post or softened a cluster of leaves into shape and color. Late in the afternoon Clara arrived and found him still outside. She stood behind him for a while before speaking. "That one's mine." David kept working. "You can't afford it." "I set your prices." "Then you definitely can't afford it." Clara moved to one side to see the canvas more clearly. "No door?" "No." "Hidden vault?" "No." "Does touching the farmhouse produce a fully furnished 3-bedroom cottage?" "There isn't a farmhouse." "I was testing you." David glanced at her. "You aren't qualified." "I'm qualified to sell it." That was harder to argue with because David had finally reached the stage when he could imagine someone else owning the painting. Not using it, not extracting anything from it. Simply choosing to live with the view he had made. He returned to the easel and added one narrow stroke along the edge of the nearest ridge. Then he stepped back. The painting held the afternoon without reproducing it exactly. The mountains were the blue ridge he knew, but they were also the version he wanted another person to notice. Distance, warmth, trees, light, and the quiet promise of more country beyond what the canvas could show. David waited for the familiar urge to reach forward and test what he had made. It never came. Finished, he said. Clara looked from the painting to him. Still pointless? David studied the canvas for another few seconds. No. That was enough. David brought the finished landscape indoors the next morning after the surface had dried enough to move safely. Clara had already claimed gallery rights to it, but David still photographed every completed work before it left his possession. The habit had become more formal since the vault existed. Created objects needed records. Door cards needed destinations and dates. Ordinary paintings deserved at least enough information that he could remember what he had made after Clara sold them to people who intended to keep them for decades. He set the landscape beneath the studio lights, photographed it squarely, and opened his catalog. Title remained blank for several minutes. David disliked naming paintings almost as much as he disliked writing artist statements. Clara could produce 3 paragraphs about memory, place, and the emotional architecture of color, while David generally preferred accurate descriptions such as mountains with trees. He finally entered Blue Ridge, late summer, and added the dimensions, medium, and completion date. Under category, he paused. The catalog had grown because his possessions increasingly required distinctions normal artists never needed. Object creation, door card, equipment, failed experiment, ordinary artwork. David selected the last one. Nothing happened. He smiled. That was precisely the point. The canvas remained a canvas. No image vanished. No landscape opened into physical country. Nobody could walk between those trees or stand on the distant ridge. Clara would hang it in the gallery, somebody might buy it, and the painting would perform exactly the function paintings had performed for centuries before David Rowan acquired the ability to make them do impossible things. He saved the entry and leaned back. His gaze wandered across the studio. The shelves along one wall held art books, reference works, and the assortment of novels David had accumulated since establishing the property. Some were replacements for books lost after his death. Others were simply things he had wanted to read again. The collection was still modest enough that he could recognize individual spines from across the room. David looked at them longer than usual. The thought began with the woman in Clara's gallery. She had looked at a road David painted and found somewhere he had never painted at all. Her parents' house had not existed on his canvas. Neither had her husband complaining about the gravel. David had supplied trees, a road, a farmhouse, and morning light. Her mind had supplied everything beyond the edges. A painting could suggest more than it contained. So could a book. David stood and walked to the shelves. He pulled out a novel he had read enough times that the cover had become familiar beneath his thumb. Reading had always worked differently from looking at a photograph. A photograph showed him one place from one angle. A novel accumulated rooms, streets, people, sounds, habits, and geography over hundreds of pages until somewhere that had never existed in David's physical experience could feel more familiar than towns he had actually visited once. He opened the book at random and read half a page. The room described there was not visible. David could see it anyway. He closed the book slowly. His failed escape doorway inside the cottage had taught him that desire without a coherent destination produced nothing. Studio A had worked because David knew the real studio. Home Garden A worked because he knew the cottage more intimately than many places on Earth. The paintings did not need maps or coordinates. They needed him to know what he meant. David looked at the shelves again. What if this counts? He took another book down, then another. Places assembled in memory as soon as he recognized the titles. Houses he had never entered. Streets he had never walked. Cities that had never appeared on any Earth map and yet possessed histories, inhabitants, and enough accumulated detail that David knew where doors ought to stand. He was not going to paint one immediately. The lesson of the last several months was that exciting ideas improved considerably after surviving a night's sleep. But he knew what experiment came next. David returned the books to the shelf, leaving one on the worktable beside his doorcard supplies. The Blue Ridge landscape waited under the lights, entirely ordinary and worth making for that reason alone. Beside it lay a book that might contain somewhere else. 23. A door from a book. David left the book on the work table overnight. That restraint lasted until breakfast. By 8 the following morning, the Blue Ridge landscape had been moved safely away from the working area and the table had acquired a small stack of novels, 2 notebooks and a fresh panel large enough to become a proper doorway if the experiment succeeded. David drank coffee while regarding the books with growing suspicion. The idea had seemed wonderfully straightforward the previous evening. He could know a place without physically visiting it. Books proved that every time a reader formed a clear picture of somewhere described on a page. Unfortunately, David had read enough fiction to know that clear pictures frequently included people trying to kill one another. He opened his notebook and wrote one heading. First literary destination. Below it he began listing requirements. Familiar enough that he possessed years rather than hours of accumulated knowledge. Civilian. Stable. Somewhere indoors, preferably, where the arrival point could be tightly defined. No battlefield. No active war. No monsters. No magical kingdom in which opening an unknown doorway might itself constitute an attack, summoning ritual or invitation to something with teeth. David stopped writing. Apparently I've become cautious. You have a room full of guns, a magic sword and emergency doors hidden in your pockets. Clara's voice came from behind him. David looked over his shoulder and found her standing just inside the studio with a takeaway cup in each hand. I said cautious. I didn't say sensible. I'm glad we agree. She handed him a coffee, then leaned over the notebook. First literary destination? That's the theory. Clara looked at the books. You actually think this might work? I think it's coherent enough to test. David picked up the volume he had left out overnight. I've never physically stood in the places described in here, but some of them are more familiar to me than hotels I've actually stayed in. I know the people. I know the rooms. I know what sort of world surrounds them. That last sentence is doing considerable work. Yes. And you've chosen Sherlock Holmes. David turned the book so she could see it properly. Public domain. Familiar. Civilian. London rather than a battlefield. No dragons. No spaceships. No obvious magical rules I might accidentally offend by existing. Clara considered that. There are murders. There are murders in Asheville. Not usually one every time somebody publishes a story. David smiled into his coffee. I'm not planning to arrive beside the body. You're planning to arrive in Sherlock Holmes's sitting room. Possibly. That seems substantially worse. David had already considered that point. Holmes was hardly an ideal stranger to surprise with an impossible doorway, but the address solved several other problems at once. It was distinctive, repeatedly described and attached to characters David had known through reading since adolescence. He did not need to invent a nameless London room and hope that his idea of it was sufficiently complete. If literary familiarity could substitute for physical memory, 221B Baker Street gave the experiment as fair a chance as anything he could think of. More importantly, failure there was unlikely to destroy anything except another prepared panel. I'm not going through, he said. Clara stared at him. David sighed. Not immediately. Thank you for correcting yourself before I had to. The experiment is whether I can open the door at all. Passage is a different problem. That sounds almost responsible. I've been practicing. Clara pulled out the chair beside him and sat. So why Holmes? David looked down at the familiar book beneath his hand. Childhood reading had become rereading, adaptations, discussions and eventually the peculiar comfort of returning to characters who remained recognizable no matter how many years passed between visits. Somewhere in his head, Baker Street already possessed weight. Because if this works, he said, I want the first place to be somewhere I already feel I know. Clara's expression softened, though only slightly. And somewhere that probably won't shoot you. David thought about Dr. Watson. Probably, he said. Clara closed her eyes. David grinned, opened the notebook to a clean page and wrote the destination beneath the heading. 221B Baker Street, London. The words themselves did nothing. That was fine. Words weren't his part of this. David drew the fresh panel toward him and began deciding what, exactly, he believed he knew. David's first problem was that Sherlock Holmes had been filmed too many times. He discovered it almost immediately when he tried to picture the sitting room at Baker Street. A fireplace appeared easily. So did 2 chairs, a crowded table, chemical equipment, and the general disorder of a room occupied by men who valued usefulness above decoration. Then David caught himself giving the windows a shape he recognized from television rather than anything he could remember Conan Doyle describing. He stopped before touching the panel. Clara had settled at the far end of the work table with one of the books and a notepad. Problem? I know too much that isn't from the books. That sounds unusual for you. David ignored that. Think about Holmes. I am. What does his sitting room look like? Clara considered the question. Fireplace. 2 armchairs. Papers everywhere. Chemistry things. Possibly a violin. Exactly. And? What color are the walls? She opened her mouth, then stopped. Where exactly is the fireplace? What shape are the windows? What does the wallpaper look like? Which chair belongs to Watson? I've seen all of those. So have I. That's the problem. Clara looked down at the book in her hands. You've seen somebody else's version. Several somebody else's. David pulled the panel away from the easel and replaced it with a sheet of paper. The exercise suddenly felt less like illustration and more like cleaning contaminated evidence. He began making 2 columns. In the first went details he could support from the original stories. In the second went everything that merely felt familiar because decades of actors, sets, illustrations and adaptations had lodged themselves in his memory. The second column grew alarmingly quickly. The curved pipe goes, David said. Clara looked up. Holmes has a pipe. He has several pipes. The famous curved one is somebody else's. Holmes. The hat? Not indoors, certainly. I meant generally. David pointed his pencil at her. You're enjoying this. A little. They spent nearly 2 hours with books spread across the table. David resisted the temptation to search for visual references online because that would merely replace remembered adaptations with newer ones. He wanted the destination built from the written world he actually knew, not from a production designer's solution to the same problem. That left gaps. Unexpectedly, David liked them. He had spent most of his professional life filling gaps. A novelist described a house in 3 sentences and an illustrator decided what the windows looked like. A client supplied a photograph with half a boat hidden behind another vessel and expected David to construct the missing stern convincingly. Illustration had never meant copying every visible fact. It meant understanding what was given well enough to invent what wasn't. He turned back to the panel. This might actually be better. Clara glanced over. Having less information? Having the right amount. He began with the door itself rather than the whole room. Dark Victorian wood, solid but well used, opening inward toward the sitting room. Beyond it he allowed only part of the interior to show. A section of wall, the edge of a table, firelight catching furniture, enough to establish a place, but not enough to pretend the stories had supplied a photograph. Clara came around behind him as the work developed. You're making things up. Of course I am. I thought that was what you were trying not to do. I'm trying not to borrow somebody else's inventions. David mixed another tone and worked it into the shadow beyond the painted threshold. The books tell me what kind of room it is. They don't tell me every inch. I have to compose the rest. So this is your Baker Street. David considered that while adjusting the doorframe. No, that would make it another invented room. He looked at the open books scattered across the table. I'm trying to paint Baker Street without claiming I know everything about Baker Street. Clara was quiet for a moment. That sounds considerably more dangerous than painting Savannah. It probably is. And yet you're smiling. David hadn't noticed. He returned to the panel and continued working, allowing the written details to establish the destination while his own judgment supplied only what a finished painting required. By late afternoon the doorway looked entirely ordinary. That pleased him. It wasn't a replica of any Baker Street he had ever seen on a screen. If it opened anywhere, the place beyond would have to supply the rest for itself. By late afternoon David had a painting that looked convincing and felt wrong. He knew the distinction too well to ignore it. The doorway itself was finished, the glimpse beyond it composed carefully from details the stories justified, and nothing on the panel belonged obviously to a film set or television adaptation. Yet when David reached toward the painted threshold, his fingers met dry paint. Clara watched from beside the table. Nothing? Nothing. You sound offended. I've spent all day being historically responsible. Perhaps the universe doesn't reward scholarship. David stepped back and looked at the panel. The failure irritated him because he had obeyed every rule he understood. The destination was coherent. He knew what 221B represented. He had built the image from original material rather than somebody else's visual interpretation, and the painting was finished enough that an ordinary gallery would have accepted it without complaint. Still paint. He picked up a pencil and turned to the sketchbook where several discarded compositions remained. One showed the exterior of 221B rather than the sitting room. David had considered it safer from the beginning. Baker Street, the marked door, a cab waiting nearby, homes emerging from the house into an ordinary London day. He could open there, observe from relative safety and decide whether contact was wise. I think I started in the wrong place, he said. Clara came closer. The street? The scene. That sounded suspiciously philosophical. It isn't. David tapped the sketch. Look at what I did. Clara studied it. Holmes is leaving the house. No, I've put Holmes leaving the house. She glanced at him. David turned the sketch toward himself. He had drawn a tall figure at the entrance, coat already on, one hand raised toward a waiting hansom. It was exactly the sort of thing he might have produced years earlier for an illustrated edition. Recognizable character, recognizable address, enough visual shorthand to tell the reader what story they had entered. It was also completely false. I don't know that Holmes is there, David said. I don't know that there's a cab waiting for him. I don't know what he's doing today. You know what he does in the stories. I know what Doyle told me he did when Doyle was looking. Clara's expression changed. David looked back at the painted doorway on the easel. He had made the same mistake more subtly there. No Holmes stood in the visible room, but David had still thought of Baker Street as a set waiting for him. Fireplace here, papers there, chemistry equipment where it belonged. The correct room arranged in readiness for the visitor from another world. Savannah had never required that. The hotel had existed whether David arrived or not. His studio continued when he stepped away from it. The cottage possessed rooms he had never painted because a real place did not stop at the edge of a composition. If Baker Street was reachable, it could not be waiting for David either. He picked up the brush. What are you changing? Clara asked. Almost nothing. That earned him a doubtful look, but David returned to the panel. He altered the light beyond the doorway first. The room no longer needed to present itself clearly to him. He allowed part of the interior to fall deeper into shadow, shifted the firelight and loosened several details he had rendered too deliberately. He removed a carefully placed book from the visible edge of the table because he had no right to decide somebody had left it there. The changes were tiny. The thought behind them wasn't. David stopped trying to picture a scene from Sherlock Holmes and thought instead about London. Streets beyond Baker Street, thousands of houses, cabmen finishing shifts, shops closing, fires being lit against evening cold, policemen walking beats, servants carrying trays, criminals making plans and ordinary people living lives no story had bothered to record. Somewhere among all of that stood 221B. Holmes might be home. He might not. Watson might be there, elsewhere, married, visiting, writing or doing something David had never read about because nobody in his world had been told. The destination did not need David to arrange it. It needed to exist without him. David laid down the brush and stared at the finished panel. Something changed. Not visibly. The painted doorway remained oil on prepared surface, but David felt the same subtle resistance he had learned to recognize from his other destination paintings. It was not the completed solidity of Home Garden A or Studio A. This felt tentative, as though the painting had finally found somewhere to press against. Clara saw his face. What? David raised one hand and brought his fingertips toward the painted door. This time they did not meet ordinary paint. The surface held him with that peculiar depthless pressure he knew too well. David smiled slowly. I think London just stopped waiting for us. David kept his fingertips against the panel for several seconds, afraid that moving too quickly might disturb whatever connection he had finally managed to establish. The resistance beneath them was unmistakable now. It had the same impossible quality as Home Garden A and the other working doors, a surface that was physically there and yet no longer behaved like paint. Clara stepped closer but remained outside his reach. Is it stable? I think so. That is not the word I asked for. It's the word I have. David withdrew his hand and checked the things they had agreed upon before beginning. Home Garden A was in his pocket. Clara had her phone, the written expected return procedure and authority to close the experiment if David did something sufficiently stupid to make discussion unnecessary. Neither of them had expected the first attempt to become a journey, but their earlier mistakes had cured David of believing that intention prevented accidents. He looked at the painted door. Just open it, Clara said. You are not going through. I remember. I'd like the universe to hear you say it. David smiled despite the tension tightening his stomach. He placed his hand where the painted handle should be and concentrated on the destination, not the illustration. Baker Street existed beyond him. London existed beyond Baker Street. Holmes did not stand obediently where David might have placed him in a composition. Watson was not waiting for a reader to turn the page. Whatever lay beyond this door had been happening before David touched it and would continue afterward. The handle moved beneath his fingers. David's smile vanished. He pulled. The painted door opened inward. Warm lamplight spread across the studio floor. For a moment David did nothing except stare. The room beyond was not the one he had painted. It contained the elements he expected, but not arranged as he had expected them. Furniture occupied slightly different positions. Books and papers lay where no composition would have placed them. A coal fire burned beneath a mantel crowded with the ordinary accumulation of somebody else's life. Tobacco smoke hung in the air, and somewhere beyond David's immediate view a man was speaking. A real voice. David felt Clara grip his sleeve. The voice stopped. Neither of them moved. Another voice said something too low for David to catch, followed by the scrape of a chair. Oh, Clara whispered. David had been so intent on the room that he had forgotten the obvious consequence of opening a door into one. Someone lived there. Footsteps crossed the floor beyond the threshold. David's instinct was to close the door. Every safety rule they had developed supported that response. Verify destination, withdraw, consider what had been learned and never remain exposed merely because surprise made action difficult. Then a tall, lean man stepped into view. David knew him without recognizing a face. That distinction struck with almost physical force. The man was not an actor David remembered. He was not an illustration from an old edition. Nothing about him matched a single borrowed image closely enough to offer that comfort. Yet the sharp attention, narrow build and absolute stillness with which he regarded an impossible opening in the wall made identification unnecessary. The man looked through the doorway directly at David. His gaze moved once to Clara, once to the studio behind them, then back to David with an intensity that made David suddenly conscious of every modern object in sight. Another man entered the edge of the opening. Broader, mustached, older than some versions David remembered, younger than others. He looked from the doorway to Holmes, saw whatever was in his companion's expression and immediately shifted his stance. David realized with a small drop in his stomach that Watson's right hand had moved toward his pocket. Clara leaned closer. David. I know. Holmes took one measured step toward the impossible doorway. David had spent hours worrying whether he could reach Sherlock Holmes's London. He had given considerably less thought to what Sherlock Holmes might do when London reached back.